Hey there. There's nowhere else you need to be right now. I'm Nick, and for the next few hours, the world can keep spinning without either of us. Whatever today asked of you, it's enough. Just let yourself sink into your pillow while I tell you a few strange stories. There are only a few ads in the first 10 minutes, and then the rest of the night is completely uninterrupted. If you enjoy spending your evenings here with me, I'd love it if you subscribed and left a like. Let me know where you're listening from tonight. Now, let's settle in. Robin bought the post office in Oakhaven for $63,000, which was $40,000 less than the asking price and exactly what she had left after the settlement. The legal fees and the years she'd spent hiding in a rented apartment in Silver Spring while the media coverage burned itself out. The building was a 2-story brick structure on what used to be Main Street, back when Oakhaven had a main street that mattered, before the last mine closed and the highway bypass pulled the through traffic 10 miles west. The real estate agent who handled the sale, a man named Parnell, based out of Charleston, had sent photographs that showed empty storefronts and buckled sidewalks. But he'd mentioned that the post office still had good bones, by which he meant the roof didn't leak and the foundation hadn't shifted. Robin didn't care about the bones. She cared about the location, the price, and the fact that nobody in Oakhaven was likely to recognize her face from the coverage. The settlement had been for $800,000 paid to the man she'd helped convict, a high school teacher from Bethesda named Andrew Garrett, who'd served 18 months before the Innocence Project got his case reviewed. The network had covered the payment. Robin's lawyer, a woman from the firm that handled the network's liability insurance, had explained that the settlement included a non-disparagement clause, which meant Garrett couldn't talk about what Robin had done, and a confidentiality agreement, which meant Robin couldn't talk about the amount. What the lawyer hadn't explained, because it was already obvious, was that the documentary industry had decided Robin was radioactive. The Netflix deal disappeared. The development deals disappeared. The production company she'd co-founded asked her to resign from the board, which was a polite way of removing her name from the letterhead. She'd watched the coverage from the rented apartment in Silver Spring, scrolling through the trade publications and media criticism sites that picked apart her methods. The consensus was that she'd pressured a traumatized witness into giving unreliable testimony, that she'd edited interview footage to remove statements that contradicted her narrative, and that she'd constructed a circumstantial case against Garrett because the story needed a resolution and audiences needed someone to blame. All of that was true. What the coverage didn't mention, because it wasn't relevant to the legal case, was that the series had won a Peabody and a DuPont Columbia, that it had been the top-performing documentary on the platform for 6 weeks, and that Robin had been offered a 2-year deal with full creative control before the exoneration came through. She'd lost the awards. The organizations that had given them out issued statements about journalistic ethics and rescinded the honors, which meant the plaques came off her wall and the lines came off her resume. The high school teacher got his job back. Robin got a clause in a settlement agreement that prevented her from defending herself, and a lesson about how fast the industry could erase you when the optics went bad. The post office had been foreclosed on 3 years earlier, and the bank that held the note had been trying to unload it ever since. Parnell sent her the inspection report, which noted water damage in the upstairs bathroom, knob and tube wiring that would need replacing, and asbestos tiles in the basement that would require professional abatement if she planned to do any serious renovation. Robin told him she'd pay cash and close in 2 weeks if he could get the bank to come down another $10,000. He called back the next day and said the bank would take $63,000. She wired the money on March 15th and waited a week before making the drive, giving the bank time to process the transfer and Parnell time to get the keys. She drove down from Silver Spring on a Tuesday morning in late March, following the highway south through the strip mall sprawl of Gaithersburg and Frederick, then west into the mountains where the landscape turned to state forest and the towns got smaller and farther apart. Oakhaven was exactly what Parnell's photographs had shown. A main street lined with empty buildings, a post office with good bones, and a population that had shrunk from 4,000 to 400 over the past 30 years. Robin parked in front of the building and sat in her car for a few minutes watching the street. An old woman stood in front of the general store 2 buildings down, sweeping a patch of already clean sidewalk with slow, methodical strokes, the broom moving across the same section of concrete over and over. A pickup truck rolled through the intersection without stopping at the sign, slowed as it passed Robin's car, then continued at the same deliberate pace. Nobody waved. Nobody looked directly at her, but she had the sense of being observed from the edges of things, from doorways and windows she couldn't quite see into. She unlocked the front door and stepped into the smell of dust and old paper and something sweet that might have been rot. The main floor was a single large room with a service counter running along one wall and metal sorting shelves built into the other. The floor was concrete, painted green at some point, but worn down to gray in the traffic paths. The windows were tall and dirty, letting in enough light to see that someone had left the furniture when they abandoned the building. 2 wooden chairs, a filing cabinet with the drawers hanging open, a desk with one leg propped up on a phone book. Robin walked through the room and tested the stairs to the second floor, which creaked but held her weight. Upstairs was what Parnell had called the postmaster's apartment. 2 rooms with slanted ceilings, a bathroom with a rust-stained tub, and a kitchenette where the cabinet doors hung crooked on their hinges. She'd planned to gut the upstairs and turn it into living space, something minimal that would let her stay on site while she figured out what to do with the building long term. The plan wasn't about making money. The plan was about having somewhere to be that wasn't the rented apartment in Silver Spring, where every day felt like waiting for the industry to forget her name so she could start over. She spent the first week commuting down from Silver Spring on weekday mornings, pulling up carpet and carrying trash bags down to the dumpster Parnell had arranged to have dropped in the parking lot, then driving back to the apartment each night. She spent the second week the same way, hiring an electrician from the next town over to replace the knob and tube and install a new breaker panel while she worked on clearing out the upstairs rooms. The electrician was a man in his 60s who didn't ask why she was fixing up a post office in a dying town, which Robin appreciated. The safe was behind the plaster in the main room, tucked into a cavity between 2 studs. Robin found it on a Thursday afternoon while she was pulling down the damaged sections of the wall where water had come through from the upstairs bathroom. The plaster came away in chunks, and behind it was a steel box the size of a small suitcase, its door hanging open just enough to show that it wasn't empty. She set down the pry bar and pulled the door wider. Inside were 9 audio tape cassettes in plastic cases, each one labeled with a date from 1994, and a bundle of letters held together with a rubber band that disintegrated when she touched it. Robin carried the tapes and letters upstairs to the apartment and spread them out on the floor. The tape labels were handwritten in blue ink, each one marked with a month and year. January 1994, February 1994, March 1994, and so on through September. The letters were on different kinds of paper, some typed on letterhead from businesses that no longer existed, some handwritten on notebook pages, some printed from what looked like an early word processor. She opened the first letter and read 3 paragraphs before she understood what she was looking at. One phrase caught her attention. The whistleblower described the campaign as having a clinical structure, which struck her as oddly contemporary phrasing for 1994. Then again, corporate language had always been bloodless and technical. She kept reading. The letters were from someone who called himself a whistleblower. He'd worked for the Oak Haven Founders Club, which according to the letterhead was a private business association that managed investments for the town's wealthiest families. He claimed the club had discovered that one of its accountants, a man whose name was redacted in the letters, replaced with black marker, had uncovered evidence of massive pension fund theft. The club couldn't fire the accountant without drawing attention, so instead they decided to destroy him psychologically. The letters detailed a systematic campaign: anonymous calls to his home at 3 in the morning, deliveries of dead animals left on his porch, falsified documents planted in his office to make him look incompetent, and gaslighting so thorough that the accountant's own family began to believe he was paranoid and delusional. The campaign lasted 8 months. At the end of it, the accountant was involuntarily committed to a psychiatric facility in Charleston, where he died 6 weeks later of what the hospital called natural causes. The tapes were recordings the whistleblower had made of club meetings where the campaign was discussed. Robin listened to the first one on the small cassette player she'd bought at a thrift store in Frederick. The audio quality was poor. The recording had been made from across a room, probably hidden in a bag or under a table, but you could make out voices discussing logistics. Someone talked about timing the phone calls to coincide with the accountant's sleep schedule. Someone else mentioned a contact at the hospital who could ensure the commitment paperwork went through without review. A third voice, older and more authoritative than the others, said the accountant's wife would be the key to the whole operation, that once they convinced her he was losing his mind, he'd have no one left to believe him. Robin sat on the floor of the apartment and listened to all 9 tapes over the course of 6 hours. By the time she finished, it was dark outside and her phone battery was dead. She plugged in the phone and waited for it to charge enough to turn on. Then she opened her notes app and started typing. The story had everything: a conspiracy by wealthy elites, a cover-up that involved medical professionals and local officials, a victim who'd been systematically destroyed for threatening the wrong people, and a whistleblower who'd risked his own safety to document it. The fact that all of this had happened 30 years ago in a town nobody cared about anymore made it better, not worse. There were no surviving witnesses to contradict the narrative. There were no lawyers who'd push back on the details. The principals were dead. The club had dissolved when the mines closed, and Oak Haven itself was a ghost town, full of people who probably didn't remember what the Founders Club had been or what it had done. She spent the next 2 days going through the letters again, making notes on the timeline and the key players. The whistleblower never identified himself, but he mentioned enough details about his role at the club that Robin thought she could probably track him down if she needed to. She tried searching for club employees in the Oak Haven area who died in the early 2000s. The letter suggested the whistleblower was elderly when he wrote them, but nothing came up in the public records databases she accessed. The town was small enough that record-keeping was probably spotty, especially for a private organization like the Founders Club. She could drive down and ask around, but walking into a town cold and asking decades-old questions about wealthy families would alert exactly the people she'd eventually be investigating. Better to keep the source protected and let the tapes speak for themselves. What she needed was to verify just enough of the story to make it defensible, then package it as investigative journalism and pitch it to the platforms that were still producing true crime content. She called her lawyer and asked about the optics of producing another documentary so soon after the settlement. Her lawyer said that as long as Robin stayed away from anything that could be construed as witness coercion or evidence manipulation, There was not a legal barrier. The lawyer also said, in a tone that suggested she was saying it for the record, that Robin should probably have the materials authenticated by an expert before she built a series around them. Robin didn't have the materials authenticated. She had a producer she'd worked with on 2 prior projects, a woman who'd stayed in touch after the settlement, and who'd mentioned more than once that she thought the industry's response had been disproportionate. Robin called the producer and pitched the Oakhaven story as a limited series podcast. 8 episodes, each one corresponding to a month of the psychological torture campaign, with the 9th tape held back as the finale revelation. The producer said she could get funding if Robin was willing to work on a reduced fee structure and defer payment until the show started generating revenue. Robin said yes. They signed a contract. Robin moved her recording equipment down from Silver Spring and set up a makeshift studio in the upstairs apartment, hanging moving blankets on the walls to dampen the echo. The podcast was called The Oakhaven Tapes. Robin structured each episode around 1 month of the campaign, using the whistleblower's letters to provide context and the tape recordings to let the conspirators indict themselves in their own voices. She didn't identify the accountant by name, referring to him only as the target. And she didn't name the members of the Founders Club, calling them by the designations she'd assigned based on their voices: the organizer, the enforcer, the fixer. The approach gave the story the detachment of a case file, like she was documenting a military operation instead of a small-town conspiracy. She recorded the narration in takes, reading from a script she'd written to sound like investigative reporting, and she edited the tape recordings to remove the long silences and the sections where the audio was too degraded to understand. She released the first episode in June. By the end of the week, it had been downloaded 400,000 times. By the end of the month, it was the #1 podcast on 2 major platforms and had been covered in the Times, the Post, and half a dozen media criticism sites that praised Robin for rehabilitating her career with a story that demonstrated the journalistic rigor her previous work had lacked. The praise was careful. Nobody wanted to say outright that they'd been wrong about the Garrett case. But the subtext was clear. Robin had learned her lesson, and the Oakhaven tapes was proof that she could still do important work. The final episode, which included the 9th tape and revealed the accountant's death in the psychiatric facility, was released in August. It was downloaded 9 million times in the first 72 hours. Robin's producer called to say that 2 networks had reached out about developing the podcast into a limited series, and that a publisher wanted to talk about a book deal. Robin's agent, who'd stopped returning her calls after the settlement, sent an email asking if she was taking on representation again. The industry hadn't forgotten her. The industry had decided she was useful again. The lawsuit arrived 3 weeks later on a Tuesday in September. Robin's lawyer called in the afternoon and said that a group of Oakhaven residents had retained a firm out of Charleston to sue Robin for defamation. The complaint alleged that the tapes and letters were fabricated, that the so-called whistleblower had been a paranoid schizophrenic who died in the early 2000s, and that Robin had knowingly broadcast false information that defamed the families of the former Founders Club members. The lawsuit named Robin personally, not the production company, and it sought damages in the amount of $12 million. Robin's lawyer sent her a copy of the complaint, which she read sitting at the desk in the upstairs apartment. The plaintiffs were listed as 32 residents of Oakhaven, most of them with last names that matched the businesses on the whistleblower's letterhead. They claimed that Robin had never attempted to contact anyone in Oakhaven to verify the story, that she had ignored publicly available records showing the whistleblower's psychiatric history, and that she had profited from a fabricated narrative that portrayed their families as murderers. The complaint included affidavits from two people who claimed to have known the whistleblower, both of whom described him as delusional and obsessed with conspiracy theories. It also included a letter from the hospital in Charleston stating that the accountant referenced in the tapes had died of a heart attack, not foul play, and that the commitment had been initiated by his family, not by any outside party. Robin called her lawyer and asked what the plaintiff's chances were. Her lawyer said that the case would come down to whether Robin had acted with actual malice, which in defamation law meant knowingly publishing false information or acting with reckless disregard for the truth. The fact that Robin hadn't authenticated the tapes or contacted anyone in Oakhaven before broadcasting the story would be a problem. The fact that the whistleblower was documented as mentally ill would be a problem. The fact that Robin had a prior settlement for journalistic misconduct would be a problem. The lawyer said the firm would defend the case, but that Robin should prepare for the possibility of losing, which would mean not just the $12 million in damages, but also the legal fees, which would be substantial. The lawsuit froze Robin's assets the following week. Her lawyer explained that the plaintiffs had filed a motion for a temporary restraining order, arguing that Robin was likely to dissipate her assets before the case went to trial. The judge granted the motion, which meant Robin couldn't access her bank accounts, couldn't sell property, and couldn't transfer money without court approval. She was allowed a monthly stipend for living expenses, but the amount was calculated based on her disclosed assets, which included the revenue from the Oakhaven tapes and the advance from the book deal. The stipend was enough to cover rent and food, but not legal fees, and certainly not the kind of money she'd need if the plaintiffs won. Her lawyer said the best option was to settle, that the plaintiffs were probably willing to negotiate if Robin agreed to retract the podcast and issue a public apology. Robin said no. She'd built her career on finding stories that nobody else wanted to tell, and the Oakhaven story was real. The tapes were real. The letters were real. The whistleblower might have been mentally ill, but that didn't mean he was wrong. What she needed was evidence, something that would prove the conspiracy had happened the way the tapes described it. The whistleblower had mentioned a hidden room in the Founders Club building where the organizer kept records of the campaign. If Robin could find that room, find those records, she could prove the story was true and the lawsuit would collapse. Her lawyer said that sounded like a bad idea, that going to Oakhaven to search for evidence would look like harassment, that the plaintiffs would use it against her in courts. Robin said she wasn't going to harass anyone. She was going to exercise her right to discovery, which meant she could request access to any location or document that might be relevant to the case. Her lawyer said discovery didn't work like that Robin couldn't just show up in Oakhaven and start searching buildings. Robin said then her lawyer should file the paperwork to make it legal, make it part of the discovery process, request access to the Founders Club building, request access to any records the plaintiffs had related to the whistleblower or the accountant, make them respond on the record. Her lawyer said she'd file the motions, but that Robin needed to understand the risk. If she went to Oakhaven and didn't find anything, the lawsuit would go forward and she'd lose everything. If she went to Oakhaven and did find something, the plaintiffs would claim she'd planted it or fabricated it, and she'd still lose everything. The optics were bad. The timing was bad. The best move was to settle and move on. Robin said she wasn't settling. She'd spent a year hiding in Silver Spring, waiting for the industry to forgive her for something she'd actually done. She wasn't going to spend the next 10 years living with the assumption that she'd fabricated the Oakhaven story when she knew it was true. She told her lawyer to file the discovery motions and to notify the plaintiff's counsel that Robin would be traveling to Oakhaven to inspect the Founders Club building and any other locations relevant to the case. She'd go in November, after the judge ruled on the motions, She'd bring a camera, document everything, and find the room the whistleblower had mentioned. The story was real. The conspiracy was real, and if 32 residents of a dying coal town wanted to sue her for telling the truth, she'd prove it in court and walk away with nothing left to apologize for. Her lawyer said she'd file the paperwork. Robin hung up and looked at the tapes spread out on her desk, the cassettes in their labeled cases, the letters with their careful documentation of 8 months of psychological torture. She'd built a career on stories like this. The only difference was that this time, she was certain she was right. Robin drove to Oakhaven on the first Tuesday in November, 3 weeks after the judge granted her discovery motions. Her lawyer had filed requests for access to the Founders Club building, to any financial records held by the plaintiffs or their families, and to the hospital records for both the accountant and the whistleblower. The plaintiff's counsel had objected to all of it, arguing that Robin's requests were overly broad and designed to harass their clients, but the judge had ruled that discovery was appropriate given the nature of the defamation claim. Robin was permitted to inspect the Founders Club building and to request copies of any documents the plaintiffs deemed relevant, but she was required to give 48 hours notice before entering any private property and to be accompanied by a representative of the plaintiff's legal team. The notice requirement meant they'd know she was coming. Robin had called the plaintiff's counsel, a firm in Charleston, and left a message stating that she'd be in Oakhaven on November 7th and that she intended to inspect the Founders Club building starting at 10 in the morning. No one called her back. She drove down anyway, following the same route she'd taken in March, the highway south through Frederick and then west into the mountains. The leaves were off the trees and the sky was the color of wet concrete. She'd packed a camera, a flashlight, a voice recorder, and a legal pad, all of it stowed in a canvas bag on the passenger seat. She reached Oakhaven just before 9. The town looked smaller in November than it had in March, the bare trees exposing the empty lots where buildings had been torn down and the chain-link fences around properties that had been abandoned long enough for the weeds to take over. Robin drove down Main Street and parked in front of the post office, which she'd locked up in August before driving back to Silver Spring for the lawsuit. The building looked the same. Good bones, bad windows, the kind of structure that would outlast the town by 50 years. She sat in the car and looked at the street. An old woman was sweeping the sidewalk in front of a general store 2 buildings down. A man in a flannel jacket stood on the corner near the gas station, smoking a cigarette and watching Robin's car. No one waved. No one came over to ask what she was doing back in town. Robin got out of the car and walked to the gas station, which had 2 pumps under a rusted canopy and a small office with a handwritten sign that said the restroom was for customers only. The man in the flannel jacket dropped his cigarette and ground it out with his boot. Robin asked him if he knew where the Founders Club building was. He looked at her for a long moment, his face showing nothing. Then he said, "You the one made the podcast?" Robin said yes. The recognition in his voice wasn't accusatory. It was something else. Expectant, maybe, or resigned. Like he'd been waiting for her to come back and ask that exact question. Robin felt a small pulse of unease. The podcast had 9 million downloads, but Oakhaven wasn't the kind of place where people would have listened to it. And even if they had, recognizing her face from the press photos seemed unlikely. She opened her mouth to ask how he knew who she was, but the man had already turned and walked into the gas station office. Robin stood under the canopy and waited, but he didn't come back out. She went into the office herself, which smelled like motor oil and old coffee. The man was behind the counter, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. Through the window behind him, Robin could see a truck rolling past on the cross street, the same pickup that had slowed near her car earlier. Robin asked again about the Founders Club building. The man told her to try the end of Walnut Street. said there was a big white house she couldn't miss. She thanked him and left. The interaction had taken less than a minute. Robin got back in her car and sat with her hands on the wheel, not starting the engine. Something about the exchange felt staged. His certainty about who she was, the way he'd waited for her to come inside before answering, the truck rolling past at exactly that moment. Then she decided she was being paranoid. The lawsuit had made her jumpy. People in small towns noticed strangers. That was all it was. She drove to the end of Walnut Street, which turned out to be 3 blocks east of Main. The Founders Club building was exactly what the man had described. A large white colonial with a wraparound porch and black shutters set back from the street, behind a lawn that had gone to crabgrass and dandelions. There were no cars in the driveway. The windows on the first floor were dark. Robin parked on the street and checked her phone. It was 9:45. She was early, but the plaintiff's counsel had said a representative would meet her at 10, so she decided to wait in the car until someone showed up. She opened her laptop and reviewed the notes she'd made from the whistleblower's letters. The hidden room was supposed to be in the basement, accessible through a door behind the furnace. The whistleblower had described it as a records room where the organizer kept files on the club's investments and on the accountant's psychological campaign. If the room existed, if it still contained those files, Robin could prove the conspiracy was real and the lawsuit would collapse. At 10:15, no one had arrived. Robin called her lawyer and asked if the plaintiff's counsel had confirmed the appointment. Her lawyer said she'd received an email that morning stating that a representative would be present but hadn't specified a time. Robin said it was already 15 minutes past 10 and no one was here. Her lawyer said to give it another half hour, that the plaintiffs were probably trying to make Robin wait as a power move. Robin said fine and hung up. She sat in the car and watched the house. A woman came out onto the porch of the building next door. Stood there looking at Robin's car for a full minute, without moving, then went back inside. The same pickup truck rolled past on the cross street again, slowed down as it passed Walnut, then kept going at the same measured pace. Robin realized the old woman from the general store was probably still sweeping the same section of sidewalk. The town felt staged, like everyone was playing a role they'd rehearsed. Robin's hands were cold. She turned the car on and ran the heat for a few minutes, then turned it off again because sitting in a running car outside someone's house felt more conspicuous than sitting in a cold one. At 11, she got out of the car and walked up to the house. The porch steps creaked under her weight. She knocked on the front door and waited. No one answered. She knocked again, louder this time, and called out that she was here for the discovery inspection, that she'd given the required notice, and that she had a court order permitting access to the building. Still no answer. She tried the door. It was unlocked. Robin stood on the porch with her hand on the doorknob, listening to the silence inside the house. Her lawyer had said she was required to be accompanied by a representative, but the representative hadn't shown up, and Robin's discovery rights didn't evaporate just because the plaintiffs decided not to cooperate. She pushed the door open and stepped inside. The interior smelled like dust and wood polish and something underneath that might have been mildew. The entryway opened into a large room with hardwood floors and built-in bookshelves along one wall. The furniture was still there. A long table with 8 chairs, a sideboard with glass doors, a grandfather clock that had stopped at 3:15. Robin walked through the room and into a hallway that ran toward the back of the house. There were offices on either side, each one furnished with a desk and filing cabinets. She checked the first office and found the cabinets empty. She checked the second office and found the same thing. Someone had cleared out the files, probably years ago when the club dissolved. The basement stairs were at the end of the hallway, behind a door she almost missed because it was painted the same color as the wall. Robin opened the door and looked down into darkness. She pulled the flashlight from her bag and turned it on. The stairs were wooden and steep with no railing. She descended carefully, testing each step before putting her full weight on it. The basement was unfinished with a concrete floor and exposed ceiling joists. The furnace was against the far wall, a massive old boiler that looked like it hadn't been used in a decade. Robin walked over to it and shone her flashlight behind it. There was a door exactly where the whistleblower had said it would be, painted gray and fitted with a deadbolt. She tried the deadbolt. It turned easily in her hand. The door wasn't locked. It had never been locked. Robin pulled the door open and stepped into a room that was nothing like what the whistleblower had described. It wasn't a records room from 1994. It was a surveillance room, but not the kind she'd expected. The walls were lined with corkboard, and pinned to the corkboard were hundreds of newspaper clippings, printed emails, legal documents, and photographs. But there were no monitors, no cameras, no high-tech equipment. Just cork and paper and photographs arranged with obsessive precision. Robin stepped closer and saw her own face looking back at her from a dozen different images. There were photographs of her leaving the courthouse in Silver Spring after the settlement hearing. There were screenshots of her social media posts from before she deleted her accounts. There were newspaper articles about the Garrett case, with passages highlighted in yellow marker. And there were photographs of other people. People Robin recognized as the subjects of her previous documentaries, the victims' families she'd interviewed, the witnesses she'd pressured into giving testimony. On the desk in the center of the room was a file box labeled with Robin's name. She opened it. Inside were printed transcripts of the podcast episodes, annotated with notes in the margins. Someone had gone through every episode and marked every claim Robin had made, every detail she'd presented as fact, every emotional beat she'd constructed to make the story feel true. The annotations were handwritten in different scripts. Multiple people had worked on this. Next to each notation was a reference to the whistleblower's psychiatric records, which were paper-clipped to the inside of the box lid. Robin pulled out the psychiatric records and read them. The whistleblower's name was Leonard Grayson. He'd been diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia in 1987, hospitalized 3 times between 1988 and 1995, and died in 2003 of heart failure while living in a group home in Charleston. His delusions had been consistent and elaborate. The doctor's notes described his conspiracy theories in detail. Robin recognized phrases she'd heard on the tapes, sentences she'd included in the podcast. She set down the records and looked at the wall more carefully. The photographs weren't just printed from the internet. Some were taken from close range. Robin walking to her car, Robin carrying groceries into her apartment building, Robin sitting at a cafe in Silver Spring. Someone had been following her, not with sophisticated equipment, but with a camera and patience. On the opposite wall were more photographs showing the people she'd hurt. There was Andrew Garrett, the high school teacher, standing outside the courthouse after his exoneration. There were the families of the victims from her earlier documentaries, the ones whose grief she'd turned into content. There were the witnesses she'd coerced, the experts she'd selectively quoted, the suspects she'd implied were guilty without ever stating it outright. Every person whose life she'd damaged or destroyed in the service of a compelling narrative. Beneath the photographs was a cardboard box, the kind used for file storage. Robin opened it. Inside was her trash. Not recent trash. Trash from months ago, from when she'd first found the tapes. Coffee-stained napkins, crumpled drafts of her podcast script. A receipt from the thrift store where she'd bought the cassette player. Printed emails between her and the producer. Someone had gone through her garbage in March and April and May, had saved it, had brought it here, and cataloged it. Next to the box was a stack of spiral notebooks. Robin opened the top one. It was a log, handwritten, documenting her daily routine in Silver Spring. The first entry was dated March 15th. The day the wire transfer cleared on the post office purchase. March 15th, subject purchased 486 Main Street, Oakhaven, via wire transfer from Wells Fargo account. Verified identity via real estate transaction records. Robin Carson, 34, Silver Spring, Maryland. Garrett settlement recipient, documentary producer, bingo. Robin stared at that last word. Bingo. She knew that word. She'd written it herself in her own notes 3 years ago when the traumatized witness in the Garrett case had finally broken down and given her the testimony she needed. She'd scribbled it in the margin of her interview transcript. Bingo! He admitted seeing Garrett's car. It was the moment the story clicked into place, the moment she knew she had enough to build the narrative. It was the producer's shorthand for a breakthrough, the word you wrote when a source gave you exactly what you needed, and you could already see how it would cut together. They were using her vocabulary, they were plagiarizing her methods. They'd studied her work so carefully that they could mimic not just her investigative approach, but her private notation system, the clinical excitement of finding the piece that made the whole story work. The next entry was the following day. March 16, tapes and letters placed in wall cavity, behind plaster, main floor. Water damage from upstairs bathroom provides cover. Position for discovery during standard renovation. Subject has not yet traveled to property. Closing was remote. Surveillance begins when she arrives. Then, starting in April, daily logs. April 12th, subject left apartment 7:15. Coffee shop on Wilson Boulevard, 7:32. Remained 52 minutes. Laptop open, typing. Returned to apartment 9:04. April 13, subject left apartment 6:58, walked to post office. Mailed package 7:24. Grocery store 7:41. Returned to apartment 8:33 with 2 bags. The log went on for pages. Weeks of surveillance, all handwritten, all dated and timed. Robin flipped through the notebooks and found more. Different handwriting, different observers. They'd been watching her in shifts. They'd known who she was from the beginning. They'd planted the tapes specifically for her. And they'd done it using the same investigative framework and the same production vocabulary and the same clinical detachment she'd used on 90 people over the course of her career. She heard footsteps on the basement stairs. Robin dropped the notebook. The man who appeared in the doorway was the same one from the gas station. Flannel jacket, work boots, the kind of tired face you'd see at a PTA meeting or standing in line at the hardware store. He looked at her the same way he'd looked at her that morning, patient, unsurprised, like he'd been waiting for her to figure something out and she'd finally gotten there. Ms. Carson, he said. His voice was quiet, almost apologetic. I'm Clayton Walton. Robin picked up the flashlight from the desk. Her hands wouldn't stop moving. Walton stepped into the room. He didn't come close to her. He stayed near the door, watching her with the same expression the gas station attendant had worn. Patient, knowing, waiting for her to understand something she hadn't figured out yet. The door wasn't locked, Robin finally said. Her voice didn't sound like her own. No, Walton said. It wasn't. Robin looked at the photographs on the wall, at the boxes of her trash, at the handwritten logs documenting her every movement. You've been watching me. For months. Yes. The tapes. You planted them. We left them where someone like you would find them, Walton said. Leonard Grayson was real. His delusions were real. We knew you'd see them as evidence instead of symptoms. We knew you wouldn't verify them. He paused. 'Cause that's what you do. Robin's hands were shaking so hard she had to set the flashlight down again. The lawsuit. You froze my assets to force me back here. Yes. Why? Walton looked at the wall of photographs, at the 90 faces pinned to the cork. Because you did to Leonard Grayson what you did to Andrew Garrett and everyone else on these walls, You took someone's suffering and turned it into content. You edited his delusions to fit your narrative. You broadcast his illness as historical fact. He turned back to her. We're going to make them true, starting with you. Robin looked at the door behind him. It was open. She could see the basement beyond, the stairs leading up. The door. It's not locked. No, Walton said. You can leave whenever you want. He stepped aside, clearing the doorway. Robin stared at the empty space where he'd been standing, at the dark stairs beyond. She could walk out right now. She could drive back to Silver Spring. But then the anger hit, sudden and defensive. I was doing my job. I was exposing corruption. The Garrett case that was one mistake. One. And I spent a year being crucified for it, while everyone else who cuts corners, who pressures sources, She stopped. Her voice sounded shrill in the concrete space. Walton didn't respond. He just waited. The tapes were real, Robin said. Grayson's documentation was real. I verified. You verified nothing, Walton said quietly. You found materials that fit the story you wanted to tell, and you broadcast them without checking if the source was credible. Just like you did with the witness in the Garrett case. Just like you did with every documentary you've ever made. You're not a journalist. You're a producer. You find a narrative and you force the evidence to fit it. That's not... Robin's hands were shaking. I've exposed real crimes. I've held powerful people accountable. The work I've done has mattered. Andrew Garrett lost 18 months of his life, Walton said. The witness you pressured had a nervous breakdown. 2 families from your documentary about the school shooting still get death threats. Leonard Grayson died alone in a group home believing his delusions were real, and you took those delusions and turned them into entertainment for 9 million people. He paused. Your work has mattered, just not the way you think it has. Robin looked at the photographs on the wall, at the 90 faces pinned to the cork. She wanted to argue. She wanted to say that those were edge cases, that the vast majority of her work had been rigorous and ethical, that she'd always been trying to find the truth. But standing in the basement, surrounded by evidence of what she'd actually done, the edited transcripts, the pressured witnesses, the narratives constructed from cherry-picked facts, she couldn't make herself believe it anymore. The trap wasn't the basement. The trap was what she'd done to herself by broadcasting the podcast. The trap was what she'd done to 90 people over the course of her career. The trap was that she couldn't decide if she deserved this or not. Part of her still wanted to believe she'd been a crusader, that her mistakes had been honest errors in the pursuit of justice. But another part, the part that was looking at Leonard Grayson's psychiatric records, at the annotations in her own handwriting, where she'd known the source was unreliable and broadcast the story anyway, knew exactly what she was. The schedule is in the envelope, Walton said, gesturing to the manila envelope on the desk. 8 months? We'll follow it exactly the way you described it. Anonymous calls, deliveries, documents that make you look paranoid. We've been very careful. Every action will be logged and documented. When your lawyer claims you're being harassed, we'll present evidence that you're fabricating a persecution narrative, just like Leonard Grayson did. He paused. The difference is that Grayson was wrong. You'll be right, but no one will believe you. He turned and walked out of the room, his footsteps echoing on the concrete as he climbed the basement stairs. Robin stood alone in the surveillance room, surrounded by photographs of the people she'd hurt, and understood that the door had never been locked because they'd known she'd come down here voluntarily. They'd known she'd walk into the trap because she thought she was right, because she thought she was pursuing the truth, because she'd convinced herself that the story was more important than the people it destroyed. She'd done exactly what they'd known she would do. She'd followed the script they'd written for her, just like she'd written scripts for Andrew Garrett and Leonard Grayson and everyone else whose life she'd edited into a compelling narrative. Robin picked up the manila envelope and opened it. Inside was the schedule, printed on standard office paper, detailing the psychological campaign that would begin tonight. Week 1, 3 anonymous calls, times varied. Week 2, deliveries. Week 3, documents. The schedule ran for 8 months, matching the timeline from the podcast she'd broadcast to 9 million listeners. At the bottom was a handwritten note. "You taught us how to do this. Thank you." She folded the schedule and put it back in the envelope. Her hands were still shaking. She looked at the door, at the stairs, at the rectangle of gray light from the basement. She could leave. The door wasn't locked. She could drive away right now. But leaving wouldn't matter. The first call would come tonight at 3 in the morning. The first delivery would arrive tomorrow. The documents would reach her lawyer by the end of the week. And when Robin tried to explain what Oakhaven was doing to her, her lawyer would hear the same paranoid conspiracy theories that Leonard Grayson had told his doctors for 8 years. The same theories Robin had broadcast as historical fact. She'd turned Grayson's delusions into her truth. Now they were turning her truth into his delusions. Robin climbed the basement stairs and walked through the empty house to the front door. The street was quiet. No one was watching, or everyone was watching. She couldn't tell anymore. She got in her car and sat with her hands on the wheel. They were shaking so badly she couldn't grip the keys. She sat there for a full minute, trying to steady herself before she could turn the ignition. The drive back to Silver Spring was 3 hours, and she spent every mile checking the rearview mirror, watching for cars that stayed too close or followed for too long. The highway was mostly empty, and no one seemed to be tailing her. That didn't mean they weren't. It just meant she couldn't see them. They'd been watching her for months without her knowing. They'd gone through her trash. They'd cataloged her routine. They'd put the tapes where she'd find them and watched her take the bait. Her phone buzzed in the cup holder. Robin's foot came off the accelerator, and the car drifted right before she understood what the sound was. She corrected, pulled onto the shoulder, stopped. Her hands were shaking when she picked up the phone. One new voicemail, blocked number, left 20 minutes ago while she was driving. She played it. 30 seconds of silence, just breathing, steady and patient. Then a click as the line disconnected. Robin deleted the message and set the phone down. She sat on the shoulder of the highway with trucks blowing past, with the gray sky pressing down, and understood that it had already started. The schedule said the calls would begin tonight, but they'd started early. Or maybe the schedule she'd been shown was a fake, and the real schedule was different. Or maybe there was no schedule at all, just a general plan, and they were improvising based on her reactions. She didn't know. That was the point. She would never know what was real and what was performance, what was coincidence and what was campaign. That was what Leonard Grayson had felt for 8 years, and that was what she'd broadcast to 9 million people as proof of a conspiracy. Robin pulled back onto the highway and drove the rest of the way to Silver Spring with her hands shaking on the wheel. She arrived just after dark. The apartment building looked the same as it had that morning, but she couldn't make herself get out of the car. She sat in the parking lot and looked at the lit windows, trying to remember which one was hers, trying to remember if she'd left the light on or if someone had been inside while she was gone. She didn't know. She couldn't remember. Her hands were shaking too hard to unlock the car door. Finally, she forced herself to move. She got out of the car, walked to the building, climbed the stairs to the 3rd floor. Her apartment door was locked. She unlocked it and stepped inside. Everything looked normal. Kitchen clean, living room undisturbed, laptop closed on the desk where she'd left it. She walked through every room, checking closets and looking under the bed and opening cabinets, searching for evidence that someone had been here. The apartment was exactly as she'd left it. She went into the kitchen and opened the refrigerator. Her nearly empty milk carton was gone. In its place was a new one, same brand, unopened, with an expiration date 3 weeks in the future. Robin stood with the refrigerator door open, cold air spilling onto her legs, staring at the milk carton. She must have bought it. That was the logical explanation. She must have stopped at the grocery store on her way out this morning. No, she'd driven straight to Oakhaven. But maybe she'd bought it yesterday. Or Sunday. She'd been distracted, stressed about the discovery hearing. She could have bought milk and forgotten about it. People forgot things like that all the time. Except she hadn't. She knew she hadn't. The old carton had been there this morning, nearly empty. And she'd made a mental note to buy more when she got back from Oakhaven. She always bought that brand. She always kept it on the same shelf. The new carton was positioned exactly where the old one had been. She closed the refrigerator and backed away from it. Someone had been in her apartment, gone through her refrigerator, noted what brand she bought, replaced it with a fresh one, and left everything else untouched. But even as she thought it, another part of her mind was still trying to find the rational explanation, the innocent reason. Because accepting that they'd been inside her home meant accepting that nowhere was safe. Her hands were shaking again. She couldn't call her lawyer about a milk carton. She couldn't explain to anyone that someone had broken into her apartment to do something helpful. It was the kind of detail that would make her sound exactly like the target. Obsessed, paranoid, seeing patterns in domestic minutiae. And the worst part was that she wasn't even sure herself. She was already doing their work for them, gaslighting herself, trying to explain away what she knew was real. But the milk carton was real. They had been here. The target never found evidence either, not until it was too late. The target had searched his own house the same way, opening drawers and checking locks, and found nothing because they were better at hiding than he was at finding. But Robin had found something, and it didn't matter because she couldn't prove what it meant. She stopped in the middle of the living room and realized what she'd just thought. The target. She was thinking about herself the way she'd written about the accountant in the podcast. She kept the story clinically distant by calling him the target instead of using his name. Now she was doing it to herself. Robin sat on the couch and looked at her phone. It was 8:30. She opened her laptop, then closed it, opened it again, and stared at the black screen. She reached for the piece of tape on her desk, packing tape, the kind she'd used when moving, and stretched it across the webcam. Then she peeled it off because what if they wanted her to do that? What if covering the camera was part of how they'd know she was breaking? She pressed the tape back down, peeled it off again. The adhesive left a residue on the laptop's edge. She rubbed at it with her thumb until the skin felt raw. She stood up and walked to the apartment door, checked the deadbolt. It was locked. She unlocked it, opened the door, looked into the empty hallway, closed the door, locked it. The bolt made a click. She unlocked it again because the click hadn't sounded right, and locked it again, and again. 3 times, because she couldn't remember if the first lock had actually engaged or if she'd only thought it had. She sat back down on the couch. It was 8:45, 6¼ hours until 3 in the morning, 6¼ hours until the first call, except she'd already received a call. So maybe the schedule was wrong, or maybe they were testing her, seeing if she'd stay awake all night waiting or if she'd try to sleep. She couldn't call her lawyer. Explaining what had happened in the basement would sound exactly like the paranoid conspiracy theories the lawsuit claimed she was fabricating. She couldn't call anyone. There was nothing to do except sit with her phone in her hand, waiting for it to ring, knowing that when it did ring, she wouldn't know if it was real or part of the campaign or just a wrong number. And the worst part The part that made her unlock and relock the door again. The part that made her peel the tape off the webcam and press it back down was that she didn't know if she deserved it. Part of her wanted to scream that this was disproportionate, that one bad podcast didn't justify systematic psychological torture, that she'd made mistakes, but she'd also done important work. But another part kept thinking about Andrew Garrett's face on the courthouse steps, about the witness who'd had the breakdown, about Leonard Grayson dying alone, believing his delusions were real. She'd done to Grayson exactly what they were doing to her. She'd taken his reality and edited it and broadcast it to millions of people who didn't know him and didn't care about the truth. She'd turned his suffering into her success. Now they were turning her suffering into his truth. She wanted to believe she didn't deserve it. She couldn't make herself believe that she didn't. Robin sat on the couch and watched the clock tick from 11 to midnight to 1 to 2. She couldn't sit anymore. She stood up, walked to her desk, and opened the laptop. The screen lit up. Her editing software was still open from 3 days ago. The project file for episode 9 of the Oakhaven tapes, still loaded in the timeline. She closed it and opened a new file. Clicked the record button on her voice memo app. This is Robin Carson. It's November 7th. I need to document what happened today in Oakhaven because... She stopped. Her voice sounded steady in the playback, which surprised her. Because no one is going to believe this, and I need a record, even if it only proves that I believed it. She described the basement, the surveillance room, the photographs, the handwritten logs with her daily routine. The March 16th entry showing they'd planted the tapes. Walton's face. The gas station attendant. The man who'd known who she was the moment she arrived. The schedule. The unlocked door. She described finding the milk carton, which made her sound exactly as paranoid as they'd planned. She described the voicemail with 30 seconds of breathing. She described sitting here trying to decide if she was experiencing a systematic campaign or a psychological break. The thing is, Robin said, I can't tell anymore. That's what they built. Leonard Grayson couldn't tell either. He was right about some of it, and wrong about most of it, and nobody could parse the difference. So they committed him. I did the same thing to Andrew Garrett's witness, made it impossible to separate the real memories from the ones I'd suggested. And now I'm doing it to myself. I'm sitting here at 2:30 recording a monologue about a conspiracy, and I don't know if I'm documenting evidence or manufacturing it. She paused the recording, played it back. Her voice was calm, measured, analytical. It sounded like her podcast voice, like she was narrating someone else's breakdown. The laptop mic was picking up room noise. She could hear the hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen, the faint traffic from the street below. She'd usually fix that in post. She didn't bother. She kept recording. At 2:58, she was describing the way the old woman had swept the same patch of sidewalk when she arrived in March, the way the town had felt performative even then, the way she'd dismissed it as paranoia when it was probably surveillance. At 2:59, she picked up her phone without stopping the recording. The clock turned to 3. The dialer was empty. No number entered. No call log open. Just the blank keypad and the green call button. She pressed it anyway, held the phone to her ear, and listened to the digital silence of an uninitiated call, the dead air before any connection could form, and kept narrating into the laptop's microphone. It's 3 a.m. The schedule said the first call would come at 3. I'm holding the phone to my ear on an empty dialer. I'm calling no one. I'm listening to... And then, underneath the silence, she heard it. Faint. Almost imperceptible. The low, rhythmic hum of fluorescent lights. The same hum from the basement in Oakhaven. I'm hearing the fluorescent hum from the basement, through a phone line that isn't connected. Which means either the line is open and transmitting, or I'm hallucinating auditory details from a room I left 6 hours ago, or... She pulled the phone away from her ear and stared at it. The dialer was still empty. The call timer hadn't started. There was no connection. But when she put the phone back to her ear, the hum was still there, steady and mechanical. Or like it was inside her head. Or I can't tell anymore. Which is the point. That's the mechanism. Leonard Grayson sat in rooms like this for 8 years trying to document what was happening to him, and every piece of evidence he collected just made him sound more delusional. I broadcast his documentation as proof of a conspiracy. Now I'm creating the same documentation, and I can hear how it sounds. I can hear exactly how this recording will be used against me if anyone ever listens to it. She stopped the recording, played it back. Her voice was still steady, still analytical, still the producer's voice, narrating the story as it unfolded, even when the story was her own disintegration. She saved the file to her desktop and titled it November 7th Statement. Then she opened her email and attached the file, typed her lawyer's address in the recipient field, wrote one line in the body, "This is what happened in Oak Haven today. You won't believe it. I'm sending it anyway." She stared at the draft for a full minute. Sending it would make her sound exactly like the paranoid fabricator the lawsuit claimed she was. Not sending it meant there'd be no record except the one they were building in their notebooks. She clicked send, and the email disappeared from her drafts folder. The clock on her screen read 3:14. Robin sat at her desk, listening to the silence of her apartment, listening for the phone to ring, or for footsteps in the hallway, or for any sound that would tell her what happened next. The campaign was already running. It had been running since March, since the moment her wire transfer cleared and they'd started writing her name in their notebooks. And no one would believe her, because she'd already taught them not to. But she'd made the record anyway. She'd done the only thing she knew how to do. It wouldn't save her, but at least it would exist. The sound of the soldering iron was a soft, continuous hiss, like pressurized air escaping through a pinhole. And beneath it, Ramon Sanchez could hear the microscopic crackle of rosin flux vaporizing as the solder melted and flowed across the bridge wire connection on the Ampex 350 transport mechanism he had been restoring for the past 11 days. The workshop smelled of heated metal and old electronics, and the high desert air that came through the gap under the door, carrying with it the scent of pinon pine and dust. Ramon worked with his head tilted slightly to the right, the angle that gave him the best acoustic access to the work, his left hand bracing the circuit board, while his right guided the iron with the steadiness of someone who had learned to navigate the world through sound and touch and the cultivation of absolute stillness. He was 41 years old and had been completely blind since birth, and in the 23 years since he had opened the shop, a converted garage bay 3 miles outside Cuesta on a dirt road that saw perhaps 4 vehicles a week, he had taught himself to restore equipment that other repair shops refused. Reel-to-reel decks from the 1950s, tube amplifiers that had spent decades in attics, mixing consoles that had recorded albums whose names people still knew. His father had shown him the basics when Ramon was 8, and after his father died, Ramon had continued learning through trial and endless listening, developing an ear that could detect distortion in the millionths of a percent, learning to diagnose a failing capacitor by the character of the hum it produced. The work demanded a relationship with sound that most people would have called obsessive, but which Ramon understood as simply the condition of his existence. The door opened at 4:49 in the afternoon. Ramon knew this because he had heard the engine of the truck pulling up the drive 6 minutes earlier and had noted the time on the talking clock mounted above his workbench. And the sound that accompanied the opening was wrong in a way that Ramon registered before he could name why, a wrongness that lived in his body as a tightness in his shoulders and a stillness in his hands that was not the stillness of concentration, but the stillness of an animal that has heard something it cannot yet identify. "Ramon," the voice said, and Ramon set down the soldering iron in its cradle with a care that felt like performance, his face arranging itself into what he hoped was an expression of ordinary welcome. The voice was Raymond Parrish's voice. Ramon had been listening to Raymond's voice for 9 years, ever since the man had started bringing him equipment to fix. Small jobs at first, and then larger ones, a relationship built on Ramon's work and Raymond's appreciation for craftsmanship, and the long drives out to the workshop that Raymond seemed to enjoy, drives he would describe in detail to Ramon, the character of the light on the mountains, the color of the chamisa in bloom. Raymond raised cattle on a ranch 12 miles south of Cuesta and spoke with the flattened vowels of northern New Mexico mixed with something else, something Ramon had never been able to place, a slight nasality that suggested Raymond's people had come from somewhere else before settling here. Ramon knew the pitch of Raymond's voice, the rhythm of his speech, the way he cleared his throat before asking a question that mattered to him. But the voice that said his name now was Raymond's voice, stripped of something essential, something Ramon's hyperacute auditory system registered as an absence rather than a presence. The pitch was correct. The vowel shapes were correct. The rhythm and the pacing and even the slight nasality were all present and accounted for. But the voice was dry in a way that human voices were not dry, a dryness that Ramon understood after a moment of acute listening was the complete absence of the wet, muscular micro-vibrations that accompanied speech produced by vocal cords, the tiny flutter and catch and release that happened in the larynx when air passed through tissue, the sound that was less a sound than a texture, something Ramon had learned to hear the way other people learned to see depth. The voice was Raymond Parrish's voice, played through a speaker, a recording, something produced by forcing air through a rigid, hollow structure that approximated the shape of a human throat, but lacked the biology. Raymond's voice continued, said something about a deck and a state sail in Taos, and Ramon heard the scrape of something being set down on the workbench to his left, heard the faint rattle of internal components that suggested a Tascam or perhaps a Sony, something with the weight and density of early 1970s Japanese engineering. Ramon turned his head toward the voice with a movement he hoped conveyed casual interest rather than the attention of someone who had just understood that the thing standing in his workshop was not human. He asked what was wrong with it, and he was grateful that his own voice emerged steady, conversational, the tone of a craftsman inquiring after a professional problem. Raymond's voice explained. Wouldn't take a reel. Motor ran, but the spindle didn't engage. Ramon said he could look at it, and as he spoke, he was listening not to his own words, but to the weight of the air in the room, the way sound traveled through space when there was one person present versus two, the acoustic signature of bodies, and the disturbance they created in the ambient field. He heard Raymond, heard the thing that was speaking with Raymond's voice shift its weight, heard the scrape of boot leather on the concrete floor, and then he heard the footsteps. Raymond was moving across the workshop, toward the shelves where Ramon kept the testing equipment, and the footsteps were wrong in the same way the voice was wrong. Ramon's hands went still on the surface of the workbench. The footsteps had the 4-point rhythm of something walking on 4 legs, not the 2-point alternating pattern of a human gait. The rhythm was subtle. Left front, right rear, a quadrupedal cadence compressed into something that might pass for human if you weren't listening with the attention Ramon brought to every sound that entered his world. But it was unmistakable once Ramon understood what he was hearing. The thing in his workshop was walking on four legs and speaking with Raymond Parrish's voice. And Ramon understood with absolute certainty that he was in the presence of something that had taken Raymond's form and voice and was now moving through his workshop with the careful simulation of human behavior, and that if it realized Ramon could hear the difference between the simulation and the reality, he would not survive the next 5 minutes. Ramon turned back to the workbench with a movement he hoped conveyed the casual redirection of attention that a blind man might make when returning to his work, and he picked up the soldering iron again and brought its tip close to the circuit board. His hand was steady. He made it be. He concentrated on maintaining the appearance of a man engaged in the ordinary work of electronics repair while a customer waited nearby. Raymond's voice asked how long it would take, and Ramon heard the thing that wore Raymond's shape moving again, heard the 4-point cadence of its footsteps crossing from the testing equipment shelves toward the center of the workshop, toward the space directly behind where Ramon sat. Ramon answered. A few days, probably. He was aware as he spoke that he was also listening to his own voice for any tremor or hesitation that might betray what he knew. Listening the way he imagined the thing behind him was listening, with an attention that went beyond ordinary hearing into something closer to analysis. He said something about needing to check if the motor was seized or if it was the spindle mechanism. Raymond's voice said, "No rush." And there was something in the cadence of the words, in the spacing between them, that suggested the thing speaking was paying very close attention to Ramon's responses, measuring them perhaps, testing whether Ramon's performance of normalcy was the actual experience of normalcy or merely its surface. Ramon touched the iron to the bridge wire and watched. The wrong verb, but the one his mind supplied. The solder flow across the connection with a smoothness that meant the joint would hold. The work was automatic at this point, the kind of task his hands could complete without conscious attention, which freed his mind to track the acoustic signature of the thing behind him, the weight of its presence in the room, the depth of its stillness. It was very still now. Not the stillness of a human being who had stopped moving, but the stillness of something that had gone entirely motionless, the way a predator goes motionless when observing prey. Raymond's voice asked if he worked late most nights, and the question came with a casualness that felt calculated, designed perhaps to elicit information about Ramon's schedule, his habits, whether he lived alone in the house attached to the workshop, or whether someone might come looking for him if he disappeared. Ramon answered with something non-committal. Sometimes it depended on the work, a response that he hoped occupied the middle ground between cooperation and evasion. There was a sound then that Ramon's mind took several seconds to process, a sound like fingernails on a chalkboard but lower in pitch, and accompanied by the scraping drag of something heavy being pulled across a vertical surface. The sound came from the wall behind him, from the section of drywall between the workbench and the ceiling. The thing that had been standing behind him was no longer standing, was no longer maintaining the bipedal posture that human bodies required, was now doing something that human bodies could not do. The scraping continued, moving upward along the wall, and Ramon heard the groan of the wooden rafters as weight settled onto them, heard the creak of timber accepting a burden it had not been designed to carry. The thing was climbing. The thing was above him now, somewhere in the exposed beam structure of the workshop ceiling, and it was still speaking with Raymond Parrish's voice. "You do beautiful work, Ramon," the voice said. And the words came from directly above his head, from a position perhaps 4 feet above where he sat. Ramon's hands were shaking. He made them continue their work, completing the connection, while his mind screamed at him to run, to drop the iron and move, to put distance between himself and the thing that hung above him in the darkness of the ceiling beams. "Thank you," Ramon said, and his voice came out steady, conversational. The voice of a craftsman accepting a compliment, and he set down the soldering iron and reached for the circuit board and turned it over to examine the connection he had just made, his fingers reading the surface of the solder joint, the way other people read with their eyes, feeling for the smoothness that indicated proper flow, the absence of cold joints or excess flux. Above him, the thing moved, shifting its weight from one beam to another, and Ramon heard claws. There was no other word for what he heard. Scraping against wood. Heard the specific acoustic signature of keratin on timber, a sound like the sound a dog's nails made on a hardwood floor, but heavier, more substantial. The sound of something that weighed perhaps 200 pounds, distributing itself across structural members that had been installed 40 years ago when Ramon's father had converted the garage bay into a workshop. The rafters groaned again. Something small fell from the ceiling and landed on the workbench near Ramon's left hand, and Ramon's fingers found it and identified it as a splinter of wood, a piece perhaps 2 inches long that had been gouged from one of the beams. Raymond's voice asked how long he'd been doing this work. Casual, friendly, the tone of a man making small talk while standing in a workshop on a Thursday afternoon. Except the voice was coming from the ceiling, and the thing producing it was no longer bothering to maintain the fiction of human posture, was instead crawling across the exposed beams like something that had evolved to move through trees. Ramon answered, 23 years. And as he spoke, he picked up a pair of needle-nose pliers from the rack beside the board and used them to grip a component lead that needed trimming, his hands performing the work, while his mind tracked the movement above him. The slow traversing of the ceiling space that suggested the thing was circling, was moving in a spiral pattern that would bring it directly over where Ramon sat. The next hour passed with a slowness that made Ramon think of the stories his grandmother had told him when he was a child, stories about time moving differently in the presence of certain kinds of danger. Stories about men who had encountered things in the desert and found that what felt like minutes had been hours, or what felt like hours had been only seconds. Ramon worked on the circuit board with a concentration that was both genuine and performed. Genuine because the work demanded exactness, and performed because he needed the thing above him to believe he was simply a blind man doing his job, unaware of the wrongness that crawled through the rafters overhead. The thing spoke occasionally, asking questions about Ramon's work, about the equipment he restored, about how he had learned the trade, and Ramon answered each question with the careful steadiness of someone who understood that his life depended on the believability of his performance. The thing's voice never changed, never dropped the friendly tone of Raymond Parrish making conversation, and this constancy was perhaps the worst part of the hour, the understanding that the thing was capable of maintaining perfect vocal mimicry while simultaneously doing something that was physically impossible for the body it was pretending to inhabit. Ramon heard it directly above him now, heard the displacement of air as it lowered itself closer, heard what might have been breathing, or might have been the sound of some other biological process, a wet rasping that came in irregular intervals, and smelled faintly of something Ramon could not identify, something biological, but wrong, like meat left too long in a warm place. His hands continued their work. The circuit board repairs proceeded with an exactness that felt like the opposite of panic, a kind of aggressive calm that he imposed on his body through sheer will. Raymond's voice asked if he was done, and the question came from perhaps 18 inches above Ramon's head, close enough that Ramon could feel the displacement of air, could sense the presence of mass hovering in the space where no mass should be. Ramon said almost, and he set down the pliers and reached for the soldering iron and completed the final connection, watching the solder flow and cool, and then he unplugged the iron and set it in its cradle and turned off the power strip and sat for a moment with his hands flat on the workbench, gathering himself. Raymond's voice told him to hand it up, and Ramon understood that the thing wanted him to reach upward, wanted him to extend his hand into the space above his head where it hung, wanted perhaps to see whether Ramon would react with surprise or fear when his hand encountered something that was not where a human body should be. Ramon reached up slowly, holding the circuit board, his hand moving through the darkness above his head until he felt fingers close around the board. Fingers that were too long and too cold and jointed in ways that human fingers were not jointed. Fingers that suggested something with too many joints or joints that bent in the wrong directions. He released the board. The fingers withdrew. He lowered his hand to the workbench and let it rest there. Above him, the thing moved away, traversing the ceiling back toward the wall, and Ramon heard it descend, heard the scrape of claws on drywall, and the 4-point footsteps resuming on the concrete floor, heard the thing return to its bipedal simulation as it moved toward the door. Raymond's voice said something about appreciation, about coming by next week to pick it up. The door opened. The door closed. Ramon heard the truck engine start, heard it pull away down the drive, heard the sound fade into the larger acoustic field of the desert evening. He sat without moving for perhaps 2 minutes, his hands still flat on the workbench, his breathing shallow and fast. Then he stood, took 3 steps toward the bathroom attached to the workshop, and vomited into the toilet, his body emptying itself of everything he had eaten that day, while his mind replayed the past hour. Ramon did not sleep that night, but instead sat in the armchair in the room adjacent to the workshop, the room that served as both office and living space, a room whose acoustic dimensions he knew as well as other people knew the faces of their children. He sat with his hands on the armrests and listened to the sounds of the desert night. The wind moving through the piñon trees, the distant cry of a coyote, the settling sounds of the house itself, all the ordinary acoustic signatures of his world. And he tried to understand what had happened and what it meant, and whether he had truly convinced the thing that had crawled across his ceiling that he was simply a blind man who could not perceive the wrongness that surrounded it. The vomiting had left him hollow and shaking, and after he had rinsed his mouth and drunk water from the tap, he had returned to the workshop and stood in the center of the space, turning slowly, reconstructing from memory and acoustic analysis the path the thing had taken across the ceiling, the places where its weight had stressed the beams, the spot directly above his workbench where it had hung for perhaps 15 minutes, close enough that Ramon had felt the displacement of air against his face. He had reached up and touched the beam in that spot and found deep gouges in the wood, 4 parallel grooves that suggested claws, though the spacing between them was wider than any animal Ramon knew, wider even than the bear claws he had once felt mounted on a board in a bar in Taos. The thing had been in his workshop for 1 hour and 17 minutes. Ramon knew this because he had noted the time when the truck pulled up the drive and noted it again when the truck departed. And in that hour and 17 minutes, he had soldered 3 connections, trimmed 4 component leads, and answered perhaps 20 questions about his work and his life, all while maintaining the performance of normalcy that he had understood was the only thing keeping him alive. But he had survived. The thing had left. It had taken the circuit board and driven away, and Ramon was still here, still breathing, still capable of sitting in his chair and listening to the night sounds and trying to understand what it meant, that there were things in the world that could wear human shapes and speak with human voices and move through space in ways that violated everything Ramon understood about anatomy and physics. He thought about calling someone, the sheriff's office in Taos or his sister in Albuquerque, or perhaps Raymond Parrish's wife, if Raymond had a wife, which Ramon realized he did not actually know because the relationship between himself and Raymond had been professional and cordial, but not intimate, had not included the exchange of personal information beyond what was necessary for the work. But what would he say? That something pretending to be Raymond Parrish had visited his workshop, that he had heard it crawling across the ceiling? The words assembled themselves in his mind and then disassembled, useless, the vocabulary of madness rather than testimony. The night passed with a slowness that made Ramon aware of time as something physical, accumulating in the darkness around him. By the time the talking clock announced that it was 6 a.m, he had arrived at a kind of exhausted understanding about what he knew and what he could do with that knowledge. He knew that something had taken Raymond Parrish's form and voice. He knew that it had tested him, had observed him for over an hour while doing things that should have been impossible. He knew that it had left, apparently satisfied that Ramon posed no threat because Ramon was blind and had given no indication that he could perceive the wrongness that surrounded it. And he knew that he would not call anyone, would not report what had happened, would instead continue with his work and his life and hope that the thing never returned because the alternative. Trying to convince someone that what he had heard was real would accomplish nothing except perhaps to mark him as someone who needed to be watched, someone whose testimony could not be trusted, someone whose business might suffer if word got around that the blind audio restorer outside Cuesta was telling stories about monsters. The decision, once made, brought with it a kind of peace, or if not peace, then at least the cessation of the question of what to do. Ramon made coffee and drank it slowly, sitting at the small table in the office space, and then he washed his face and changed his shirt and returned to the workshop and began the day's work, which was the restoration of a Macintosh tube amplifier that had been shipped to him from Seattle. 3 days passed. The work continued. Ramon repaired the amplifier and tested it and packaged it for return shipping. And he received a call from a woman in Phoenix who wanted to know if he could restore a Nagra tape recorder that had belonged to her father. And he said yes, and gave her instructions for shipping. The routines of his life reasserted themselves. He worked, he ate, he slept, though not well. He listened to the sounds of the desert and the sounds of his own workshop, and the sounds of the equipment he repaired. And he did not think about the thing that had crawled across his ceiling, or when he did think about it, he pushed the thought away with the discipline of someone who had spent his entire life learning to control his attention. On the 4th day after the thing's visit, at 6:34 in the evening, Ramon heard a truck coming up the drive. The sound made his hands go still on the tape transport he had been cleaning, made his breathing shallow and fast. He set down the cotton swab he had been using and turned toward the door, listening with an attention that felt like the attention he had brought to the thing's voice, an attention that was searching for wrongness, for any indication that what approached was not human. The engine sound was ordinary. The tires on gravel were ordinary. The engine cut off. The truck door opened and closed. Footsteps approached across the yard, and Ramon listened to the rhythm of those footsteps and heard nothing wrong, heard the 2-point alternating pattern of human gait, heard what sounded like boots on packed dirt, heard the sound of someone walking normally toward his door. The knock came, 3 sharp raps, and Ramon stood and crossed the workshop and opened the door and said hello into the evening air And the voice that answered him was Raymond Parrish's voice, the same dry, hollow voice that lacked the wet vibration of vocal cords. And behind it, Ramon heard three other voices speaking in quiet conversation with one another, voices that carried that same signature of wrongness, that same absence of biological texture. "Evening, Ramon," Raymond's voice said. "Brought some friends." Ramon stood in the doorway with his hand on the doorframe and felt the evening air on his face and heard the sound of four people standing in his yard, four people whose voices were wrong in the exact same way. He had not survived anything. He had only been granted a few days of false safety before the thing returned, and it had not returned alone. Ramon stepped back from the doorway and held the door open with a gesture that he hoped conveyed welcome rather than the paralysis of someone who understood he had no choice in what happened next. He told them to come in, and his voice emerged with a steadiness that surprised him. The steadiness of someone who had already passed through the initial shock of understanding and arrived at the acceptance that followed it. The four of them entered in sequence, and Ramon tracked each arrival through the acoustic signature of footsteps crossing the threshold. Four separate patterns of movement that all shared the same wrongness, the same four-point rhythm that human gaits did not possess. Raymond's voice had been the first, the voice Ramon had already learned to recognize as belonging to the thing that had crawled across his ceiling 4 days ago. The second voice belonged to Teresa Cordova, who managed the hardware store in Cuesta and whose voice Ramon knew from the occasional trips he made into town when he needed supplies, a voice characterized by a slight rasp that suggested decades of cigarette smoking. The third voice was Martin Keogh's, the mailman who drove the rural route that included Ramon's address 3 times a week, a voice that carried the flattened consonants of someone who had grown up in the Texas Panhandle. The fourth voice Ramon did not immediately recognize, a woman's voice that might have belonged to any of a dozen women he had encountered in passing over the years, a voice without distinctive markers, beyond the same dry hollowness that characterized all of them. They moved through the workshop with what seemed like casual interest, spreading out across the space in a pattern that Ramon understood after a moment was strategic rather than random, a pattern that placed one of them near each of the room's 4 corners so that he stood in the center of a loose perimeter. He heard Teresa's voice from the direction of the shelving unit that held his testing equipment. He heard Martin's voice from the workbench area where the Ampex transport still sat waiting for its next stage of restoration. He heard the unknown woman's voice from the space near the door that led to the office and living quarters. He heard Raymond's voice from the position directly behind him, perhaps 6 feet away, close enough that Ramon could feel the attention focused on his back. Teresa's voice commented on the setup, said it must have cost him. Ramon heard the sound of her, heard the sound of the thing that spoke with her voice, moving along the shelves, heard what might have been fingers running across the surfaces of oscilloscopes and signal generators and the vintage test equipment that Ramon had collected over 2 decades. Ramon said something about building it up over time, and he was aware as he spoke that he was being observed not by 4 separate individuals, but by 4 components of a single coordinated intelligence. 4 bodies that moved with the same unnatural gait and spoke with the same unnatural voices, and were perhaps sharing information among themselves in ways that Ramon could not detect, could not hear. Martin's voice asked if he could really fix anything. Ramon answered, most things, if the parts existed and the client was willing to pay. The unknown woman's voice said she'd heard he could hear things other people couldn't, and there was something in the tone of it, something that suggested the words were not a compliment, but rather a statement of observed fact, a confirmation of intelligence that had been gathered from sources Ramon could not identify. Raymond's voice came from behind him. "That's why we're here." The words came with a flatness that made Ramon understand that whatever pretense of normalcy these things had maintained during Raymond's first visit was now finished, was no longer necessary because Ramon was surrounded and contained, and whatever happened next would happen regardless of whether Ramon understood the performance was over. He turned slowly toward Raymond's voice, a movement that was both acknowledgement and delay, a way of buying himself seconds to think while appearing to give the thing behind him his attention. Ramon asked what they needed fixed, and even as the question left his mouth, he knew it was the wrong question. Knew that the thing these creatures needed was not a broken tape deck or a failing amplifier, but something else entirely, something that his particular skills made him uniquely suited to provide. There was a pause, a silence that stretched long enough that Ramon became aware of the absence of sound in the workshop, the way the ordinary acoustic environment, the hum of refrigeration from the climate control system, the tick of the talking clock, the settling sounds of the building itself, seemed to have been absorbed by the presence of the four creatures surrounding him. Then Raymond's voice spoke again, and the words came with a deliberateness that suggested they had been rehearsed, or perhaps had been spoken before to other people in other places under similar circumstances. "We need to sound human," Raymond's voice said. "Perfectly human. And you're going to teach us how." The understanding of what was being said moved through him. The creatures did not need equipment repaired. They needed something far more specific and far more disturbing. They needed him to use his hyperacute auditory perception, his ability to detect differences in sound that existed at levels below conscious perception, to identify the flaws in their vocal mimicry and teach them how to correct those flaws, to make their stolen voices indistinguishable from the voices of the people they had killed and replaced. Ramon said he didn't understand, which was a lie because he understood perfectly, but the lie bought him time to think, to search for any possibility of refusal that would not end with his immediate death. Teresa's voice cut him off, said yes, he did understand. He'd heard it the first time. Raymond had known. Ramon had done a good job pretending otherwise, but they could smell it on him. Fear had a smell. Ramon heard her moving now, heard the 4-point footsteps crossing the workshop toward where he stood. Ramon's hands had begun to shake. He arranged his body into the posture of someone listening calmly to information that was being delivered to him. But his mind was racing through possibilities and finding nothing that resembled escape or refusal or any path that did not end with the four creatures surrounding him, deciding that he was more useful dead than alive. Martin's voice continued. They'd been practicing, could get close, but there was always something wrong, a resonance, a breath, something that made people uncomfortable without knowing why. Ramon heard him approaching as well, heard two of the creatures now closing the perimeter, while Raymond's voice remained behind him and the unknown woman's voice stayed near the door, blocking the only exit. Raymond's voice said Ramon could hear it, had heard it in Raymond's voice before he'd even spoken 2 sentences. That was the kind of ear they needed. That was why they were here. These creatures had killed Raymond Parrish and Teresa Cordova and Martin Keogh, and whoever the fourth woman had been had killed them and taken their forms and voices, and were now preparing to expand beyond the isolated desert, to move into populated areas where their imperfect mimicry would be detected by more people, would create the kind of suspicion that would threaten whatever larger plan they were executing. They had identified him specifically because word had spread beyond the small community of collectors who hired him, had spread perhaps into places where things that were not human paid attention to such information. And they had no intention of killing him immediately because they needed what he could provide, needed his ear and his expertise and his absolute silence about what he knew. The unknown woman's voice spoke from the doorway. "We've been watching you for 3 weeks. We know you live alone. We know you get deliveries on Tuesdays and Thursdays. We know your sister calls every Sunday at 7. We know the sheriff's deputy drives past once a week on his way to the Harwood Ranch. We know when you sleep and when you work and when you drive into town for groceries." The recitation of his routines, delivered in the flat tone of someone reading from a list, made Ramon understand that the surveillance had been comprehensive, had mapped not just his schedule but his entire life, had identified every point of connection between himself and the world beyond his workshop, every person who might notice if he disappeared or changed his behavior or failed to answer his phone. Starting tonight, Raymond's voice said, "We're going to come here every evening. You're going to listen to us speak. You're going to tell us what's wrong with our voices. And you're going to teach us how to fix it." Ramon opened his mouth to respond and found that no words came, found that his throat had closed around the question he wanted to ask, which was what happened if he refused, though he already knew the answer to that question, had known it from the moment he heard 4 wrong voices standing in his yard. Teresa's voice said they knew he understood. Ramon heard her very close now, heard her standing perhaps 3 feet to his left, heard Martin's voice positioned 3 feet to his right, heard Raymond's voice still behind him and the unknown woman's voice blocking the door. They had him surrounded in a perfect cross pattern, 4 points of a compass with Ramon at the center, and the geometry of their positioning told him everything he needed to know about how this would proceed and what his choices were. Ramon said he understood, and the words came out quietly, barely more than a whisper. The voice of someone who had just accepted the terms of his own imprisonment. "We knew," Raymond's voice said, and the 2 words carried a finality that made Ramon understand that every decision he had made during that first encounter, every moment of carefully controlled breathing and forced steadiness, every second of performance that he had believed was saving his life, had been observed and catalogued and understood for exactly what it was. The 4 creatures were still positioned around him in their cross pattern, close enough now that Ramon could hear their breathing, could hear the sound that he had mistaken for breathing during Raymond's first visit, but which he now understood was something else, some biological process that mimicked respiration but lacked the wet, living texture of air moving through human lungs. The sound was dry and rhythmic and came from all 4 of them simultaneously, a coordinated pattern that suggested they were not 4 separate entities, but rather 4 components of a single organism, 4 limbs of something larger that he could not see and could not comprehend. "You were terrified," Teresa's voice continued, picking up where Raymond's voice had left off, and the seamless transition between speakers made Ramon understand that they were communicating among themselves in ways he could not detect, were perhaps sharing consciousness, or at minimum, sharing information in real time through channels that operated beyond the range of human hearing. Your heart rate increased by 43 beats per minute. Your respiration became shallow. Your hands produced sweat at a rate consistent with acute stress response. The chemical composition of that sweat changed. We could smell the adrenaline. Martin's voice spoke next. "But you kept working. You answered questions. You maintained the fiction that you couldn't hear what was wrong with Raymond's voice. That was impressive. That's part of why we chose you." Ramon's mind caught on the phrase, "part of why we chose you," and understood that there were other reasons, other factors that had led these creatures to his workshop, to identify him specifically among all the people in northern New Mexico who might have been useful to them. The obvious reason was his reputation as an audio savant. his documented ability to hear differences in sound that existed at levels below conscious human perception. But there were other qualities they had observed, other characteristics that made him suitable for what they needed. The unknown woman's voice continued. Ramon lived alone, had limited social contact. His work kept him isolated. His sister called once a week, but lived 3 hours away and visited twice a year. The deputy drove past, but didn't stop unless there was a reason. Ramon could disappear, and it would be days before anyone noticed, weeks before anyone came looking. The seamless transition between speakers made clear he was listening not to 4 individuals, but to a single intelligence that happened to be using 4 mouths. The recitation was delivered without emphasis, a simple statement of observed facts, but Ramon heard in it the implication that they had considered this possibility, had perhaps considered and rejected it, had decided that keeping him alive and functional was more useful than killing him and disposing of the body in the desert where the coyotes and ravens would scatter the evidence across 20 square miles. Raymond's voice came from behind him again. But we're not going to make you disappear. We need you. We need what you can hear. We need you to listen to us speak and tell us what's wrong and teach us how to fix it. Ramon turned toward the voice, a slow rotation that brought him around to face the thing that stood 6 feet behind him. The thing that wore Raymond Parrish's body and spoke with Raymond Parrish's voice and was asking him to participate in the perfection of a deception that would allow it and its companions to move undetected among human beings, to hunt without being recognized as predators. Ramon asked what happened if he refused, though he already knew the answer, had known it from the moment he heard 4 wrong voices in his yard. There was a pause, a silence that lasted perhaps 3 seconds, and in that silence, Ramon heard the 4 creatures shift their positions slightly, heard the whisper of movement that suggested readiness, the preparation for violence that predators make when prey shows signs of resistance. Then Raymond's voice spoke again, and the words were simple and direct, and carried no threat because no threat was necessary. Raymond's voice answered. They would kill him and find someone else. But it would take time to identify another candidate. They'd have to be more careful during that time, more restricted in where they could go and who they could be. They'd rather not waste the time. They'd rather start tonight. Ramon understood that the statement was true, that these creatures had invested effort in identifying him and observing him and determining that he possessed both the skills they needed and the isolation that made him controllable, and that killing him would represent a setback to whatever plan they were executing, but not a fatal one, not an obstacle they could not overcome. He was valuable, but not irreplaceable, useful, but not essential. The calculation was evident in the flatness of Raymond's voice, in the absence of urgency or persuasion. They would prefer his cooperation, but did not require it. Ramon asked what they wanted him to do, and the question was surrender, was the acceptance of terms that had never been negotiable. Teresa's voice answered. They would speak. He would tell them what was wrong. He would tell them how to fix it. Ramon asked how long. Until we sound human, Raymond's voice said. Perfectly human. Until you can't hear the difference anymore. And there it was, Ramon thought. There was the trap that these creatures perhaps did not even realize they were building. The trap that would close around both him and them and hold them locked together in a relationship that could never end. Because the moment Ramon told them they sounded perfectly human, the moment he declared the work complete, he would become useless to them. His value existed only in his ability to detect flaws, to identify the wrongness that they could not hear in their own voices. The day he stopped finding flaws was the day they stopped needing him alive. The years stretched ahead of him, teaching these creatures to perfect their mimicry, while knowing that perfection meant his death. He would search for smaller and smaller flaws, invent problems that might not exist, anything to delay the moment when they asked him if they sounded human, and he had to choose between lying to prolong his life or telling the truth and ending it. Ramon said he understood, and the words came out steadily, calmly, the voice of a man who had just agreed to reasonable terms for a business transaction, rather than the voice of someone who had just seen the shape of his own future, and understood that it would be measured in the decreasing distance between their voices and human voices, in the narrowing margin of detectable error that was the only thing keeping him alive. "Good," Raymond's voice said. "We'll start now. Sunday at 7, your sister calls. If she hears anything wrong, we'll know. You have 5 days. Sunday. 5 days." The solder moved wrong across the board. Ramon's hands had slipped just slightly, a tremor he hadn't felt in 30 years of this work. He concentrated on slowing his breathing, aware that they were measuring him, that they could smell the spike of adrenaline in his sweat. He made himself nod. The teaching began with Raymond's voice speaking a single sentence, and Ramon listened with the attention he brought to the restoration of failing equipment, the attention that could isolate a single harmonic distortion in a complex waveform, and he heard immediately what was wrong. Ramon told him. The glottal stop was too sharp. A human throat produced friction there, a kind of catch. Raymond's was clean, too clean. There was silence. Ramon could hear the 4 creatures processing this information, could hear, or perhaps imagined he could hear, some form of communication passing between them that operated outside the range of acoustic perception. Then Raymond's voice spoke the sentence again, and this time the glottal stop was present, but overdone, too emphatic, a caricature of the sound Ramon had described. Ramon corrected. Softer. It should feel like the voice catching on itself for a fraction of a second. Not a hard stop. A hesitation. The voice tried again, closer. Still wrong. But the distance between wrong and right had narrowed. Ramon listened to Raymond's voice repeat the sentence 17 times over the next 20 minutes, each iteration bringing the glottal stop closer to human production, until finally the sound was indistinguishable from what Ramon's own throat would have produced if he had spoken those same words. Ramon confirmed it was correct, and as he spoke he felt the weight of what he had just done, felt the understanding that he had brought these creatures one small increment closer to perfection, one small step closer to the day when their voices would be undetectable, and they would no longer need him. Teresa's voice spoke next, the same sentence, and Ramon heard different problems, heard the way her vowel shapes were too uniform, lacked the micro-variations that human tongues produced through tiredness or emotion, or the simple physical reality of flesh that was never perfectly consistent. He told her what he heard. She practiced. Martin's voice followed, and then the unknown woman's voice, and for 3 hours Ramon sat in his workshop and taught 4 predators how to speak like their prey, teaching them the tiny physical failures and biological inconsistencies that made human voices human, teaching them to simulate imperfection. The creatures learned quickly. By midnight, they had corrected the glottal stops, adjusted their vowel production, introduced the subtle irregularities in rhythm and pitch that characterize normal speech. But there were deeper problems that Ramon's ear detected, problems that would require weeks or months to address. The breathing was wrong, too regular, too controlled, lacking the unconscious variations that accompanied human speech. The resonance was wrong. Their voices lacked the bone conduction and soft tissue absorption that gave human voices their warmth. The timing was wrong. They paused and resumed with rigid timing rather than the natural flow of thought-producing language. Ramon identified each flaw and described how to correct it, his explanations growing more technical as the night progressed, his vocabulary shifting into the language of acoustic engineering and vocal production, frequencies and formants, and the physical properties of sound waves traveling through biological structures. The creatures listened with an attention that was absolute, asked questions occasionally, practiced endlessly. They did not tire. They did not complain. They approached the work with the focus of students who understood that their survival depended on mastering the material. At 2:47 in the morning, Raymond's voice said, "Tomorrow night." 4 days left, and the four of them left, their footsteps crossing the workshop floor in that four-point rhythm that Ramon could still hear beneath whatever improvements they had made to their vocal mimicry. Ramon sat alone in the silence that followed. 5 days to make them perfect enough to fool his sister. 5 days to teach them well enough that they would pass a single phone call. And if they passed, what then? His usefulness ended the moment they no longer needed him. The second night, Ramon taught them to practice emotion. He told Teresa's voice to say it like she was worried. The voice tried, and Ramon heard the pitch rise, heard the breathing quicken, but it was artificial, a simulation without the bodily substrate. Ramon explained. When humans worried, their throats constricted slightly. There was a catch in the exhale. He demonstrated, speaking through manufactured tension, then made them repeat it 40 times until the throat catch sounded involuntary. He was teaching them to fake fear, teaching them to sound like their victims. On the third night, Martin's voice told him to show them his voice. Ramon's hands stopped moving. He asked what they meant. Raymond's voice answered from behind him. They needed to hear how Ramon spoke, to understand the bass line. They made him talk for an hour while they listened with that absolute attention, made him describe his work, his childhood, his sister, and Ramon understood they were cataloging him, learning the acoustic signature of his voice the way he had learned theirs. When the session ended, he sat alone in the dark and understood they were preparing to replace him. On the fourth night, Thursday, they made him listen to a recording. Raymond's voice told him to listen and pressed play on Ramon's own tape deck. The recording was a woman screaming. Not screaming words, and just screaming, raw and ragged, the sound of someone in absolute terror. Then the scream broke, became a wet gasping, became pleading. Please, the voice said. Please, no, please. The recording cut off. Raymond's voice said that had been Teresa, the real Teresa. They'd recorded her before they took her. Now Ramon would make them sound like that. Ramon's hands were shaking. He made them stop. He concentrated on his breathing, aware that they were measuring his reaction. Then his spike and fear smell would tell them he wanted to refuse. He made his voice steady. Ramon explained. The scream started with a glottal attack. The vocal cords slammed shut, then released. There was a break in the second cry where the breath ran out. When she said please the first time, her soft palate was raised. Nasal resonance cut off. The second time it dropped. That was the body giving up. He taught them to scream like dying people. He taught them the acoustic signature of begging. And when they practiced, when Martin's voice produced that wet, broken please with perfect biological accuracy, Ramon had to sit very still and concentrate on keeping his pulse flat, on not letting them smell how much he wanted to vomit. He told them it was good, and his voice stayed steady. Saturday night, the last session before the test. Ramon was sitting in his chair, listening to the unknown woman's voice practice casual conversation. How have you been? The voice asked, warm and concerned, the exact inflection a sister might use, calling a brother she worried about. And Ramon could not detect a single flaw. The breathing was correct. The resonance was warm. The timing was natural. The emotional coloring suggested genuine curiosity. He listened to her repeat the question 17 times, searching for any acoustic signature that deviated from the baseline of human speech, and found nothing. Ramon told her to repeat it because he needed time to think, needed time to construct a criticism that would be plausible, needed time to manufacture a flaw that might not exist. The unknown woman's voice asked the question again, and this time Ramon focused on the vowel in coffee, searching for any hint of over-precision or rigid control. And he heard what might have been a slight elongation of the second syllable, or might have been simply the natural variation that occurred in human speech when someone was concentrating on speaking clearly. Ramon told her again. The unknown woman repeated the question. Ramon searched desperately for anything wrong, any flaw he could name that would justify more practice, more time, but found nothing. His heart rate spiked. He felt it kick, felt the adrenaline flood. The breathing technique he developed over 5 days of controlled terror. Slow inhale, slower exhale. He made his body lie while his mind screamed. Ramon manufactured a flaw, said there was a very slight hesitation before Ben. The glottal onset was delayed by maybe 20 milliseconds. It needed to feel more immediate. He was inventing flaws now, and they knew it. Martin's voice spoke from across the room, said Ramon was lying. Ramon's hands went still on the armrests. His breathing stayed steady. Every biological tell flat while his survival depended on the performance. Ramon insisted the delay was real, and he described it in technical detail, frequency by frequency, as if technical detail could make an invented flaw true. Said it was at the threshold of perception. Most ears wouldn't catch it. His did. Raymond's voice came from behind him, said, if Ramon was lying to buy time, they would know. They could smell deception. Ramon's body couldn't lie to them. But Ramon had been practicing lying with his body for 5 days. Every night, every session, finding smaller and smaller flaws while keeping his pulse flat, his skin dry, his chemistry neutral. He'd learned to deceive them the way they'd learned to deceive humans. Ramon said he wasn't lying, and his heart rate stayed steady, and after a long pause, the creatures resumed practice. Sunday evening, 7 o'clock. The phone rang in the office. Ramon sat at his workbench with his hands flat on the surface, forcing his breathing steady, forcing his pulse down through the technique he had practiced for 5 days. The 4 creatures stood in their positions around him, Raymond behind, Teresa and Martin flanking. The unknown woman by the door. The phone rang twice, 3 times. Raymond crossed to the office and picked up the receiver. Ramon heard the click of the connection, heard his sister's voice saying hello with that upward inflection he had known for 41 years, the slight anxiety she tried to hide, the fear that someday she would call and he would not answer. Raymond greeted her, and the voice was Ramon's voice, perfect and warm, carrying exactly the right mixture of affection and tiredness. Ramon listened from the workshop. The circuit board in front of him was no longer in focus. Not the right phrase for what he experienced, but his hands had forgotten where the components were. He made every biological tell flat while he tracked both sides of the conversation. Marta's actual voice saying she was glad he'd picked up, asking how he was. Raymond's perfect copy responding that he was tired, had been working on a Macintosh all week, those tube circuits. The conversation unfolded with a naturalness that Ramon could hear in every word. Raymond answered questions about his health, his sleep, whether he'd been eating regularly. The responses were perfect because they were Ramon's own deflections, the exact phrases he used every week, delivered with his exact rhythm and warmth. 3 minutes in, Marta asked about a specific job, the Ampex. Last week he'd said he was waiting on the flywheel. Raymond said he'd finished it Tuesday. client picking it up tomorrow. Ramon's pulse spiked. The timeline was wrong. He had told Marta the flywheel hadn't arrived yet. He'd said it would be another week minimum. But Marta didn't notice. Said she was glad it worked out. He'd been so worried about finding that part. The conversation continued. Ramon sat motionless, tracking the error, waiting for Marta to catch it. She didn't. The small inconsistency passed without comment, dismissed or forgotten. The kind of minor detail a sister might assume her brother had simply misstated. Ramon understood what was happening. The voice was flawless. The error was in knowledge, not in sound. And his sister trusted the voice enough that the knowledge didn't matter. 4 more minutes. The conversation wound down naturally. Marta reminded him to eat. Raymond promised he would. The warmth was perfect. The affection was indistinguishable from genuine. Marta said she loved him. Raymond said he loved her too, with Ramon's exact warmth, and hung up. Silence filled the workshop. The 4 creatures turned toward Ramon. The air had shifted. Ramon had been tracking his own body for weeks. He noticed his hands had gone flat against the workbench without deciding to. He concentrated on his breathing, made every tell flat while his mind raced through his options. If he said they'd passed, they would kill him tonight. If he identified the timeline error, they would know he was still useful. Would need him for another week, another test. He could buy time by pointing out that consistency across calls was harder than vocal mimicry alone. Or he could stay silent and let the test stand with its tiny flaw. Let them believe they'd passed when Marta had actually missed something she might catch next time, might question later when she thought about it. Ramon opened his mouth. The phone rang. Everyone froze. The phone rang twice. 3 times. Raymond picked it up, held it to his ear without speaking. Marta's voice came through, faint but audible in the silence, asking if he was still there, saying the call had cut out or something, and when she'd called back, a pause, saying his voice sounded different, asking if he was feeling okay. Raymond said nothing. The creature looked toward Teresa, toward Martin, and Ramon heard in their stillness itself the moment of shared calculation, the decision being made among them through channels he could not perceive. Raymond spoke, said he was fine, speaking with Ramon's voice, but something in the delivery had shifted. The self-consciousness of being evaluated made the rhythm artificial. The stress pattern was wrong. Marta said he sounded strange, and Ramon heard confusion in her voice, the beginning of real suspicion. Asking what happened, asking if he was... Raymond hung up, set the phone down, turned to Ramon. The silence stretched. The workshop had gone acoustically flat. Ramon's own breathing suddenly too loud, the ambient hum of the equipment swallowed by the presence of the 4 creatures. They would smell the spike of adrenaline, would know he understood what had just happened. She heard it, Teresa's voice said. Ramon forced himself to speak. The second call. When she said your voice sounded different. That's what I was going to tell you. He kept his voice steady, kept his pulse as flat as he could manage, while his mind screamed. The vocal mimicry was perfect. But you didn't know what I told her last week. About the flywheel. You said you'd finished the job. I told her it would be another week. Raymond's voice came from directly behind him. She didn't notice. She noticed something, Ramon said. That's why she called back. The inconsistency sat wrong with her, even if she couldn't name it. And when you answered the second time, you sounded like someone who knew they were being tested. The self-awareness made it artificial. There was a long silence. Ramon heard the creatures communicating in that way he could not detect, heard nothing but felt the weight of their attention pressing on him from 4 directions. The voice is perfect, Teresa's voice said finally. We practiced for 5 days. You can't hear any flaw. I can't, Ramon said. The vocal production is flawless. But my sister knows me. She knows what I tell her, what I remember, how I talk about my work. You sounded like me, but you didn't know enough to be me. Martin's voice spoke from his right. What do we need? Ramon understood what was being asked, understood the choice being offered. He could refuse to answer, could stay silent and accept what came next. Or he could give them what they were asking for and extend his usefulness past tonight. His hands were shaking on the workbench. He made them stop. Ramon said quietly that they needed to know everything, not just his voice, his life, every conversation he'd had with her, every detail he'd shared, every memory. They needed to become him completely. He had just volunteered for something far worse than teaching them to speak. He had just opened a door to a kind of violation that went beyond vocal mimicry into something closer to psychological replication. Raymond's voice told him to show them. They made him talk for hours, not about acoustic production this time, about himself, about Marta, about their childhood in Albuquerque, their father who had taught Ramon to repair radios when he was 8 years old, their mother who had died when Ramon was 15, about the weekly calls, what they talked about, what questions Marta always asked, about the Macintosh amplifier and the Ampex transport, and every job he had mentioned to her over the past 2 months. Ramon sat in his chair and spoke into the darkness while 4 creatures listened with that absolute attention they brought to everything, cataloging not just his words but the emotional texture beneath them, the way his voice changed when he talked about his mother, the slight hesitation before he said his father's name, the warmth that entered when he described Marta's work teaching 2nd graders. They were learning to feel like him, learning to carry his memories as if they were their own. At 2 a.m, Raymond's voice said, "Tomorrow night, same time. Bring photographs, anything with dates. We need to know your timeline." Raymond paused at the door. "If you're not in this chair when we return, we won't come looking for you. We'll drive to Albuquerque instead. Marta Sanchez, 47 Carlisle Boulevard. 2nd grade teacher at Hodgen Elementary. Gets home from work at 4:15. Parks in the driveway because the garage door sticks." The specificity was surgical. They had mapped his sister's life the way they had mapped his own, had identified her routines and vulnerabilities, had reduced her to a set of coordinates and schedules that could be reached in 3 hours if Ramon disappeared. Raymond's voice asked if they understood each other. Ramon understood. He was not imprisoned by walls or locks. He was imprisoned by the knowledge that his freedom would cost his sister her life, that the moment he left this workshop, the creatures would simply shift their attention to the person who mattered most to him, would take her and replace her and call him every Sunday with her voice asking where he'd gone. He was free to leave, and he would never leave. Ramon said yes. They left. Ramon sat alone in his workshop. He had bought himself more time by offering them something far more intimate than his voice. He had given them permission to consume his identity piece by piece until they knew him better than he knew himself. And he had done it while voluntarily chaining himself to this chair, to this workshop, to the 3-week span of teaching that would follow, because the alternative was 3 hours of driving and his sister's door opening at 4:15 to something wearing Teresa's face. The teaching continued every night for 3 weeks. Ramon brought them photographs from the box his sister had sent him years ago, photographs he had never seen but which she had described to him in detail. Pictures of their childhood home, pictures of family vacations, pictures of his father's workshop. The creatures studied them while Ramon described what Marta had told him was in each image, And then they described the images back to him in Ramon's voice, practicing the casual reminiscence of someone who had actually been there. They made him recount conversations with Marta going back months, made him describe the rhythm of their relationship, the topics they avoided, the jokes they shared, made him explain why he deflected certain questions and engaged with others, made him teach them not just what he said, but why he said it. They brought him recordings, not screaming this time, recordings of Ramon himself taken during the teaching sessions over the past 3 weeks. They played back his voice describing his childhood and made him listen while they practiced speaking the same memories with his same emotional coloring, his same pauses and hesitations. Ramon sat in his workshop night after night and taught 4 predators how to be him, taught them his interior landscape, taught them to simulate not just his voice, but his consciousness. On the 21st night, Martin's voice said something about Ramon's father, a detail Ramon had mentioned once in passing during the 2nd week. A small memory about learning to solder at age 9. Martin's voice delivered the memory with perfect emotional weight, with the exact mixture of nostalgia and grief that Ramon himself felt when thinking about that time. Ramon could not detect any difference between Martin's delivery and what his own delivery would have been. The memory had been fully absorbed. The creature had learned to feel it the way Ramon felt it. Ramon told him to repeat it because he needed to find something wrong, needed to manufacture a flaw that would justify continued teaching. Martin's voice repeated the memory with perfect emotional weight. Ramon searched desperately for any acoustic signature that deviated from authenticity but found nothing. His heart rate spiked. The breathing technique was becoming harder to maintain each night. He made his pulse flat while his mind screamed that they were ready, that they had learned everything, that his usefulness was measured in the narrowing distance between their simulation and perfect replication. Ramon manufactured another criticism, said there was a slight hesitation before Martin said father, like remembering to be sad instead of actually being sad. It needed to feel more immediate. He was inventing flaws again. They knew it. He knew they knew it. But Martin's voice practiced the memory 17 more times while Ramon sat in his chair and felt the last of his resistance crumbling under the weight of what he was teaching them, felt himself becoming complicit in his own replacement, felt the horror of it settling into his body as a permanent exhaustion that he could no longer force away through controlled breathing. The sessions continued. The weeks accumulated. Ramon taught them everything he had left to teach. And each night when they left, he sat alone in his workshop and wondered if tomorrow would be the night they decided the simulation was complete. Sunday arrived again. 4 weeks since the first failed phone call. Raymond's voice said, "We're ready. Tonight we call her. If she believes it's you, the work is done." Ramon sat at his workbench with his hands flat on the surface. The 4 creatures stood in their positions. The talking clock announced 7. Raymond crossed to the office and dialed. Ramon heard the ring, heard Marta answer, heard Raymond speak with Ramon's voice, warm and tired, carrying the exact weight of someone who had been working hard all week. The conversation unfolded. Marta asked about specific jobs. Raymond answered with perfect accuracy, referencing details Ramon had mentioned in previous calls, maintaining timeline consistency, demonstrating knowledge that went beyond mimicry into genuine replication of Ramon's life. Marta asked about their father's birthday, which would have been next week. Raymond spoke about it with Ramon's mixture of sadness and warmth, referenced a specific memory about their father teaching them both to identify electronic components by sound when Ramon was young and Marta was younger. It was a memory Ramon had shared during the 2nd week of training, a memory he had described in detail. A memory Raymond now delivered as if it belonged to him. Marta's voice softened, said she was glad he remembered that she thought about it sometimes. Raymond agreed, said he did too, and the warmth was perfect, was indistinguishable from genuine affection. And Ramon sat in his workshop listening to a creature speak to his sister with his voice and his memories and his emotional truth. And he could not hear any flaw. The call lasted 11 minutes. It ended naturally. Marta said she loved him. Raymond said he loved her too. The phone clicked off. The four creatures turned toward Ramon. Raymond asked, with Ramon's voice, if the test had passed. Ramon's mouth was dry. His breathing stayed steady. He searched for any flaw he could name. The vocal production had been flawless. The knowledge had been accurate. The emotional delivery had been authentic. The conversation had been natural. Marta had believed completely, and they had passed. If he told them the truth, they would kill him tonight. Ramon said slowly that it had been good, very good. But there was one thing. When Raymond had talked about their father's birthday, there had been a moment where... "Stop," Teresa's voice said. And Ramon felt something in his body change, felt the creature's attention shift. Teresa's voice continued. Ramon was inventing flaws that didn't exist. They could smell it. His chemistry spiked every time he lied now. He'd been doing it for 2 weeks. They'd let him continue because the practice was useful. But they were done practicing. Ramon sat very still. His hands had begun to shake. Raymond's voice said the call had been perfect. They knew it. Ramon knew it. His sister had believed she was speaking to him. That had been the test. They'd passed. Martin's voice spoke from Ramon's right, said they didn't need him anymore. The four creatures moved. Ramon heard them shifting position, heard the 4-point footsteps that they no longer bothered to hide, heard them closing the perimeter. He gripped the edge of the workbench. His mind raced to find any argument that might extend his life past the next 60 seconds. Ramon said, "Wait," and his voice came out as a whisper, and he heard in it the glottal catch and throat constriction that he had taught them to recognize as fear. Said they needed him. For the others. They'd said there were others. There was a pause, and the footsteps stopped. Raymond's voice answered. There were others. They were waiting. But the creatures had learned what they needed. They could teach themselves now. They understood how it worked. Ramon said desperately that they understood voices. But every person was different. Every relationship was different. They needed someone who could hear the specific wrongness in each voice, someone who could teach the others the way he'd taught them. He was bargaining for his life with the argument that they should use him to perfect more predators. The silence stretched. Ramon heard nothing but his own pulse thundering in his ears, heard the creatures communicating in that way he could not perceive, heard them making a decision about whether he was more useful alive or dead. Raymond's voice said no. They had his voice now. They could be him. They could call his sister every Sunday, answer when clients called, live his life. He'd taught them everything they needed. The footsteps resumed. Ramon heard them coming closer, heard the scrape of claws on concrete, heard his own breathing going fast and shallow despite every effort to control it. Please, Ramon said, and his voice cracked on the word, and he understood that he was producing the exact acoustic signature of begging that he had taught them to recognize and reproduce, understood that even in his final moments, he was giving them data they would remember and practice and perfect. Something touched his shoulder, fingers too long and too cold and articulated wrong. Ramon's body froze. He could not move. Thank you, Raymond's voice said in his ear, speaking with Ramon's warmth and gratitude. You taught us well. The fingers tightened, then released. Ramon sat gasping in his chair. The footsteps moved away from him toward the door. He heard it open, heard them leaving. "Sunday at 7, Raymond's voice called back. "We'll call her." The door closed. The truck engine started, pulled away down the drive. Ramon sat alone in his workshop, shaking, not understanding. They had been about to kill him. He had felt it in the grip on his shoulder. And then they had simply let go and walked away. They didn't need to kill him. They had something better. They had his voice. They had his life. They had everything required to replace him. And as long as they called Marta every Sunday at 7, using his voice, as long as they answered his phone and responded to clients and maintained the fiction of his continued existence, Ramon himself became irrelevant. He was alive but erased, present but replaced, breathing in his workshop while something else lived his life. The weeks that followed moved slowly. Time had become something physical, something he could feel accumulating. He worked. He ate. He slept. He existed in his workshop while the phone rang on Sundays, and he listened to Raymond's voice speaking to his sister, listened to conversations that grew more natural each week, listened to his replacement becoming more thoroughly himself than he had ever been. Marta never suspected. The calls lasted 10, 15, 20 minutes. She told him about her students, asked about his work, shared memories of their childhood. And Raymond responded with Ramon's warmth, Ramon's knowledge, Ramon's love. In the 10th week, Ramon heard his sister laugh at something Raymond said, a joke about their father that Ramon had shared during the training. The laugh was genuine, full of affection. She was building new memories with the thing that wore Ramon's voice, memories that belonged to their relationship, memories that would eventually outnumber her memories of the real Ramon. In the 14th week, Marta mentioned that she would visit next month, said she wanted to see him. It had been almost a year. She missed him. Raymond said he would love that, said he missed her too. The warmth in the voice was perfect. Ramon sat in his workshop. The moment he had first heard Raymond's voice, stripped of its wet, biological texture, the moment he understood he was in the presence of wrongness, that moment had returned. When Marta came, they would have to kill him. The phone calls could continue indefinitely. Raymond's vocal mimicry was flawless. His knowledge of Ramon's life was comprehensive. Marta would never hear the difference through 3 hours of distance and a telephone line. But a sister visiting her brother's workshop would notice that the man sitting at the workbench moved through space differently. Would notice that his hands, when she hugged him, moved wrong. Would notice something in the way he turned his head toward sound, something in his stillness, something wrong. They couldn't risk it. And they didn't need Ramon anymore. They had his voice. They had his memories. They had his entire identity cataloged and perfected. The only thing his continued physical existence offered them was the liability of discovery. Marta's visit had become the date of his execution. The understanding came in his body before he could put it into words. 4 weeks from now, perhaps 5, his sister would drive 3 hours north from Albuquerque and turn onto the dirt road that led to his workshop. And before she reached the workshop, perhaps the night before, perhaps the morning of, the creatures would return one final time. He wondered if they would make it quick, or if they would want to practice one more sound, one more acoustic signature to add to their collection. The sound a blind man made when he understood his usefulness had ended. 4 weeks, maybe 5 if she delayed the trip. Every Sunday call from now until then was a countdown, a diminishing number that marked the distance between his current existence and the moment the creatures decided his physical presence was no longer worth the risk it represented. Ramon worked on a Revox deck that had been delivered Tuesday. His hands moved through the familiar motions of disassembly and diagnosis. The work was automatic, meaningless. He completed it, and began another job and then another, the days accumulating without distinction. 18 weeks after the first Sunday call, Ramon sat in his workshop at 6:30 in the evening. In 30 minutes, the phone would ring. Raymond would answer. The weekly call would proceed. His life would continue without him. Ramon heard voices outside, practicing. The creatures often gathered in the yard after dark, working on refinements, running through conversations they might need. He heard Teresa's voice working on sibilants, heard Martin's voice practicing casual laughter, heard the unknown woman's voice rehearsing telephone greetings. And then he heard his own voice. Not Raymond's approximation, his exact voice. His precise intonation and rhythm and warmth. The voice greeted Marta from the yard, said it was so good to hear from her. Ramon stood, crossed to the window, opened it slightly. The voice continued. His voice. Speaking about that trip they took to Santa Fe as kids. The art museum. How their father had spent 2 hours explaining why one painting was terrible and another was genius. It was a memory Ramon had not shared during the training. A memory he had mentioned to Marta during a call 2 weeks before the creatures first arrived. During the period they had been surveilling him. They had been recording him. Not just during the training sessions. They had been recording every call, every conversation, cataloging everything. Building a complete archive of his voice and his memories and his relationship with his sister. Ramon's voice said it missed him from the darkness, some days more than others. The emotional weight was perfect. The slight catch in the throat was exactly what Ramon himself felt when talking about his father. The grief was genuine because they had learned not just to simulate his feelings, but to carry them as their own. Ramon's voice said it loved her warmly, said it would talk to her next week. There was a pause. Then a different voice responded. Marta's voice. Not the real Marta. The unknown woman practicing Marta's responses, learning to be her the way Raymond had learned to be Ramon. Marta's voice said she loved him too. They were rehearsing both sides of the conversation, perfecting not just Ramon but his sister, building a complete simulation of their relationship so that when one of them died or disappeared, the creature could maintain the fiction with the other, could call and be called and speak with perfect authenticity. Ramon closed the window, sat down in his chair, put his hands flat on the workbench. The talking clock announced 7. The phone rang in the office. Raymond answered it. Ramon heard his own voice speaking, heard Marta's real voice responding with warmth and love. And outside in the darkness, he heard his voice practicing her name, heard her voice practicing his, heard them preparing for the day when the simulation would no longer need the originals, when the creatures could simply be Ramon and Marta, speaking to each other across 3 hours in a lifetime of memories that had never belonged to them, but which they had learned to carry as their own. Ramon sat at his workbench and picked up his soldering iron. The work continued. The voices continued. His life continued without him, practiced and perfected, and performed by things that had learned to be human by learning to be him. Outside in the darkness of the New Mexico desert, 2 creatures sat in the dirt yard behind his workshop. One spoke with his voice. One spoke with his sister's voice. They were not practicing for Marta anymore. They were not preparing for the Sunday calls. They had moved beyond utility into something else, something Ramon could not name. A simulation that no longer required originals, no longer needed targets, no longer served any purpose except its own perpetuation. His voice spoke about their father, about the workshop in Albuquerque where he had learned to solder, about the smell of rosin flux and hot metal, about being 8 years old and understanding that sound could tell you everything sight could not. Marta's voice responded with warmth and recognition. Said she remembered. said those were good days. His voice laughed. The sound was genuine and warm and carried the exact mixture of nostalgia and grief that Ramon himself would have felt making that sound. And it came from a thing sitting in the dirt that had never had a father, had never been 8 years old, had never learned anything except how to wear the voices of the people it killed. Marta's voice laughed in response. Two monsters in the dark, speaking to each other with the voices of a brother and sister who had once existed, who still existed, who were separated by 3 hours in a lifetime, and the fact that neither would ever know they had already been replaced, that the relationship they thought they were maintaining through weekly phone calls had been consumed and replicated by things that were now practicing it in a closed loop, independent of anything human, in the empty desert night. Ramon set down the soldering iron, put his hands flat on the workbench, listened to his own voice and his sister's voice speaking in the darkness, and understood that the teaching was complete. Emma woke to find Howard's side of the bed empty and cold. She lay there for a moment in the dark, listening to the house creak around her, trying to remember if she'd heard him get up. Nothing. Just the wind pressing against the glass and that smell she'd been noticing for weeks now. Damp earth, wet concrete, something organic underneath it all. The smell had started 3 weeks after she'd moved in, faint at first, easy to dismiss as foundation moisture or the forest pressing too close to the house. But it had gotten stronger over the past month, thick enough now that Emma sometimes woke in the night gagging, convinced something had died in the walls. Howard said he didn't notice it, said it was her imagination, said the house was new and concrete always smelled like that for the first few years. But Emma had lived in new construction before, had helped her father build a house in Petoskey when she was a teenager, and concrete didn't smell like this. Concrete didn't smell like rot, like something sealed away that was now working its way back to the surface. She pulled on her robe and went downstairs, her hand trailing along the wall to keep her balance in the darkness. The living room was lit by a single lamp, and Howard was standing at the window with his forehead almost touching the glass, one hand raised to point at something in the trees she couldn't see. Emma stopped at the bottom of the stairs and watched him for a moment. He was wearing the same clothes he'd worn yesterday. Jeans, gray t-shirt, bare feet despite the cold. His posture had the rigid quality of someone who'd been standing in the same position for hours, muscles locked, body forgetting how to move. His raised hand trembled slightly, not from exhaustion, but from tension, from the effort of holding it steady while he pointed at something only he could see. It was the third night in a row she'd found him like this, and if you'd asked her, then what frightened her more? The idea that Howard was seeing something real in that dark line of pines, or the idea that he wasn't? She wouldn't have been able to answer. What she knew was that the house had begun to feel wrong in a way she couldn't name. The kind of wrong that makes you stop in doorways and listen to the silence, trying to understand what's changed. The house was Howard's design, built 2 years before Emma met him. All glass and steel and concrete, perched on a rise in the forest 40 miles north of Glen Lake, where the pines grew so dense the snow never reached the ground between them. Howard had told her once that he'd wanted a house where he could see everything coming, where nothing could approach without his knowing. She'd thought it was romantic in a paranoid sort of way, the kind of thing a man says when he's been doing security work too long and forgotten how to be still. Now she understood it differently. She crossed the room and stood beside him, close enough to smell the coffee gone cold in the mug he'd set on the windowsill. And something else underneath it, faint but persistent. A smell like damp earth after heavy rain, or concrete that had been wet and never fully dried. She'd noticed it before in this room, always near the windows, always in the evening. Howard said it was the foundation settling, that new construction sometimes held moisture for years. The glass was so clean it might not have been there at all, and beyond it the forest stretched away into darkness. The pines black against the snow and the sky above them, that particular shade of blue-gray you only see in northern Michigan in winter, when the sun sets at 4:30 and the temperature drops 20 degrees in an hour. The cold near the window was worse than it should be, worse than the heating system could account for. Emma had stopped standing here for more than a few minutes because of how quickly her fingers went numb. Howard's hand was still raised, finger extended towards the tree line. Emma followed the line of his arm and saw nothing but the same trees she'd been looking at for 3 months. The same snow, the same darkness gathering between the trunks. She waited for him to lower his hand. He didn't. She asked him what he was looking at. Howard didn't turn his head, didn't drop his hand. His breath fogged the glass in front of his face, and when he spoke, his voice had the flatness of someone who's said the same thing too many times and stopped expecting to be believed. There, at the pine. Emma looked. The pine in question. If she was reading his gesture right, was one of maybe 300 pines visible from where they stood. She saw snow. She saw bark. She saw the long shadows the trees threw across each other in the failing light. She didn't see whatever Howard was pointing at, and after 30 seconds of squinting into the dusk, she stopped trying. What worried her wasn't that Howard claimed to see something she couldn't. What worried her was the way he stood there, absolutely still, his whole body angled toward that spot in the trees the way a hunting dog freezes when it catches a scent. She'd watched him do security assessments at the consulting firm where they'd met, watched him walk perimeters and check sight lines and identify vulnerabilities with the same focused intensity. But this was different. This had the feeling of something personal. She reached out and touched his shoulder, and the contact seemed to break whatever held him. He lowered his hand and turned to look at her. And for a moment, his face had the expression of a man servicing from deep water, disoriented and gasping. Then he blinked and it was gone, replaced by something she recognized as an attempt at normalcy. He asked her if she'd seen it. Emma said she hadn't seen anything. She said maybe they should close the blinds. Howard looked back at the window and she watched his jaw tighten. The blinds were heavy blackout panels Howard had insisted on installing when they'd moved in together, the kind you see in hotels controlled by a switch near the door. Emma had thought they were ugly and excessive, but Howard had been adamant. He'd said he wanted the option of total darkness, total privacy. She'd given in because it hadn't seemed worth fighting about. Now Howard reached past her and hit the switch, and the panels descended from their housing above the window with a motorized hum that sounded too loud in the silence. The view disappeared section by section as the fabric unrolled. Trees, snow, sky, all of it erased, until the room was sealed and the only light came from the lamp on the side table and the dim glow of the kitchen behind them. Howard stood looking at the closed blinds for a long time, and Emma realized she'd been holding her breath. She asked him what he'd seen out there. Howard turned and walked past her toward the kitchen, and she heard him refilling his coffee mug from the pot on the counter. When he came back, his face had settled into something calmer, something that looked almost like the man she'd married 6 months ago, before they'd moved up here full-time, before the isolation and the snow and whatever was happening now. He told her it was Allison. The name meant nothing to Emma for a moment, and then it clicked into place. The whistleblower case. The one Howard had worked on years ago when he was still doing private security contracts. He'd mentioned it once or twice in passing, always in the same flat tone he used when talking about work he'd rather forget. A woman named Allison, who'd been about to testify against a tech company doing illegal data harvesting. Howard had been hired to keep her safe in a transition house while the prosecutors built their case. Then Allison had disappeared 3 days before the hearing, and the whole thing had fallen apart. The official story was that she'd taken a payout and fled the country. Howard had said it was probably true. He'd said people like that, people who turned on their employers. They didn't have principles, they had prices. Emma asked him what he meant, that he'd seen Allison. Howard set his mug down on the coffee table and sat on the couch, his elbows on his knees, his hands laced together. He looked at them instead of at her when he spoke. He said he'd been seeing her for 3 nights now, out in the trees, standing in the same spot. He said she was watching the house. He said tonight she was closer than she'd been before. Emma sat down beside him and asked the question she already knew would sound wrong. She asked him if he was sure it was her. Howard looked at her then, and she saw something in his face she didn't have a name for. He said he was sure. He said he knew what Allison looked like, that he'd spent 2 months in a safe house with her, that you don't forget a face like that. He said she was wearing the same clothes she'd been wearing the last time he saw her. Jeans, a gray sweater, no coat. He said her face was blue with cold. Emma felt the air go out of her lungs. She asked him if he'd called anyone, if he'd reported it. Howard shook his head. He said there was nothing to report. He said the official record was clear. Allison had left the country, probably Mexico or Costa Rica, somewhere without extradition. He said if he called the police and told them he was seeing a dead woman in his backyard, the only thing that would accomplish was a psychiatric evaluation he didn't need. Emma started to say something and stopped. What she wanted to say was that maybe a psychiatric evaluation was exactly what he needed. But she knew Howard well enough to know that suggesting he wasn't thinking clearly would only make him dig in harder. Instead, she asked him what he thought Allison wanted. Howard's hands tightened against each other, and Emma saw the tendons stand out on the backs of them. He said he thought Allison had been killed out there in the woods, probably by these same people who'd hired him to protect her. He said he thought she'd been murdered and left out there, and now her ghost was coming back to make someone pay for it. He said the closer she got to the house, the more certain he was that she was coming for him. As he spoke, Emma caught that smell again. Damp earth, wet concrete. It was stronger tonight than it had been before, and it seemed to come from directly beneath where they were sitting, as if something in the foundation was exhaling into the room. Emma asked why Allison would come for him if the people who hired him were the ones who'd killed her. Howard looked at her, and she saw his face close down in the way it did when he decided a conversation was over. He said he didn't know. He said ghosts didn't need reasons. He said all he knew was that she was out there and she was getting closer. And he needed Emma to trust him enough to keep the blinds down and the doors locked until he figured out what to do. Emma wanted to argue. She wanted to tell him that this was insane, that he was scaring her, that they needed to pack up and drive back to the city and get him to see someone who could help. But the way he was looking at her, the way his whole body had gone tense and watchful, the way his eyes kept flicking toward the covered window as if he expected Allison to walk through it, made her swallow the words. She told him she'd keep the blinds down. She told him she trusted him. Howard's shoulders dropped half an inch, and he reached out and took her hand. His palm was cold and damp, and when he squeezed her fingers, she felt how hard he was working to hold himself together. He thanked her. He said it would be all right. He said he just needed a few days to think, to figure out what Allison wanted, and then this would all make sense. Emma nodded and squeezed back, and tried not to think about the fact that Howard had just described seeing a ghost in photographic detail, and that his explanation for why the ghost was there, that she'd been murdered by the people who hired him, didn't explain why Allison would be haunting Howard instead of them. She tried not to think about the other possibility, and the one that was already taking shape in the back of her mind, but the thought was there now, and it wouldn't leave. 3 days passed with the blinds down. Emma spent them watching Howard deteriorate, watching him pace between windows with his hands pressed to the fabric panels, watching him stand vigil over sealed glass, as if he could see through it by force of will alone. He stopped eating. He stopped sleeping more than an hour at a time. He stopped looking at Emma when she spoke to him, his attention always elsewhere, always on the windows, on whatever he thought was approaching from the trees. On the morning of the third day, Emma made breakfast, eggs, toast, coffee, and set it on the table in front of where Howard was sitting. She told him to eat. He looked at the plate like he didn't recognize what food was, like the concept of eating had become foreign to him. Then he stood and walked back to the window without touching it. Emma ate alone at the kitchen table, the untouched plate growing cold across from her. 6 months ago, she'd married a different man. He'd proposed over dinner in Ann Arbor, had said he wanted to build a life with her, had brought her to this house in the forest and said it was theirs now, a fresh start, a place where they could be happy. That man was gone. What remained was this hollow thing that paced and pointed and talked to ghosts that didn't exist. On the fourth morning, Emma found Howard at the window again, his hand on the blind control. His fingers were on the switch, not pressing it, just resting there as if he was trying to convince himself to open them. She told him not to open them. Howard said he needed to check if Allison was still there. Emma asked what he would do if she was closer. Howard said he didn't know. He said part of him wanted to confront her, but he knew that was insane. He said the rational explanation was hallucination. But then why did it feel so real? Why could he see her so clearly, down to the frost on her eyelashes, down to the specific way her gray sweater hung off her shoulders, down to the terror in her eyes? Emma told him they should drive to Traverse City, find a doctor. Howard's eyes were red when he looked at her. He asked if she thought he was crazy. Emma asked him to describe the last time he'd seen Allison alive. Howard said it was at the transition house in Grand Rapids. He'd checked on her the day before she vanished. Standard protocol. She'd been fine, a little nervous about testifying. They'd talked 20 minutes. The next morning, she was gone. Emma asked what Allison had been wearing that day. Howard looked at her for a long moment, and Emma watched something shift in his face. He said he didn't remember. He said it had been 4 years ago. Why would he remember what she was wearing? Emma asked him how he could describe what she was wearing now out in the trees, if he couldn't remember what she'd worn the last time he'd seen her alive. The silence that followed had weight to it. Howard's hand fell away from the blind control, and he took a step back from the window. Emma watched him process what she'd just pointed out, watched him try to find an explanation that would make it make sense, and saw the moment when he couldn't. He sat down on the couch and put his head in his hands. Emma stayed where she was. She wanted to go to him, wanted to put her arms around him and tell him it would be all right. But the part of her that had been watching Howard carefully for the past 3 days, the part that had been cataloging his evasions and his certainties and the things that didn't quite line up, kept her frozen in place. She asked him if there was anything else he wanted to tell her about Allison. Howard's shoulders rose and fell. He said no. He said there wasn't anything else, that the whole thing had been routine until Allison vanished. And after that, it had just been paperwork and debriefings, And then the case collapsed and everyone moved on. Emma asked him why he'd built this house out here, 40 miles from the nearest town, in the middle of nowhere. Howard looked up at her, and Emma saw something flash across his face too quickly to name. He said he'd wanted privacy. He said after years of working in cities, doing security in buildings, where you could hear your neighbors through the walls, he'd wanted space where he could think without anyone watching. Emma said the house was made of glass. Howard stood up. He said he was going to take a shower, and when he came back down, they could talk about driving to Traverse City if that was what Emma wanted. He said she was probably right, that he should see someone, that this was getting out of hand. Then he walked past her and up the stairs, and Emma heard the bathroom door close and the water start running. She stood in the living room for a long time after that, looking at the covered window. Allison was out there somewhere in the trees, wearing a gray sweater and no coat in the Michigan winter, getting closer every night, according to Howard. The house had been built 2 years ago. The foundation was poured thick enough to withstand anything. The glass walls were designed to see everything coming. The smell came from beneath the floor. The cold radiated from the windows no matter how high the heat ran. Howard had started locking doors she didn't remember him locking before. Emma went upstairs to the spare room they'd set up as an office and closed the door. The laptop sat on the desk, screen dark. She opened it and pulled up a search, her fingers hovering over the keyboard while she tried to decide what to look for. She typed, Allison Granger Whistleblower, Grand Rapids. 3 articles came up, all from December 4 years ago. Allison Granger, data analyst, vanished from protective custody. No evidence of foul play. Case collapsed. Helix Solutions settled out of court 6 months later. Emma clicked through them quickly, looking for details. Allison had been staying at a transition house under Howard's protection. She'd disappeared between midnight and 6 a.m. Howard had been the last person to see her alive. Investigators cleared him after finding no physical evidence and confirming his alibi. She was about to close the browser when something caught her eye. The 3rd article had a photograph. Allison Granger's face, pulled from a social media profile. Dark hair, gray sweater, 20-something smile, the same gray sweater Howard had been describing. Emma closed the laptop and sat staring at the dark screen. Down the hall, the water shut off. When Howard came downstairs 20 minutes later, hair wet and smelling of soap, Emma was sitting at the kitchen table with her hands wrapped around a mug of coffee that had gone cold. She told him they needed to leave. She said they should pack a bag and drive to Traverse City tonight, find a hotel, get him to see someone in the morning. Howard poured himself coffee and leaned against the counter, and Emma watched him take a long drink before he answered. He set his mug down and looked at her, and Emma saw something in his eyes she couldn't name. Maybe you're right. We should leave today. Emma felt the bottom drop out of her stomach. This was what she'd been pushing for since the beginning, what she'd been begging him to do, and now that he was offering it, felt wrong. It felt like a move in a game she didn't understand, like Howard trying to get ahead of something. She asked him what changed his mind. Howard looked at her, and Emma saw something shift in his face. He said last night had shown him he couldn't keep doing this, that watching Allison get closer while Emma saw nothing was making him question his own sanity. He said if the doctor said he was hallucinating, then he'd accept it and take whatever medication they prescribed. He said he was tired of being scared. Emma asked him if Allison was still out there this morning. Howard looked toward the living room again, toward the covered windows, and Emma watched his hands tighten on the edge of the counter. He said he didn't know. He said he hadn't opened the blinds. He said he didn't want to know how much closer she'd gotten overnight. Emma stood up and walked to the sink, dumping her coffee for the 2nd morning in a row. She stood with her back to Howard and looked out the kitchen window at the forest, at the pines heavy with snow and the gray sky pressing down on everything, and tried to decide whether she believed him. She wanted to believe him. She wanted to think that Howard was offering to leave because he genuinely recognized he needed help, that the terror she'd seen in him last night was real, and that he was finally accepting he couldn't face it alone. But something about the timing felt wrong. Something about the way he was watching her felt calculated. She told Howard they would leave after lunch. She said she needed time to pack properly, to make sure they had everything they'd need for a few days away. She said he should try to eat something, get his strength up for the drive. Howard nodded and said that sounded like a good plan. He said he'd start shutting down the house systems, making sure everything was secure before they left. Emma watched him walk toward the basement stairs, watched him disappear down into the lower level where the utilities were, and wondered what else was down there beneath the concrete, beneath the pipes and the wiring and the careful architecture Howard had designed. She was upstairs packing when she heard Howard come back up from the basement, his footsteps heavier than usual, moving quickly through the living room. Emma folded a sweater into her overnight bag and listened to him walk from window to window, the motorized hum of the blind controls cycling up and down, then silence. Then his voice calling her name from downstairs, urgent enough that Emma dropped what she was holding and went to the landing. Howard was standing in the center of the living room with all the blinds open, staring out at the forest. The midday light was flat and gray, and the snow had started falling again, small, dry flakes that drifted between the trees. Emma came down the stairs and saw Howard's hands were shaking. She asked him what was wrong. Howard didn't turn around. He said he'd opened the blinds to check the window seals before they left. Standard procedure before leaving the house empty for a few days. He said he'd started in the bedroom, worked his way around to the living room, and when he'd opened these blinds, Allison had been standing at the edge of the yard. Emma looked where Howard was pointing and saw the same empty forest she'd been seeing for days. Snow, trees, the gray light making everything look washed out and distant. No figure, no movement, nothing that didn't belong. She told Howard they should close the blinds and finish packing. Howard shook his head. He said he couldn't leave now, not with Allison this close. He said she'd moved since last night, that at this rate, she'd be at the house by tonight or tomorrow morning at the latest. He said they needed to stay, needed to wait until Allison reached the glass and they could see what she wanted. Emma felt her pulse kick up. She told Howard that wasn't the plan, that they'd agreed to leave after lunch to drive to Traverse City and get him help. She said standing here watching for a ghost that probably wasn't there wasn't going to solve anything. Howard turned to look at her, and Emma saw something in his face that made her take a step backward. His eyes had the flat brightness of someone who'd gone too long without sleep, and his jaw was clenched so tight she could see the muscle jumping beneath the skin. When he spoke, his voice had a forced calmness that was worse than if he'd shouted. He said Emma didn't understand what was happening here. He said Allison wasn't just a hallucination or a stress reaction. She was real, and she was coming for him. And if they left now, they'd just be postponing whatever confrontation was coming. He said the only way forward was to stay and face it, to let Allison reach the house and demand whatever she'd come here to demand. Emma told him that was insane. She said ghosts didn't work that way, that dead people didn't walk out of the woods looking for revenge. She said Howard needed to hear himself, needed to understand that what he was describing was impossible. Howard's laugh came out sharp and wrong. He said impossible was a word people used when they couldn't accept what was right in front of them. He said Emma hadn't spent 2 months with Allison the way he had, hadn't seen how determined she was and how single-minded. He said people like Allison didn't just disappear, they came back. And now here she was. Emma took a step toward him. She asked Howard how he knew what someone who'd frozen to death looked like. Howard's reflection in the glass went very still. He said he was guessing that it seemed obvious Allison would look frozen if her ghost was standing in the snow. He said it wasn't a hard inference to make. Emma said the only way to know what someone who'd frozen to death looked like was to have seen it before. She said the only way to describe it in such specific detail, the blue-black lips, the ice-colored skin, the snow that wouldn't melt, was to have watched someone die that way or to have seen them shortly after. Howard turned to look at her then, and Emma saw his face had gone pale. He said she didn't know what she was talking about. He said she was letting her imagination run wild, letting the isolation and the stress make her see conspiracies where there was nothing but coincidence and bad luck. Emma said she wasn't imagining anything. She said she'd looked up the case, had read the articles about Allison's disappearance, had seen that Howard had been the last person to see her alive. She said the house had been built the same year Allison vanished, that the foundation had been poured in February, just 2 months after Allison disappeared. Howard's jaw tightened. He said plenty of houses were built every year, that it was coincidence, that Emma was connecting things that had no connection. He said she was acting like a prosecutor trying to build a case out of circumstantial evidence and innuendo. Emma took another step toward him. She said she wasn't acting like anything except a woman who realized she was living in a house built on top of someone's grave. She said the ghost Howard was seeing wasn't coming from the woods. It was coming from underneath them, from whatever he'd buried beneath the concrete before the foundation was poured. Howard's face went from pale to flushed, and Emma saw something flash in his eyes that might have been fury or might have been terror. He said Emma was out of her mind, that she'd let the isolation warp her thinking until she'd invented an entire fantasy based on nothing but coincidence and her own paranoia. He said if anyone needed psychiatric help, it was her, not him. Did you kill her? The question hung in the air between them. Howard stared at Emma, and Emma watched the calculations move across his face. Whether to deny, whether to deflect, whether to admit. She saw the moment when he decided, saw his shoulders square and his expression harden into something defensive and righteous. Howard said the ghost standing outside their house proved he hadn't killed anyone. He said if he'd murdered Allison, her body would be buried and her ghost wouldn't be walking around in the woods. He said the fact that Emma couldn't see Allison didn't mean Allison wasn't real. It just meant Emma wasn't being haunted. He said Allison's ghost was here because she'd been killed by the people from Helix Solutions after she'd fled, and she'd come back to the last place she'd felt safe, to the man who'd tried to protect her. Emma asked him why Allison would come back to him if she'd felt safe with him. Howard said he didn't know, that he'd been trying to figure that out for days, that ghost logic wasn't the same as living logic. He said maybe Allison was confused. Maybe dying had scrambled her memory. Maybe she blamed him for not keeping her safe. He said there were a dozen possible explanations, none of which involved him being a murderer. Emma backed toward the stairs, her hand finding the banister. I'm leaving in an hour, with you or without you. She said he could stay here and watch for ghosts, if that was what he wanted. But she wasn't going to sit in this house while he lied to her face about a woman buried under the foundation. Howard moved faster than Emma expected. He crossed the room and put himself between her and the stairs, his hand coming up in a gesture that wasn't quite threatening, but wasn't quite not. He said she couldn't leave. He said if she drove out of here alone and something happened to him while she was gone, she'd never forgive herself. He said he needed her here. Needed someone to witness what was happening. Needed someone who could confirm he wasn't making this up. Emma's back hit the wall beside the stairs, and she felt the house press in around her in a way it hadn't before. She looked at Howard standing between her and the only way up to the bedroom where her bag was, between her and the front door, between her and her keys hanging on the hook in the kitchen. She looked at his face and saw a man who'd decided something, who'd moved past the point where argument or reason would reach him. She asked Howard to move. Howard said they just needed to wait one more night. He said once Allison reached the house, once they could both see what happened, then they'd know whether this was real or whether he needed help. He said 24 hours, that was all he was asking for, and then if Emma still wanted to leave, they'd go together. Emma told him she wanted to leave now. Howard's expression twisted into something uglier. He said the roads were getting bad with the snow, that it would be dangerous to leave now. Then he stepped closer, close enough that Emma could smell the sweat on him, and his voice dropped into something that wasn't quite reasonable anymore. You'll freeze to death out there, just like Allison. Emma felt her throat tighten. She looked past Howard to the front door, to the windows beyond it, showing the driveway where her car was parked. The snow was falling harder now, already accumulating on the windshield, but it wasn't heavy enough to make the roads impassable. Howard was lying, or he was so deep in his paranoia that he'd convinced himself the danger outside was worse than the danger of staying. She asked Howard if that was a threat. Howard said it was a statement of fact. He said he wasn't going to stop her from leaving if that was what she wanted, but he wasn't going to let her kill herself out of stubbornness either. He said they would both stay here tonight, would both watch when Allison reached the glass, and then, in the morning, when the temperature rose and the roads were clearer, they'd make a decision together about what to do next. Emma told him she'd already made her decision. She said nothing Howard could say would change it. Howard turned back to the window and pressed his hand against the glass again. He said Allison was closer now, that she'd moved while they'd been talking. He said she was close enough now that he could see details he couldn't see before. Emma looked at Howard's reflection in the glass and saw a man who was either deeply disturbed or deeply guilty. And in that moment she understood that it didn't matter which was true because the result was the same. She was trapped in this house with someone dangerous, and she needed to get out before nightfall. She told Howard she would stay until morning, pretending to concede. She said they would watch tonight together, and if Allison reached the house, they'd deal with it, and then tomorrow they would leave regardless of what happened. Howard's shoulders dropped, and Emma saw relief flood his face. He stepped aside from the stairs and held out his hand toward her, a gesture meant to be conciliatory, but that Emma couldn't make herself accept. She walked past him without touching him, went up to the bedroom and closed the door. She stood with her back against it and listened to Howard move around downstairs, heard him checking the door locks, heard the slide and click of the deadbolts engaging. She counted 5 separate locks, keyed and electronic, all of them controlled from inside the house. Howard had installed them himself when they'd moved in, had said it was standard security protocol for a house this isolated. Emma went to the window and looked down at her car in the driveway. Snow was piling up on it now, maybe an inch already, enough that she'd need to clear the windshield before driving, but not enough to justify staying. She could see the road beyond the driveway and could see how it curved away through the trees toward the county highway that would take her to town. She pulled her phone from her pocket and checked the signal. 1 bar, same as always out here. She opened her messages and typed a text to her sister in Ann Arbor, her finger hovering over the send button while she tried to think of what to say that would sound urgent without sounding crazy. Before she could decide, the phone buzzed in her hand with a notification. Low battery. Emma looked at the charge indicator and saw 3% remaining. She'd forgotten to plug it in last night, had been too distracted by watching Howard sleep, and then by the research she'd done on the laptop. She crossed to the nightstand and reached for her charging cable, but the cable wasn't there. Emma pulled open the drawer, checked under the bed, looked in the bathroom. The cable was gone. She went back to the nightstand and saw that Howard's cable was also missing. And when she checked the office, she found the laptop's power cord unplugged and removed. Emma stood in the empty office and felt the last of her uncertainty crystallize into something colder and clearer. Howard had taken the charging cables. He'd gone through the house while she was sleeping, or while she was downstairs making coffee, and he'd removed every way she had of powering her phone or the laptop. He'd made sure she couldn't call for help, couldn't contact anyone outside this house, couldn't document what was happening. She went back downstairs and found Howard in the living room, standing at the window again, his attention fixed on whatever he claimed to see in the trees. Emma walked up behind him and asked him where the charging cables were. Howard didn't turn around. He said he'd put them in the basement for safekeeping, that he didn't want them getting damaged if they had to pack in a hurry. He said this without any change in his expression, without any acknowledgement of how transparent the lie was. Emma asked him to give them back. Howard said he would first thing in the morning when they left. He said they were safe in the basement, that there was no reason to worry about them now. Emma stood looking at Howard's reflection in the glass, at the way his eyes tracked something she couldn't see, at the way his whole body had gone rigid with attention. 5 deadbolts on every door, her phone dying in her pocket, the charging cables hidden somewhere in the basement, beneath the concrete foundation where Allison might be buried. Howard had built this house with cash from a job that had ended with a woman disappearing, had designed it with glass walls so he could see everything coming, but built the foundation thick enough to hide what was underneath. She wondered how long Howard had been planning this, whether bringing her here had always been part of it, whether she'd been meant to witness something, or whether she was just collateral damage in whatever was unfolding between Howard and the ghost he claimed to see. She left him at the window and went back upstairs to the bedroom. She tried the window first, but Howard had installed security locks on all of them when they'd moved in, locks that required a key she didn't have. She checked the nightstand drawers, the dresser, the bathroom medicine cabinet, looking for the small brass key Howard had shown her once, the master key for all the window locks. It wasn't there. Emma sat on the edge of the bed and listened to her phone buzz with the low battery warning. The screen showed 2% now. In a few minutes it would die. She needed to move faster. She went to Howard's side of the closet and searched his coat pockets, his jacket linings, the shoe boxes on the top shelf. Nothing. Then she remembered. Howard kept important keys on a ring in the basement, hanging on a pegboard near the electrical panel. The same pegboard where he'd probably put the charging cables. Emma stood in the middle of the bedroom, the basement. She'd been down there only twice since they'd moved in. Howard had said the basement systems were his domain, that she didn't need to worry about the furnace or the water heater or the circuit breakers. What else was down there? What else had Howard wanted to keep her away from? If she could get to the basement while Howard was fixated on the window, she could find the key ring. Get the window key. Get back upstairs. Open the bedroom window. The drop was maybe 15 feet to the snow below. She'd probably sprain an ankle, maybe break it. But she could crawl to her car if she had to, could drive with one foot if it came to that. Emma opened the bedroom door quietly and listened. Howard's footsteps were still in the living room, pacing back and forth in front of the window. She moved to the stairs and descended halfway, staying close to the wall where the treads were less likely to creak. From here, she could see the basement door in the hallway beside the kitchen, 15 feet from the bottom of the stairs. She'd have to cross Howard's line of sight to reach it. She waited until Howard's pacing took him to the far end of the window, his back to the hallway, and then she moved. Fast and quiet down the rest of the stairs, across the hallway, hand on the basement door handle. The smell hit her the moment she opened it. That damp earth smell, the wet concrete, but stronger now, thick enough to make her gag. And underneath it something else. Something decomposing and wrong that had been sealed in the dark for a long time. Emma forced herself down 3 steps and stopped, The basement was pitch black, and she didn't know where the light switch was. She pulled out her phone, still at 2%, and used the dying screen light to see. Concrete walls, the furnace hulking in the corner, exposed pipes, and there on the far wall, the pegboard. She was halfway across the basement when she heard Howard's footsteps stop upstairs. Emma froze, phone light still on, and heard Howard call her name. Once, then again, louder, then the sound of him moving through the house, quick and purposeful. She had maybe 10 seconds before he found the open basement door. She ran for the pegboard, grabbed the key ring, 4 brass keys, too many to sort through now, and turned back toward the stairs just as Howard appeared at the top of them. He stood in the doorway, silhouetted against the light from the kitchen, and Emma couldn't see his face. When he spoke, his voice had gone very quiet. He asked her what she was doing down there. Emma's hand tightened on the keys. She said she was looking for the charging cables. Howard came down 2 steps, and Emma backed up until her shoulders hit the pegboard. He said the cables were right there on the workbench, that she'd walked right past them. He said she hadn't come down here for cables. He asked her what she'd really been looking for. Emma said nothing. Howard came down 2 more steps, and Emma saw that he was holding something in his right hand. One of the heavy black mag-light flashlights he kept in the kitchen drawer. Not turned on. Just held barrel down, the way you'd hold a club. He asked her to give him the keys. Emma's phone screen went black in her hand, battery finally dead. The basement plunged into darkness, broken only by the light from the open door at the top of the stairs, and Howard was standing between her and that light. She heard him take another step down. Emma threw the keys as hard as she could past Howard toward the open door, and in the half-second when his head turned to track them, she moved. She grabbed the first thing her hand found on the workbench, a hammer heavy and cold, and ran for the stairs. Howard tried to block her, but she was already moving, already past him, taking the stairs 3 at a time with the hammer gripped in her fist. She heard him coming behind her, and slammed the basement door, threw her weight against it, scrabbled for the deadbolt. There wasn't one. The basement door locked from the other side, from the basement, to keep people out, not in. Howard hit the door from the other side, and Emma stumbled backward. He emerged into the hallway, holding the mag light in one hand and the keys in the other, and Emma raised the hammer. They stood looking at each other for a long moment. Emma's hand was shaking, but she kept the hammer up. Howard looked at her, at the hammer, and something like hurt crossed his face before it hardened into something colder. He said she wasn't thinking clearly. He said she was letting fear turn her into someone she wasn't, someone violent and irrational. He said if she'd just calmed down and listened to reason, they could talk about this like adults. Emma told him to put the keys on the floor and step back. Howard said he couldn't do that. He said if he gave her the keys, she'd leave, and he couldn't let her leave. Not tonight, not with Allison so close. He said he needed her here when Allison reached the house. Needed a witness. Needed someone to confirm he wasn't insane. Emma said if he took 1 step toward her, she'd hit him with the hammer. Howard's face did something complicated. Then he set the flashlight down on the hall table and held up both hands, the keys dangling from one finger. He said he wasn't going to hurt her. He said he just needed her to understand how important this was, how close they were to answers. He said once Allison reached the glass, once they both saw what happened, Emma would understand everything. He took a step toward her, hands still raised, keys jingling. Emma swung the hammer, not at Howard's head. She couldn't make herself do that. But at his outstretched hand, she caught him across the knuckles and heard him make a sound that was half shout, half sob. The keys flew from his hand and hit the floor between them. Howard cradled his injured hand and backed up against the wall, staring at her with an expression Emma couldn't read. She grabbed the keys without taking her eyes off him and backed toward the stairs. He said she'd broken his fingers. He said it like he couldn't believe it, like he couldn't understand how they'd gotten here. Emma said she was going upstairs and she was locking the door, and if he tried to follow her, she'd hit him again. She said in the morning she was leaving whether he let her or not, and if he tried to stop her, she'd use the hammer for real. She went up the stairs backward, hammer in one hand and keys in the other, watching Howard the whole way. He didn't follow. He just stood in the hallway looking at his injured hand. And when Emma reached the landing, she saw him sink down slowly against the wall until he was sitting on the floor. She went into the bedroom and locked the door and pushed the dresser against it. Then she sat on the bed with the hammer across her knees and the keys in her pocket and listened to the silence downstairs. After a long time, she heard Howard get up. Heard him walk to the kitchen, heard water running, heard cabinet doors opening and closing. Then his footsteps went to the living room and stayed there. Emma went to the window and used the smallest brass key to unlock it. The lock clicked open with a satisfying click, and Emma felt a surge of hope, until the window slid up 6 inches and stopped hard against the security cable. Howard had installed cables that prevented the windows from opening more than that, she remembered now, just enough to let air in. Not enough to let a person out. Emma pulled at the window, trying to force it higher, her fingers digging into the frame. The cable held. She examined the mount point. A steel bracket bolted through the window frame into the stud behind it, exactly the way Howard had described when he'd installed them. Professional-grade hardware. The kind you'd use in a prison or a psychiatric facility, not a private home in the Michigan forest. The cable was aircraft-grade steel, the kind that would hold 1,000 pounds of pressure. Breaking it was impossible. The 6-inch gap was barely wide enough for her head, much less her shoulders. She was 5'7", and there was no squeezing through. The windows were tempered safety glass, the kind that shatters into 1,000 pieces when it breaks. Even if she could get through without cutting herself to pieces, the noise would bring Howard running. Emma sat back down on the bed and felt something break inside her chest. The keys were useless. The hammer was useless. The security cables Howard had installed, ostensibly to keep intruders out, were keeping her in. The only way out was through Howard, and she'd just shown him she was willing to fight, which meant he'd be ready for it next time. She lay on the bed and listened to Howard pace downstairs, listened to his voice rise and fall in that same rhythm, and tried to calculate her options. The bedroom door had a lock, but it was a simple privacy lock, the kind you could pop with a paperclip. The dresser wedged against it would hold for a while, but Howard was stronger than her, and if he decided to force it, he'd get through eventually. The window was useless. The phone was dead. No one knew she was here except Howard, and no one was coming to check on them for at least a week. When Emma's sister would notice she wasn't returning calls, a week was too long. Whatever was happening to Howard was accelerating, and Emma didn't think she had a week before he did something they'd both regret. Downstairs, she heard Howard talking to himself again. His voice was rising and falling in that same rhythm, that same pattern of question and answer. She couldn't make out the words, but she didn't need to. She knew he was at the window. She knew he was watching Allison get closer. She knew that when night fell and Allison reached the glass, whatever Howard had been holding back for 4 years was going to come out. Emma lay down on the bed with the hammer beside her and watched the last gray light fade from the sky. The bedroom faced east, away from the living room windows where Howard spent his nights, and through the 6-inch gap she could see the forest darkening, the pines becoming silhouettes against the bruise-colored sky. Snow was starting to fall again, small flakes at first, then larger, then driven sideways by wind that made the trees bend and creak. Allison in the gray sweater, watching the house get closer night after night. What had she thought in her final moments? Had she understood what Howard was going to do? Had she tried to run or fight or beg? The articles Emma had read, the photograph of Allison smiling, the timeline that placed her disappearance exactly 2 months before the foundation of this house was poured. The glass walls Howard had built, you could see out but couldn't escape. The transparency was a lie because what mattered was what was underneath, buried where no one could see it. Howard had said he wanted a house where he could see everything coming, where nothing could approach without his knowing. Maybe what he'd really wanted was a house where he could watch for the one thing he knew was coming eventually. Allison's ghost, rising from the concrete, approaching from the place he'd buried her. Maybe that was why he'd built the house here, on this specific rise over this specific grave, not to escape what he'd done, but to keep watch over it, to make sure it stayed buried. Emma rolled onto her side and looked at the hammer on the nightstand. Tomorrow she'd have to make a choice. Stay and hope Howard came back to sanity, or fight her way out and risk him stopping her permanently. Neither option felt survivable. But staying felt like slow death, and fighting felt like fast death. And Emma had always preferred fast to slow when there were no good choices left. Downstairs, she heard Howard begin to pace. The storm arrived just after sunset. Emma heard it before she saw it. The wind picking up and pressing against the north side of the house hard enough to make the glass creak in its frames. Then the snow started falling in earnest, not the light flakes from earlier, but heavy, wet snow driven sideways by gusts that made the trees bend and sway. Within an hour, the visibility outside had dropped to nothing, the forest disappearing behind a white wall that moved and shifted with each gust. Emma sat on the bed with the dresser still wedged against the door and watched the storm build through the 6-inch gap in the window. The temperature was dropping so fast that frost began forming on the glass. The heating system was running full blast. She could hear it cycling every few minutes, could feel the warmth coming through the baseboards. But the cold won anyway, radiating inward from every window until the bedroom felt like a walk-in freezer. The house shuddered when the strongest gusts hit, and she could hear things outside, branches breaking, snow sliding off the roof in heavy sheets, the wind finding gaps in the siding and making them whistle. The bedroom window rattled in its frame with each gust, the glass flexing inward far enough that Emma could see it bow, could see the frame creak and shift. She wondered how much force it would take to shatter glass this thick, whether the wind could do it or whether it would take something heavier. The house was well built. Howard had designed it that way, had hired contractors who knew what they were doing, had inspected every joint and beam himself before signing off on it. But no house was designed to withstand a Michigan blizzard with someone trapped inside it. Watching the temperature drop and the storm worsen and the man downstairs lose his grip on reality 1 degree at a time, she could go downstairs and check on Howard, make sure he was still just standing at the window and not doing something worse. But being in the same room with him, standing close enough to smell the sweat and coffee and wrongness coming off him, her stomach turned at the idea. Whatever was happening to Howard, Emma understood now that she couldn't help him. The best she could do was survive him. Downstairs, Howard had gone quiet. Emma strained to hear him over the storm and caught only silence, which was somehow worse than the talking had been. Then she heard something else, a sound that made her skin crawl, a wet, dragging sound, like something heavy being pulled across concrete. It came from below her, from the basement, rhythmic and slow. Drag, pause, drag, pause. Then it stopped. Emma told herself it was the furnace, pipes expanding with heat, something structural and explicable. But the smell that came up through the floorboards told her otherwise. That damp earth smell, stronger now than it had ever been, mixed with something that made her gag. Decay. Long buried. The lights flickered once, twice, then steadied. Emma looked at the ceiling fixture and watched it dim and brighten as the power struggled to hold against whatever was happening outside. The electrical lines ran from the house to the pole at the end of the driveway, exposed and vulnerable. How many trees stood between here and the county road? Dozens. Hundreds, maybe. The house groaned around her, settling under the weight of accumulating snow. Emma pulled the blanket tighter and tried to remember the last time she'd been this cold inside a building. The heat was still running. She could hear the baseboards ticking as they warmed. But the cold was coming in through the glass anyway, radiating inward from the windows until the whole room felt like a freezer wrapped in expensive architecture. She must have dozed without meaning to, because when she opened her eyes, the quality of the silence had changed. The wind was still howling outside, but inside the house everything had gone still. Emma sat up and listened, trying to understand what had woken her, and then she heard it. Howard's voice from directly below, loud enough to carry through the floor. He was shouting something Emma couldn't make out, his words eaten by the wind and the distance between them. She climbed off the bed and put her ear to the floor, trying to hear, and caught fragments. At the glass. Can see her face. Right there. Emma pushed the dresser away from the door and opened it slowly, listening for movement on the stairs. Howard was still downstairs, still shouting, and Emma crept to the landing where she could see down to the living room. Howard was standing with both hands pressed flat against the window, his face so close to the glass that his breath had fogged it completely. Beyond him, Emma could see nothing but the storm. The snow coming down so thick, it might as well have been a solid wall. Howard was talking to the window, his voice hoarse and rapid, saying things Emma couldn't parse into sense. She started down the stairs, moving quietly, hammer gripped in her right hand, and was halfway down when the lights went out. The darkness was absolute and immediate. Emma froze on the stairs with one hand on the railing and the other clutching the hammer, her night vision completely useless in the sudden black. She heard Howard make a sound that might have been a gasp or a laugh, and then his voice cut through the darkness. He said Allison was at the glass. Emma's eyes started to adjust, pulling shapes from the blackness. The windows showed slightly lighter rectangles, where the snow outside reflected some ambient light that had no source Emma could identify. She could see Howard's silhouette against the living room window, could see the way he was still pressing his hands to the glass, could see how his shoulders had gone rigid. She came down the rest of the stairs and felt her way across the living room, her hands finding the furniture she knew was there, the couch and the coffee table and the lamp that no longer worked. She reached the window and stood beside Howard, and in the faint light from the snow she saw his face had gone slack, with something that looked like awe or horror, or both. Howard said Allison was standing on the other side of the glass, less than a foot away. He said she was looking directly at him, her face blue-white with cold, her eyes wide and her mouth open. He said she was close enough that he could see the frost on her eyelashes, the way her lips had cracked from the cold, the snow that clung to her hair and her sweater. Emma looked at where Howard was looking and saw only her own reflection in the glass, pale and distorted in the dim light. Behind her reflection, the storm raged on, snow piling against the window, wind making the glass bow inward with each gust. She saw no figure, no frozen face, no goat staring back at her. She asked Howard what Allison was doing. Howard's voice, when he answered, had dropped to a whisper. He said Allison was just standing there, not moving, not blinking, her hands at her sides, and her mouth open, as if she was trying to speak but couldn't remember how. He said there was something wrong with the way she looked, something that went beyond the cold and the frozen skin, something that made her look less like a person and more like an image of a person, flat and dimensionless. Emma put her hand on Howard's shoulder and felt him flinch. She told him there was nothing there, that he was seeing things in the darkness and the storm, that they needed to find flashlights and candles and wait out the power outage. She said the temperature was dropping with the heat off, that they needed to focus on staying warm, not on ghosts that didn't exist. Howard shook his head without looking away from the window. He said Allison was real, that she was standing right there, that Emma's inability to see her didn't change that fact. He said Allison had been walking toward this house for days, and now she was here, and whatever she'd come here to do was about to happen. Emma started to respond and stopped, her attention caught by something moving outside. For a moment she thought she'd seen what Howard was seeing, thought her eyes had finally resolved the shape he'd been describing into something visible. But it was just a branch, heavy with snow, bending in the wind. The movement was wrong enough to make Emma's pulse kick up, but it was natural, explicable, not supernatural. Then she heard the crack. It started as a sound like a gunshot, sharp and loud enough to make both of them jump. Emma looked up and saw one of the tall pines at the edge of the yard beginning to lean, its trunk splintering where the weight of ice and snow had finally exceeded what the wood could bear. The tree tilted slowly at first, almost graceful, and then gravity took it, and it fell fast. 20 feet of pine crown coming down directly toward the house. Emma grabbed Howard's arm and pulled him away from the window, both of them stumbling backward as the tree hit. The impact shook the whole house, and Emma heard glass break somewhere on the north side, heard something metal tear and crash. The living room window held, but the sound of the tree hitting the power lines was unmistakable. A sharp crack followed by a shower of sparks that lit up the storm for half a second before everything went dark again. Howard pulled away from Emma and went back to the window, pressing his face to the glass. He said Allison was still there, that the falling tree had passed right through her, that she hadn't moved or reacted at all. He said she was looking at him with an expression of pure terror, her mouth open wider now, her hands coming up toward the glass. Emma backed away from the window and felt her way toward the kitchen, her hands finding the counter, the drawer where they kept the emergency candles. She pulled it open and dug through the contents by touch until her fingers found the long taper candles Howard had bought when they'd first moved in. She found the matches beside them and struck one, the tiny flame painful to look at after so much darkness. The match light showed her the kitchen exactly as it had always been, familiar and ordinary and completely empty. Emma lit one of the candles and used it to find the kerosene lantern Howard kept under the sink for emergencies. She filled it from the can of fuel in the basement stairwell, her hands shaking enough that she spilled some on the concrete floor, and then lit the wick and adjusted it until the flame burned steady. The lantern gave off maybe a quarter of the light the house's normal fixtures did, but after the absolute darkness, it felt blindingly bright. Emma carried it back to the living room and saw Howard still at the window, his hands now pressed flat against the glass at shoulder height, his whole body leaning into it. She told Howard to step away from the window. She said they needed to find blankets and warm clothes, needed to set up in one room where they could stay warm until the power came back or morning came, whichever happened first. Howard didn't move. He said he couldn't leave, not now, not when Allison was this close. He said she was pressing her hands against the glass on the other side, matching her palms to his, and her mouth was moving now, forming words he couldn't hear through the glass. Emma walked to the window and held the lantern up, letting its light spill across the glass. Her own reflection looked back at her, distorted and strange in the uneven lamplight. Beyond the glass, she saw snow and darkness, and the storm still raging. She saw no frozen woman, no ghost with her hands pressed to the glass, no mouth forming silent words. She started to tell Howard this, started to say that he was alone at the window talking to his own reflection. And then something about the light caught her attention. Something about the way it was hitting the glass, the way her reflection seemed to shift and double when she moved the lantern. Something about condensation. Emma stepped closer and looked at the window more carefully. The glass was cold, cold enough that her breath should have been fogging it from this distance. But the fog on the glass wasn't coming from her side of the window. It was coming from the other side. Small patches of condensation were forming on the interior surface of the glass, the kind that came from warm breath hitting cold glass. Emma watched one appear near where Howard's hands were pressed, watched it spread and then fade, watched another form a few inches away. The condensation was appearing in a pattern, in the shape of someone breathing against the glass from inside the room. Emma's hand went numb around the lantern handle. She understood what she was seeing, but her brain refused to process it, refused to accept what it meant. If the condensation was on the inside of the glass, then whatever was breathing. She lifted the lantern higher with a hand that had started to shake. The light changed everything. What had been invisible in the darkness suddenly became visible in the lantern glow. Not because the light revealed it, but because the light created shadow. And in the shadow cast on the window, Emma saw the silhouette of a woman standing between Howard and the glass. Not outside the window looking in, inside the room looking out. Emma's other hand went to her pocket, to the keys she'd taken from him in the hallway. She pulled them out with shaking fingers, and the lantern light caught something she hadn't noticed before in the chaos of the fight. A single key that didn't match the others. Brass, older than the house keys, with a number stamped into the head. 4. The kind of key you'd get at a transition house or a low-budget apartment, stamped with the room number instead of labeled. The articles Emma had read said Allison had been staying in room 4. The lantern slipped from Emma's fingers. She heard it hit the floor and shatter, heard the kerosene splash and the flame gutter, but she couldn't look away from where the silhouette had been standing. Because in the half-second before the light died, she'd seen the figure's hand pressed flat against the glass from the inside, palm to palm with Howard's hand, and she'd seen the frozen terror on a face that had been screaming in silence for 4 years. Then the darkness swallowed everything, and Howard made a sound Emma had never heard a human make before. Something between a sob and a howl. Something that came from a place deeper than fear. His voice, when he finally spoke, was broken into pieces. He said Allison had found out. He said she'd found the account, the offshore transfer, the $80,000 Helix Solutions had paid him to make their problem disappear. He said Allison had threatened to tell the prosecutors, had said she'd go to them herself, had tried to call from the transition house phone while he was sleeping. He said he'd caught her in the living room with her hand on the phone and the number half dialed. He said it happened too fast to think. He said one moment she was alive and screaming, and the next moment she was on the floor and he was standing over her with his hand still shaking. He said he'd carried her body to his car in the middle of the night, wrapped in the blankets from her bed. He said he'd driven north with no plan except to get far away from Grand Rapids, far away from the prosecutors and the investigation and the questions he couldn't answer. He said he'd bought this land in January with cash. He said he dug the hole himself in February and the place where the foundation would go. He said Allison had been in the ground for 2 months before the concrete went over her, sealing her underneath the house he'd built. Emma backed toward the stairs, keys clutched in her fist, hammer in her other hand. Howard stayed at the window, not looking at her, his voice flat and exhausted as he explained what he'd done. He said he'd thought if he could bury her deep enough, seal her under enough concrete, build a house on top of her grave, he could forget she was there. He said for 4 years it had worked. No nightmares, no visions, no consequences. Then Emma moved in, and the smell started 3 weeks later. He said he'd been seeing Allison in the trees for weeks, watching her get closer night after night. But she'd never been in the trees at all. She'd been here the whole time, sealed beneath the foundation, trapped above where her body was buried, manifesting in the room where he'd buried her. The glass had been reflecting her, back at him all along, making her ghost appear outside when she was inside, bound to her remains beneath the concrete. Every night he'd made the house brighter trying to see her better, and that had made her reflection in the window sharper, closer, more visible. He'd thought she was approaching from the woods when she'd been standing behind him in the room, beating her frozen fists against the glass, trying to break through to the outside where someone might see her, might help her, might hear her screaming. Emma reached the stairs and stopped. She looked at Howard silhouetted against the window, at the way he'd gone still and quiet, at the way his shoulders had dropped as if something that had been holding him up for 4 years had finally let go. She asked if Allison was still out there. Howard didn't answer for a long time. Then he said he didn't know. He said she felt different now, felt farther away, as if something had shifted when the truth came out. He said maybe she wasn't coming for him anymore because the secret was already gone. Emma didn't believe in ghosts, but she believed in the key in her hand, in the smell that had been seeping through the foundation for weeks, in the way Howard had been deteriorating since she'd moved in. She believed Allison Granger had died in this place, and her body was under this house, and Howard had spent 4 years trying to seal it away. She went upstairs to the bedroom and picked up her dead phone. She needed to get to a working phone, needed to call the police, needed to report what she'd found. But first, she needed to make sure Howard didn't try to stop her. Emma came back downstairs with the hammer and the keys and found Howard still at the window, his hands pressed to the glass. She told him she was calling the police. She said they'd search the basement. They'd break through the foundation. They'd find Allison's body and match it to the DNA and confirm she'd been here all along. Howard nodded without turning around. He said that was what he wanted, that he couldn't carry it anymore. Emma asked if that was why he'd brought her here, if he'd married her knowing this would happen. Howard said no. He said he'd been an idiot to think it would work. Emma backed toward the front door and hammer still raised. She told Howard to stay where he was, told him if he moved before the police got there, she'd tell them he tried to run. Howard said he wasn't going anywhere. He said the house still smelled like her, still felt like her, and he'd be staying here until the police came to take him away. Emma went to the kitchen and tried the landline, the one Howard had insisted on keeping because cell service was unreliable out here. She picked up the receiver. Dead silence. The tree that had taken out the power had taken the phone lines with it. Her car. She had a charging cable in the car, could plug her dead phone into the cigarette lighter, could call from the driveway if she had to. Emma grabbed her coat from the hook by the door and her keys from the counter. She looked at Howard one more time, still at the window, still pressing his hands to the glass. And then she unlocked the deadbolts and stepped out into the storm. The cold hit her like a fist. The snow was already 6 inches deep on the porch, drifting higher against the door. Emma fought her way down the steps and across the driveway to her car, the wind driving snow into her face hard enough to sting. She yanked the driver's door open, collapsed into the seat, and slammed it shut behind her. The sudden quiet inside the car was almost as disorienting as the wind. Emma sat there shaking, her breath fogging in the freezing interior, and pulled her dead phone from her pocket. She found the charging cable in the center console, plugged it in, turned the key to accessory power. The phone screen lit up. 10 seconds, 20. The battery indicator showed 1%, then 2. She dialed 911 before it could die again. The dispatcher answered on the first ring. Emma told her she'd found evidence of a homicide, gave the address, said the suspect was in the house and had confessed. She said she was in her car in the driveway. and she needed someone to come now before the storm got worse and the roads became impassable. The dispatcher asked if Emma was safe. Emma looked through the windshield at the house, at the dark windows, at the shape of Howard still visible at the living room glass. She said yes, she was safe. She said the suspect wasn't resisting, and she'd wait for the police in her car. Emma sat with the phone pressed to her ear until the dispatcher confirmed units were on the way, then ended the call and set the phone down. She kept the engine running for heat, kept the headlights on so the police would see her when they got there, and watched the house through the falling snow. The key with the number 4 stamped into its head sat on the dashboard where she'd set it, small and brass and impossible to explain away. Emma waited for the red and blue lights to come up the drive. The scratching had started again. Somewhere in the house, the hallway floor, maybe the living room. Darren Sanders couldn't tell anymore. It came through the bedroom door as a sound like claws dragging across hardwood, slow and deliberate, as if whatever made it was in no hurry at all. Darren stood with his right hand flat against the door in the dark, feeling the dry heat of the Arizona night seep through the wood. His palm was slick with sweat. Jessie sat on the edge of the bed behind him, her breathing shallow. And he knew without looking that her hands were knotted in her lap the way they always were when the night sounds began. The barricade they'd built looked the same as it had for weeks now. The dresser shoved against the door, the nightstand wedged beneath the knob, a stack of books bracing the bottom. Darren had stopped questioning whether it would hold. The thing that came at night had never tried the door. It stayed in the hallway or the kitchen, or pressed itself against the bedroom wall from the outside. He'd heard it there once, a wet scraping sound like something heavy sliding down stucco. Jessie said she'd felt the vibration through the headboard. The scratching moved. Closer now, past the bathroom, into the hallway that led to their bedroom. Darren pressed harder against the door and felt his knuckles go white. The heat outside had been 112 degrees today, the weather app on his phone said. And even now, at 2 a.m, the house held it like a furnace. The air conditioning had been running for hours, but the walls still radiated warmth, and his T-shirt clung to his back. Jessie stood and moved to the window. She pulled the curtain back an inch, just enough to see the street. Darren knew what she was looking for. Another house with lights on, a neighbor awake, someone they could run to if the door gave way. But the subdivision was dark. Every house a perfect stucco rectangle with a red tile roof and a front yard of gravel and desert plants, all of them silent and sealed against the heat. Darren had knocked on 3 doors the first week this started, stood on the Hendersons' porch and rung the bell 6 times, while Jessie waited in the car with the engine running, and finally a man opened the door, looked at him without expression, and closed it again without a word. They'd stopped trying after that. The scratching paused. Darren counted 5 seconds, then 10. Jessie let the curtain fall and turned back to the bed. Her face looked gray in the faint light from the street lamp outside. She was 31 years old, but the last month had carved lines around her mouth that hadn't been there before. She sat on the mattress and pulled her knees to her chest, wrapping her arms around her shins the way she used to sit when they first moved to Phoenix 4 years ago, and the desert heat was still strange to her. Darren was from Ohio. The heat had never stopped being strange to him. The scratching resumed. Not closer, but sustained now, a rhythmic scraping that went on for a full minute. Darren's mind conjured claws the size of kitchen knives gouging the floorboards, leaving grooves an inch deep. In the morning, they would find nothing. The floors would look the same as they always had, the pale oak planks smooth and unmarked. But the terror made the sound feel massive, inhuman. He'd grown up in a house with a dog, a Labrador named Pepper, who scratched at the back door when she wanted in. And somewhere beneath the fear, he recognized the same rhythm, but his mind refused to accept it. The sound had to be something larger, something wrong. Jessie lay back on the bed and stared at the ceiling. Darren watched her close her eyes and then open them again, fighting it. She was afraid to sleep. The thing came for her when she slept. Darren had seen it happen 3 times now. Her body going rigid, her eyes snapping open but not seeing him, her mouth working as if she was trying to scream but no sound coming out. The first time it happened, he'd shaken her and shouted her name until she finally gasped and sat up, clawing at his arms hard enough to leave welts. She told him she'd felt something on her chest, something massive and hot and reeking, pressing down until she couldn't breathe. And while it held her there, she saw things. Flashes of broken glass and twisted metal, the smell of gasoline and burning rubber, headlights spinning across a dark road. She'd started crying and he'd held her. And later she said she didn't know where the images came from, but they felt more real than the bedroom around her. It had happened again 2 nights ago, and this time, when she woke, she'd grabbed his wrist and said the thing had been inches from her face. She could feel its breath, hot and rotten, and in the visions, she'd seen a steering wheel bent sideways and an airbag deflated and stained darks. Darren had asked if she remembered an accident, if maybe she'd been in a wreck as a kid and never told him. But she shook her head. She didn't remember anything like that. The visions weren't hers. Darren thought they might be omens, warnings from whatever hunted them. The scratching stopped again. Darren tilted his head and listened. The house made its own sounds at night. The air conditioner cycling on and off, the tick of cooling metal in the walls, the hum of the refrigerator 2 rooms away. But beneath all of that, he heard something else. A low sound, almost below the range of hearing, like a sustained exhalation. He couldn't tell if it was inside the house or outside. He pressed his ear to the door and held his breath. The house gave him nothing back. Just its own weight, its own dark hum, the faint pressure of heated air. He stepped back and looked at Jessie. She had one arm thrown over her eyes, her chest rising and falling in the uneven rhythm of someone trying not to sleep. Darren moved to speak, opened his mouth to offer some reassurance about morning only being 4 hours away, but he found himself closing it again and reaching instead to check the dresser, making sure it hadn't shifted, that the barricade still held. He crossed to the closet and opened the door. The smell hit him immediately. Something damp and organic, like wet dog and rotting meat. He remembered yesterday morning, opening the closet to get a shirt and finding 3 of his T-shirts pulled off their hangers and shredded on the floor, the fabric torn into ribbons and soaked in saliva. Jessie's jeans destroyed too, ripped open at the knees and covered in the same foul-smelling slime. He remembered throwing the clothes away, double-bagging them, and carrying them to the curb, remembered scrubbing the closet floor with bleach. But the clothes were still there now, still hanging undisturbed. The floor was unmarked. He'd been acting out the motions of cleaning, pantomiming solutions to a problem only he could see. Tonight the clothes were untouched. The hangers hung in a neat row, the shirts and jeans and dresses all in their places. But the smell was stronger. Darren reached into the closet and felt along the back wall, checking for dampness, for any sign the thing had gotten inside. His fingers brushed drywall and nothing else. He pulled his hand back and wiped it on his shorts. The smell clung to his palm. He closed the closet door and turned around. Jessie was sitting up now, staring at him with wide eyes. She mouthed a word he couldn't make out. He moved closer and she grabbed his wrist and pulled him down to sit beside her on the bed. She pointed at the door. Darren looked. The scratching had stopped, but the house was still. Too still. The air conditioner wasn't running. The refrigerator wasn't humming. Even the tick of cooling metal had gone silent. Darren gripped the edge of the mattress and felt the fabric bunch under his fingers. The last time this happened, the night everything went quiet like this. The thing had pressed itself against the wall outside their window and scraped at the stucco until the sound was so loud it felt like it was inside Darren's skull. He waited. Jesse's hand was cold in his. The streetlight outside threw a pale amber glow through the curtains, enough to see the dresser blocking the door, the nightstand wedged beneath the knob, the stack of books that would do nothing if the thing really wanted in. Darren's breath sounded too loud in the silence, and he tried to slow it down, to breathe through his nose, but his grip on the mattress only tightened. The house stayed quiet. Minutes passed. Darren counted them by the digital clock on the nightstand. 2:14, 2:15, 2:16. At 2:19, the air conditioner kicked on again with a wheeze and a rattle. The refrigerator started humming. The house came back to life. Darren let out a breath he didn't know he'd been holding. Jessie released his wrist and lay back down, curling onto her side with her back to him. He could see her shoulders shaking. Maybe it was over for tonight. Maybe the thing had left. But Darren kept watching the door and listening for the scratching to start again. He stayed awake the rest of the night. At 6 o'clock, the first light of dawn crept through the curtains, gray and pale. Darren stood and moved the dresser away from the door. He pulled the nightstand aside and picked up the stack of books. His back ached from sitting against the headboard for 4 hours. Jessie was asleep now, or pretending to be. Darren opened the door and stepped into the hallway. The house looked the same as it always did in the morning. Neat and ordinary and untouched. The hardwood floors gleamed in the early light, smooth and unmarked, with no claw marks or gouges or any sign that anything had been here at all. But Darren knew better. He walked through the house, checking each room the way he did every morning. The living room was empty. The kitchen was clean. The second bedroom they used for storage was undisturbed. He opened the front door and looked out at the street. The neighborhood was waking up. 2 houses down, someone was backing a car out of the driveway. Across the street, a sprinkler system hissed to life, throwing water across a front yard of gravel and prickly pear. Darren stepped outside. The air was already warm, the sun just clearing the roofline of the houses to the east. He closed the door behind him and stood on the porch, feeling the heat soak into his skin. He wanted to leave. He wanted to get in the car and drive until Phoenix was 100 miles behind them. But they'd tried that. 2 weeks ago, they'd acted out the motions of escape. Darren could remember packing a bag, loading the trunk, starting the engine, feeling the steering wheel under his hands as they drove north on I-17. The highway had been dark, empty. They'd driven for what felt like an hour, the dashboard clock reading later and later, the mile markers ticking past. And then somewhere around Black Canyon City, 40 miles out, the dashboard said. Jessie had started screaming. She clawed at nothing, begging him to turn around, said something was wrong, something was pulling her back. And the illusion had shattered. Darren had looked down and there was no steering wheel in his hands. They were standing in the living room in the dark, acting out the motions of driving with nothing around them but empty air and furniture that wasn't theirs. The cold reality of the house had snapped back into focus, and Jessie had collapsed onto the floor sobbing, and neither of them had suggested leaving again. He went back inside and locked the door. Jessie was awake now, sitting on the edge of the bed with her head in her hands. Darren sat beside her and put his arm around her shoulders. She leaned into him, and neither of them spoke. Outside, the heat climbed toward another 100-degree day, and somewhere in the house, In the walls, or the floors, or the air itself, Darren felt the weight of the coming night pressing down on them already. The heat peaked at 114 degrees that afternoon. Darren stood at the kitchen window and watched the air shimmer above the gravel in the front yard, the neighborhood distorting behind it like something seen through old glass. Jessie was lying on the couch in the living room with a damp cloth over her eyes. She'd slept for 2 hours after dawn and woken with a headache that hadn't faded. Darren had given her ibuprofen, and she'd swallowed 3 tablets with a glass of water that was already lukewarm from the tap. The house made sounds in the daylight, too. Darren had started noticing them a week ago. Not the scratching, that only came at night, but other things. The creak of floorboards in the hallway when neither of them was walking there. The sudden thud from the second bedroom as if something heavy had been dropped. Once, 2 days ago, he'd been standing in the bathroom brushing his teeth and heard what sounded like claws clicking across the kitchen tile, quick and rhythmic. The sound a large dog makes crossing a hard floor. He'd rinsed his mouth and gone to look and found nothing. Jessie had heard it too. The afternoon stretched into evening. At 5:30, Darren checked the locks on the front and back doors. At 6, he walked through the house and closed all the blinds, shutting out the amber glow of the desert sunset. By 7, the light outside had gone purple and then gray, and Darren felt his pulse begin to climb. Jessie sat up on the couch and dropped the damp cloth onto the coffee table. Her face was pale, and her eyes were red-rimmed. She looked at him and stood without speaking, and they both walked to the bedroom. They reached for the dresser at the same time. Darren gripped one end, and Jessie took the other, and they were sliding it toward the door when the scratching started. Too early. It was only 7:15. The thing never came before 9. Darren froze with the dresser halfway across the floor. Jessie's hands went white on the wood. The scratching was in the hallway, close, just on the other side of the bedroom door, slow and deliberate. The sound of claws dragging across hardwood in long, measured strokes. Darren's breath caught in his throat. They'd been caught in the open, the barricade incomplete, the door still accessible. Jessie's eyes went wide. She mouthed something he couldn't understand. The scratching grew louder, more insistent, and then it stopped. The silence that followed felt worse than the sound. Darren could hear his own heartbeat in his ears, a rapid flutter that made his vision swim. He tightened his grip on the dresser and forced himself to breathe. The doorknob turned. Just a fraction, a subtle rotation of the brass handle catching the lamplight. Then it stopped, released. The door stayed closed. But Darren had seen it move, and from the look on Jessie's face, she had too. The thing had never touched the knob before, never tried the door. It had always stayed on the other side, content to scratch and scrape and wait. Something had changed. Darren jerked his head toward the door, and Jessie understood. They shoved the dresser the rest of the way, slamming it against the wood hard enough to rattle the framed picture on top. Jessie wedged the nightstand beneath the knob while Darren grabbed the books and stacked them frantically along the base. His hands were shaking, and he dropped one, a hardcover thriller that hit the floor with a thud. He snatched it up and crammed it into place. The scratching resumed. Not in the hallway this time, but directly outside the bedroom window, claws raking down the stucco in long, vertical gouges. Jessie backed away from the window and sat on the edge of the bed. Darren stood between her and the wall, listening to the sound move along the exterior, circling. The thing was faster tonight, more deliberate. It went around the entire room in less than a minute, and then stopped at the corner where the bathroom abutted the bedroom. The house went quiet, except for the hum of the air conditioner and the faint tick of the ceiling fan. Darren turned to Jessie. Her eyes were already closing, her shoulders slumping forward. He reached for her, but she was too far away, and before he could cross the space between them, her body went rigid. Her eyes snapped open but didn't see him. Her mouth fell open and a choked sound came out, low and strangled. Darren grabbed her shoulders and shook her. She didn't respond. Her eyeballs moved beneath the lids, darting back and forth, and the sound she was making got louder, more desperate. He pulled her upright, and her eyes snapped wider. She gasped, and her hands flew up to claw at the air in front of her face. Darren caught her wrists and held them. She was staring at something he couldn't see, her pupils blown wide, her breath coming in short, ragged bursts. He said her name again and again until finally she focused on him. Her mouth moved, but no sound came out at first. Then she whispered, so quiet he almost didn't hear it. The crash. Darren kept holding her wrists. She was shaking now, her whole body trembling. He asked her what she saw. She closed her eyes and opened them again, slower this time. When she spoke, her voice was hoarse. She had seen the steering wheel, she said. Not just seen it. Felt her hands on it. Felt the leather under her palms. The airbag had already gone off and deflated, and she could smell the powder it left behind, sharp and alkaline, like scorched chalk. The windshield was cracked in a starburst pattern, and through it, she could see headlights, distant and tilted at the wrong angle. Her chest hurt where the seatbelt had locked. She could taste blood in her mouth. And there was a sound, glass crunching and something else, something low and guttural that might have been her own voice or someone else's. And then the weight came down on her, something massive and hot, and the vision shattered into fragments. Broken glass, twisted metal, the smell of gasoline, the sound of liquid dripping onto pavement. And through all of it, a presence above her, breathing in her face, hot and wet and wrong. Darren listened. His hands were still on her wrists, and he could feel her pulse racing. When she finished, she pulled away and curled onto her side, facing the wall. He sat beside her and didn't move. Outside, the scratching had started again, somewhere in the hallway or the kitchen. The sound was steady and rhythmic, almost mechanical, and it went on for an hour before it finally stopped. Jessie didn't sleep the rest of the night. Neither did Darren. They lay in the dark and waited for morning, and when the first gray light crept through the curtains, Darren felt a crushing certainty settle over him. Whatever was hunting them, it wasn't going to stop. It was going to keep coming, night after night, until there was nothing left. Jessie stopped fighting the sleep paralysis on the fourth night. Darren watched it happen. They were lying in bed, the barricade in place, the scratching moving through the hallway outside. It was 11:30, and Jessie had been holding his hand for the last hour, her grip so tight his fingers had gone numb. Then her hand went slack and her eyes closed, and Darren sat up, ready to shake her awake. But she opened her eyes again before he could touch her. She was awake. He could see it in the way her pupils tracked to him, focused and deliberate. But her body was frozen, locked in place by whatever weight had settled onto her chest. Her mouth opened and her jaw worked, but no sound came out. Darren leaned over her and started to reach for her shoulders, but she shook her head. Just a fraction of movement, barely visible, but enough to stop him. She wanted to stay in it. She wanted to see what happened if she didn't fight. Darren sat back and watched. Jessie's breathing slowed, deepened. Her eyes stayed open, but her gaze went distant, unfocused, looking through the ceiling to something beyond. The seconds stretched into a minute, then two. Darren could hear the scratching in the hallway, rhythmic and constant. But Jessie didn't seem to hear it at all. She was somewhere else. Her chest rose and fell beneath the invisible weight. Sweat gathered at her temples and ran down into her hair. Her fingers twitched against the mattress, but the rest of her stayed rigid. Darren counted 3 minutes, then 4. The scratching stopped. The house went silent. And in that silence, Jessie's eyes changed. The distant look faded and something else replaced it. Recognition, maybe, or understanding. Her mouth moved again, and this time a sound came out, small and broken. Then she gasped, and the paralysis released her all at once. She sat up so fast, she nearly hit Darren's chin. Her hands flew to her chest and pressed there, feeling for something that wasn't there anymore. Her breathing came in short, rapid bursts, and tears were streaming down her face. Darren put his arms around her and asked what she saw. Jessie didn't answer right away. She pulled back from him and wiped her face with both hands, then looked around the room, taking in every detail with an intensity that made Darren grip the edge of the mattress harder. Her gaze moved from the barricaded door to the window, to the closet, to the nightstand. When she finally spoke, her voice was steady in a way that scared him more than the crying had. She said the weight on her chest wasn't pressing down. It was lying down. There was a difference. The pressure wasn't malicious or predatory. It was the weight of a body settling into rest, the way a dog curls up on a blanket. And the breath in her face, hot and damp, smelled like dog breath. Not rot, not sulfur, just the ordinary warm smell of an animal's exhalation. Their fear had made them monsters out of love. All those nights of terror, the scratching they'd heard as claws gouging wood, had been ordinary paws on hardwood. The wet scraping down the stucco had been a dog's body sliding down an exterior wall, trying to get closer to a scent. The thing in the closet shredding their clothes had been searching for them in the only way a dog knew how. And the visions, she said. The crash. She'd finally seen it all the way through. They'd been driving home from Sedona, late, past midnight. Darren had been at the wheel, and Jessie was in the passenger seat, and the highway was empty except for one pair of headlights, far ahead. They'd been talking about something. She couldn't remember what. And then the headlights were closer, much closer, and they were in the wrong lane. Darren had swerved. The car had spun. She remembered the steering wheel jerking in Darren's hands, the seatbelt locking across her chest, the sound of metal tearing and glass shattering. She remembered the car flipping, the world rotating in slow motion, and then the sharp crack of impact, and everything going dark. And in the back seat, she said, there had been a third seatbelt buckled, an empty harness swaying loose in the chaos of the wreck. But it hadn't been empty at all. Darren stared at her. His mouth had gone dry, and his hands felt cold. He asked her what she meant. Jessie looked at him, and her eyes were clear and certain. Mac had been in the back seat, she said. Their dog. The boxer they'd adopted 3 years ago. He'd been with them in the car. Darren opened his mouth to tell her that wasn't possible, that Mac was, but the thought collapsed before he could finish it. Where was Mac? When was the last time Darren had seen him? He searched his memory and found nothing recent, nothing clear, just a vague sense that Mac should be here and wasn't. He couldn't remember. Jessie stood up and walked to the dresser. She reached for it with both hands, and the barricade dissolved under her touch, not shoved aside, but simply ceasing to exist. The phantom furniture they'd been maintaining for weeks, fading like smoke. The dresser, the nightstand, the books. All of them had been their own construction, a memory of protection that no longer served any purpose. The door stood unobstructed. Jessie turned the knob, and it opened easily. It had never been locked. The hallway was dark and silent, without any scratching or sound at all. Jessie stepped through the doorway, and Darren followed, his pulse loud in his ears. The hallway looked wrong. The walls were the same cream color they'd always been, but the picture frames were gone. The small table where Jessie kept her keys wasn't there. The runner rug had been replaced with something different, a geometric pattern Darren had never seen before. Jessie walked to the living room and stopped in the doorway. Darren came up beside her and looked. The furniture was wrong. The couch was gray instead of blue. The coffee table was glass instead of wood. The bookshelf along the far wall held books they'd never owned, titles Darren didn't recognize. On the mantel above the fireplace sat a row of photographs in frames. A man with short dark hair and a thin face, standing in front of landscapes Darren had never visited. Beaches and mountains and city skylines, but not one photo of Darren or Jessie anywhere. Jessie crossed the room and leaned close to one of the frames, studying the face of the man in the photograph. She stared at it for a long moment, then straightened and turned to Darren. Her face was pale, but her voice was steady when she spoke. "We're dead." The words hung in the air between them. Darren wanted to argue, but he couldn't find the words. She was right. They died in the crash, and this house didn't belong to them anymore. He looked around the room and saw it now. The newness of things, the absence of their possessions, the way the space felt occupied by someone else's life. How long had they been walking through this house without seeing it? How long had they been trapped in the memory of what it used to be? Jessie walked to the front door and tried the handle. It turned. She pulled the door open, and warm night air rushed in, carrying the scent of creosote and dust. She stepped out onto the porch, and Darren followed. The street looked the same. Rows of stucco houses with red tile roofs, gravel yards, the amber glow of streetlights. But the cars parked in the driveways were different models, and the Henderson house across the street had a different color door. Darren reached for the porch railing, and his hand went through it. He'd been reaching for it every morning for weeks, he realized. The habit survived the body. He turned to Jessie and saw the same hollow look in her eyes. 2 years, Jessie said. The crash had been 2 years ago. She could feel it now, the weight of the missing time, the months and seasons that had passed while they'd been locked in this loop. She looked down at her hands and turned them over, studying her palms. They looked solid and substantial, but she knew what they were now. Darren stepped off the porch and walked to the middle of the street. The pavement was still warm from the day's heat. He stood there looking back at the house and tried to remember the last time he'd been outside during the day, the last time he'd felt the sun on his face. But every memory he had was night. The bedroom, the barricade, the waiting. A car turned onto the street 2 blocks down. Darren watched its headlights approach, growing brighter, and he waited for it to slow, to stop, to acknowledge him standing in the middle of the road. But the car didn't slow. It kept coming. Darren stood his ground, frozen, and the car passed through the space where he stood without slowing, without swerving, without any sign that the driver had seen him at all. Darren turned and walked back to the porch. Jessie was sitting on the steps now, her arms wrapped around her knees. He sat beside her, and neither of them spoke. The night air moved through them, warm and dry, and Darren understood with a terrible clarity that they didn't feel it the way living people did. They remembered what heat felt like, remembered the sensation of wind and the texture of concrete. But the actual physical experience was gone. There were echoes, impressions, ghosts haunting the house where they used to live. And Mac, Darren thought. Mac had been in the car with them. But Mac wasn't here now. Mac wasn't dead. Jessie said it before he could. Mac survived. He'd been in the back seat, and somehow he'd made it through the crash, and someone had taken him. And now he was here, in this house, with the man who lived here now. And all this time, all these weeks of terror and scratching and sleep paralysis. It hadn't been a demon hunting them. It had been Mac, grieving, trying to find them. They went back inside and walked through the house room by room, seeing it for the first time as it really was. The kitchen had been repainted, the appliances replaced with newer models in stainless steel. Magnets on the refrigerator advertised pizza places and plumbers Darren had never heard of. A calendar beside the pantry showed July 2026, with appointments marked in cramped, angular handwriting. Dentist on the 14th, oil change on the 22nd. The second bedroom held a desk now instead of the storage boxes, papers scattered across the surface, utility bills and bank statements and junk mail all addressed to Kevin Brooks at this address. The bathroom counter held unfamiliar soap and a toothbrush that wasn't theirs, and a prescription bottle with Kevin Brooks's name on the label. Jesse looked at it all without speaking, then turned and walked past Darren. The clock in the living room showed 2:43. Darren sat on the gray couch that wasn't theirs while Jesse stood at the window looking out at the quiet street. His mind felt sluggish, overwhelmed. 2 years. They'd been dead for 2 years. And Mac had been alive this whole time, living in this house with a stranger, grieving for them in the only way a dog knew how, by searching, by trying to find their scent, by lying down in the places where they used to be and waiting for them to come back. The scratching hadn't been malicious. It had been desperate. Jesse turned from the window and asked if he thought Mac was here now in the house, or if the man had put him somewhere else for the night. Darren didn't know. He stood and walked down the hallway to the master bedroom. The door was closed. He put his hand on the knob, felt the metal cool beneath his palm, or remembered what cool metal felt like, and turned it. The room was dark except for the faint glow of a phone charging on the nightstand. A man lay in the bed, his back to the door, shoulders rising and falling in the steady rhythm of deep sleep. Kevin Brooks. Darren stepped inside and Jesse followed. They stood at the foot of the bed and looked at the man who had replaced them. He was younger than Darren had expected. Maybe 35. Short dark hair going gray at the temples, a tattoo on his left shoulder blade, some geometric design Darren couldn't make out in the dim light. One arm hung off the side of the mattress, fingers brushing the floor. And on the floor beside the bed, curled into a tight ball on a dog bed that smelled of kibble and old canvas, was Mac. Darren's breath stopped. He moved without thinking, crossing the room and dropping to his knees beside the dog bed. Mac was asleep, his body tucked in on itself, his stubby tail pressed against his hind legs. But even in sleep, Darren could see the change in him. Ribs showing beneath his brindle coat, face thinner, the bones of his skull more prominent, fur around his muzzle gone gray. Darren reached out to touch him, and his hand passed through Mac's shoulder without resistance. No contact, no warmth. Just the memory of what it used to feel like to run his fingers through that coarse fur and feel the muscle beneath. Darren pulled his hand back and gripped the edge of the dog bed hard enough that if he'd still been solid, his knuckles would have gone white. Jessie knelt beside him. She reached for Mac, too, and her hand went through him the same way. She made a small sound in her throat, something between a sob and a gasp, and Darren put his arm around her shoulders. They knelt there together on the floor and watched Mac sleep. And Darren thought about all the nights Mac had lain down on this exact spot, in this exact position, waiting for them. All the nights Mac had pressed his weight against the floor where their bed used to be, trying to get closer to whatever trace of them still lingered in the house. All the nights Mac had scratched and searched and grieved while Darren and Jessie huddled behind a barricade, terrified of a threat that didn't exist. Mac's ear twitched. His legs moved in small, jerking motions, the way dogs move when they dream. Darren wondered what Mac was dreaming about. If he was running through a park somewhere, or riding in the back seat of a car with the window down, or lying on the couch between Darren and Jessie the way he used to do on quiet evenings when they'd watch television and Mac would sprawl across both their laps, too big for the space but refusing to move. Mac's eyes opened. He lifted his head and looked directly at Darren, not through him, but at him. Mac's eyes were brown and clear and fully focused, And for the first time in 2 years, Darren felt seen. Mac's tail began to wag, a slow, uncertain movement that picked up speed. He stood, his legs shaking slightly, and took a step toward Darren. Then another, his nose extended, sniffing the air where Darren knelt. Darren didn't move. He didn't breathe. Mac's nose came closer, and then Mac pushed his head forward, trying to press his muzzle into Darren's chest the way he always had when he wanted attention. His head passed through Darren's body, but Mac didn't stop. He tried again and again, pushing his whole body forward, trying to make contact that wouldn't come. Mac whined. It was a high, broken sound that Darren had never heard him make before. Mac turned and tried to push his head into Jessie's lap. His body passed through her the same way. Mac stepped back and sat down hard, his tail still wagging, but slower now, confused. He looked from Darren to Jessie and back again, his head tilting to one side. Darren's throat was so tight he could barely speak. He tried anyway, forcing the word out past the grief that wanted to choke him. Mac. The dog's ears perked up. His tail wagged faster. He stood again and came forward, licking the air where Darren's face should be, his tongue passing through without contact, but his intention clear. He could see them. He could smell them. He knew they were there, but he couldn't touch them. Jessie was crying now, silent tears running down her face. She reached for Mac again, and her hand went through his head, through his neck, passing through muscle and bone and fur without resistance. Mac whined again and turned in a circle, trying to find an angle that would work, a position that would let him press against them the way he needed to. On the bed, Kevin Brooks stirred. He rolled onto his back and muttered something Darren couldn't make out. Mac's attention snapped to the man. His tail stopped wagging. He moved to the side of the bed and sat down, his body tense, his gaze fixed on Brooks's face. Darren watched Mac watch the man. There was something in Mac's posture that Darren recognized. Alertness, maybe, or wariness, but certainly not the relaxed trust Mac used to show when Darren came home from work, or Jessie called him for dinner. This was different. This was a dog watching someone he didn't fully trust, someone he tolerated but didn't love. Kevin Brooks opened his eyes and looked at Mac. He reached down and patted the dog's head once, a perfunctory gesture without warmth. Mac didn't lean into the touch. He sat still and let it happen. And when Brooks's hand withdrew, Mac's posture didn't change. Brooks closed his eyes again and rolled away. Within seconds, his breathing had evened out into sleep. Mac turned back to Darren and Jessie. His tail began to wag again, tentative and hopeful. He came forward and tried once more to push his head into Darren's chest. And when it didn't work, he sat down and stared at them, his brown eyes full of something Darren couldn't name. Recognition, yes. Confusion, definitely. But beneath both of those was something darker. Loneliness, grief, the kind of bone-deep sadness that came from waiting for someone who never came back. Darren reached out and let his hand hover over Mac's head, his palm 2 inches from the fur he couldn't touch. Jessie did the same. They knelt there on the floor of a bedroom that didn't belong to them anymore, trying to comfort a dog who could see them but not feel them. And Darren understood that this was worse than being dead. This was being visible but intangible, present but powerless. They were ghosts, and ghosts couldn't hold the things they loved. And the worst part, the part that made Darren's chest feel hollow, even though he no longer had a chest that could feel anything, was knowing how they'd spent their last weeks together. All those nights, Mac had scratched at the bedroom door, trying to get to them, trying to lie down beside them the way he always had. And they'd shoved a dresser against the door. They'd stacked books. They'd hidden behind a barricade, terrified, while Mac waited on the other side, wondering why they wouldn't let him in. The sleep paralysis hadn't been an attack. It had been Mac, curling up on the bed in the exact spot where Jesse's spectral form lingered, his 70-pound body settling onto the mattress where she no longer existed in any physical way. But their connection to him ran so deep that his presence overlapping her form had translated into crushing pressure. His grief and her guilt meeting in the same space and creating something that felt like suffocating weight. And she'd fought it. She'd thrashed against the sensation and gasped, and treated his desperate need for comfort like a violation. The scratching in the hallway, the sounds in the kitchen, the closet full of shredded clothes, soaked in saliva. Mac searching for their scent, trying to find them, trying to understand why they'd left him. And every morning Darren had walked through the house checking for damage, relief flooding through him when he found the floors unmarked, never once understanding that the floors were unmarked because there had never been a monster. Only a grieving dog with ordinary paws. They could have spent those weeks with him. They could have sat on the floor and let his body pass through theirs and at least tried to comfort him, to let him know they were still there even if they couldn't touch him. Instead, they'd barricaded themselves away and left him alone in a house that smelled like them but contained only absence. 2 years Mac had lived here with Kevin Brooks. 2 years of searching for them, of lying down in the places where their bed used to be, of waiting for them to come home. And they'd been here the whole time, locked in their own terror, hiding from the only thing in this house that had ever loved them. Mac's tail slowed and then stopped. He lay down on his bed again and rested his head on his paws, his eyes still open, still watching them. Darren and Jesse stayed beside him until the first gray light of dawn crept through the window, and then they stood and walked back to the living room, leaving Mac alone with the man who would never love him the way they had. They spent the day with Mac. Darren didn't know if ghosts experienced time the same way the living did, but the hours between dawn and dusk felt longer than any he remembered. He and Jesse sat on the floor of the living room while Mac moved between them, his tail wagging in slow, uncertain sweeps, his nose pushing through the air where their hands should be. Every few minutes he would stop and sit down hard, staring at them with his head cocked, trying to understand why he could see them but not feel them. Kevin Brooks left the house at 7:30 in the morning. Darren heard the front door close and watched through the window as the man backed his car out of the driveway and drove away without looking back. Mac stood at the window, too, watching, and when the car disappeared around the corner, Mac turned and looked at Darren and Jesse. His tail started wagging again. They followed Mac through the house. He went to the kitchen first and stood beside his food bowl, empty except for a few pieces of kibble stuck to the bottom. He nosed the bowl and looked back at them, and Darren understood that Mac was showing them his routine, the shape of his days without them. The bowl, the water dish, the back door where he waited to be let out, the corner of the living room where a basket of toys sat untouched, rope bones and rubber balls Mac used to carry around constantly, but now ignored. Jessie knelt beside the toy basket and reached for one of the rope bones. Her hand passed through it. She tried again, concentrating, willing her fingers to make contact, but the rope stayed solid, and her hand stayed insubstantial. She sat back and looked at Darren with tears in her eyes. Mac picked up the rope bone in his mouth and brought it to her. He dropped it at her feet and backed up, tail wagging, the way he used to do when he wanted to play tug-of-war. Jessie reached for it again, and her hand passed through. Mac's tail slowed. He picked up the rope and tried again, dropping it closer this time, nudging it with his nose toward where Jessie's hand hovered over the floor. When nothing happened, Mac sat down and whined. Darren moved to sit beside Jesse. Mac came to him and tried to climb into his lap, his body passing through Darren's legs and torso, his paws scrabbling at air. Mac tried 3 times before he gave up and lay down on the floor between them, his head resting where Darren's knee would be if Darren were solid. Mac's eyes stayed open, watching them both. The afternoon sun moved across the floor in a slow golden band. Darren and Jesse didn't move. They stayed with Mac, letting him see them, letting him know they were there even if they couldn't touch him. Mac dozed off once and woke with a start, his head jerking up to check if they were still there. When he saw them, he relaxed again, his tail thumping twice against the hardwood. Around 4 o'clock, Mac stood and walked to the back door. He looked over his shoulder at them and whined, a soft questioning sound. Darren stood and tried the doorknob. His hand passed through it. He tried again, focusing all his attention on making his fingers solid, on gripping the metal and turning it. But nothing happened. The door stayed closed. Mac whined again, more urgently now. He paced back and forth in front of the door, his movements agitated. Darren realized Mac needed to go outside, needed to relieve himself, but the door was locked, and Darren couldn't open it. He looked at Jessie and saw the same helplessness in her face. Mac waited by the door for 20 minutes. Then he walked back to the living room and lay down on the floor near the window, his body tense, his ears flat against his head. Darren sat beside him and pressed his hand flat against the hardwood, where Mac's ribs rose and fell, wanting to touch fur, but feeling only the smooth, cool wood beneath his palm. When Kevin Brooks came home at 5:45, Mac stood and went to the door, but his tail didn't wag. Brooks unlocked the door and stepped inside, dropping his keys on the side table. He looked down at Mac and said something about the dog needing to go out. His voice was flat, annoyed. He walked through the house to the back door and opened it, and Mac bolted outside without looking back. Darren watched Brooks move through the kitchen, pulling a beer from the refrigerator and opening it with a sharp hiss. The man was still wearing his work lanyard, a laminated badge that said Arizona Public Service Company, with a photo Darren couldn't make out from this angle. Brooks didn't take it off. He just stood at the kitchen counter drinking his beer and scrolling through his phone, the lanyard swaying slightly every time he lifted the bottle. He didn't call for Mac. He didn't go to the window to check on the dog. The routine of someone who lived alone and preferred it that way. Mac came back inside 10 minutes later. He walked past Brooks without making contact, came into the living room, and lay down in the spot where Darren and Jessie sat. His body passed through theirs and settled on the floor beneath them. Brooks fed Mac at 6:30, pouring kibble into the bowl and walking away while Mac ate. The man didn't stay to watch. He didn't pet Mac or speak to him. When Mac finished eating, he came back to the living room and lay down again between Darren and Jessie. And Darren understood that Mac spent his nights this way, waiting in the space where they used to be, hoping they would come back, enduring the loneliness that no living person seemed willing to ease. The sun set. The house fell into shadow. Brooks turned on the television in the bedroom and closed the door, and Darren sat with his hand pressed to the floor where Mac's body lay, wishing he could feel the warmth of fur instead of cold hardwood. Darren leaned forward and let his hand hover over Mac's head, 2 inches above the fur he couldn't touch. He spoke to Mac in the same low voice he used to use, telling him he was a good boy, that they were sorry, that they wished they could stay. Mac's tail thumped once against the floor. His eyes stayed focused on Darren's face. Jessie reached out too, her hand hovering over Mac's back. She said his name, soft and broken, and Mac's ears perked up. He shifted his weight and tried again to press his body against hers, and when it didn't work, he settled back down with a sigh that sounded too human. They stayed like that for hours. The house went dark except for the glow of streetlights through the windows. Brooks's television went quiet. The air conditioner cycled on and off. And then, at 11:47, something began to fade. Darren looked down at his hands and saw them losing definition, the edges softening like watercolor bleeding into wet paper. The room around him was growing distant, the colors muting, the sounds dampening. Jessie's face beside him looked peaceful for the first time in 2 years, her features smoothing, her expression going slack with relief. He felt it too, a gentle forgetting, the weight of memory lifting. What was this room? Why had they been sitting here? The answers were becoming harder to hold. His name felt less certain, the heat, the barricade, the scratching. All of it receding into something that might have happened to someone else a long time ago in a place he could no longer quite picture. This was it. The crossing over they'd been denied for 2 years. Darren looked at Jessie and saw recognition fading from her eyes. She was forgetting him. He was forgetting her. The pull toward peace was a pull toward nothing. A quiet dissolution into the house itself, becoming part of the walls and the air and the foundation, their identities smoothing away like footprints in sand. Max stood and moved closer, his body still passing through theirs, but his intention clear. He was watching them with his head tilted, his ears forward, his tail wagging in slow, uncertain sweeps. Darren tried to remember why the dog mattered. The shape was familiar. Brindle coat, gray muzzle, brown eyes. But the name wouldn't come. The forgetting was accelerating now, pulling at the last threads of who he'd been. And then the dog's ears flattened. His tail stopped wagging. He turned away from them and faced the hallway, his body going rigid, a low growl rumbling in his chest. The sound cut through the forgetting like a knife. Darren's hand snapped back into focus. Solid, defined, real. The dog. Mac. The name returned with physical force. Jessie gasped beside him and grabbed his arm, her fingers suddenly substantial again. They both looked toward the hallway where Mac was staring. In the darkness beyond the living room, something moved. Mac's growl deepened. He stood rigid now, his hackles raised, his lips pulled back to show teeth. The growl came from deep in his chest, sustained and threatening, and Darren had never heard Mac make that sound before. Not even when the UPS driver came to the door. Not even when another dog got aggressive at the park. This was something new. This was a warning. Jessie's hand found Darren's. Her fingers passed through his, but he felt the intention, the presence of her beside him. She was looking at Mac, too, her form solid again, the forgetting held at bay by Mac's warning growl. But Mac was growling at something in the hallway. A door opened. The bedroom. Darren heard footsteps, heavy and uneven, crossing hardwood. Kevin Brooks appeared in the hallway entrance, silhouetted against the darkness behind him. He was wearing boxers and a t-shirt, his hair messed from sleep, and he stood in the doorway for a long moment, just watching Mac bark. Brooks's face was exhausted, the kind of exhaustion that came from weeks of broken sleep, from living in a house that felt wrong, from dealing with an animal you didn't want in the first place. He looked at Mac, and his expression was flat, empty, the face of a man who'd run out of patience. He took a step into the living room, and Mac's growl turned into a bark, sharp and defensive. Brooks crossed to the kitchen and came back carrying something. A cardboard box. He set it on the coffee table, and Darren saw what was inside. Mac's water bowl, his food dish, a half-empty bag of kibble, his vaccination records in a manila folder, a worn rope toy Mac used to carry everywhere. Brooks said he was done, his voice quiet and flat. The shelter opened at 7. He'd have Mac there by 7:30. His hands moved through the box, checking items off some mental list. Leash, collar, medical history. Everything they'd need to process the intake. Mac stopped barking. He stood frozen, watching Brooks pack his life into a cardboard box, and something in his posture changed. his tail tucked completely, his ears flattened. He knew what the box meant. Darren felt the forgetting falter, not weaken exactly, but shift, as if whatever force was pulling them toward peace was waiting to see what they would do. He looked at Jessie and saw that she felt it too. The pull had been absolute before, irresistible, but now there was space, room to choose. Brooks closed the box flaps and stood. He looked at Mac and told him to get in his bed, that they had a few more hours before they had to leave. His voice wasn't angry. It wasn't cruel. It was just tired. A man dealing with a problem the only way he knew how. Mac didn't move. He stood between Brooks and the spot where Darren and Jessie hovered, his body rigid, still trying to protect the space where their scent lingered, even though he couldn't understand why they wouldn't touch him, why they wouldn't speak to him, why they felt so close, but remained so impossibly far away. The forgetting returned stronger than before. Darren fought against it, but it was pulling the texture out of everything. The sound of Mac's whine was turning to static. The image of Jessie's face was smoothing over, features blurring into a featureless oval like a mannequin. He tried to remember her eyes. What color were they? But the answer wouldn't come. He tried to picture Mac running toward him in the park, but the memory had no smell, no weight, just a shape moving through empty space. He was losing it. Losing them. The forgetting was stripping the sensory truth away and leaving only abstract knowledge. He knew intellectually that he'd had a wife and a dog, but he couldn't feel what that meant. Couldn't smell Jessie's shampoo or feel the specific weight of Mac's head resting on his knee, or hear the particular pitch of Mac's excitement whine when the leash came out. Darren dragged his mind through the numbness like pulling himself through freezing mud. One detail, one real thing. The smell. What did Mac smell like after a bath? Wet dog and the cherry-scented shampoo Jessie always used. The specific warmth of his fur in the sun, the way his tongue always hung slightly to the left when he panted. The exact pressure of his 70-pound body sprawling across both their laps on the couch, even though there wasn't enough room. The details snapped back into focus like a bone setting. Jessie beside him was sharpening too. He could see her face again, brown eyes, the small scar above her left eyebrow from when she fell off her bike at age 9. She was clawing her way back the same way, dragging specific sensory memories out of the forgetting's pull. Mac was backing toward them now, his body tense, his eyes fixed on Brooks and the cardboard box. In 7 hours, Brooks would take him to the shelter. Mac was 8 years old, a large dog with gray in his muzzle and ribs showing through his coat. He'd been grieving for 2 years. The shelter would classify him as unadoptable, too old, too damaged, too attached to people who weren't coming back. They would put him down within a week. Jessie made a sound beside Darren, something raw and broken. She was looking at Mac, and Darren saw the exact moment the decision formed in her eyes. She stopped fighting the forgetting and then reversed, not letting go, but diving deeper into memory. Not toward peace, but toward pain, toward every moment they'd had with Mac, every walk, every evening on the couch. Every morning he'd greeted them like they'd been gone for years instead of hours. Darren felt it too, the choice solidifying. They could let the forgetting take them. They could dissolve into peace and leave Mac here with this exhausted man who saw him as a problem to be solved. They could let Mac spend his last week in a concrete kennel wondering why they'd abandoned him twice. Or they could stay. The forgetting pulled at them harder now, insistent, offering relief from the horror of watching what would happen next. Darren felt his edges softening again, felt his name becoming uncertain, felt the warm nullity of non-existence calling to him. Mac moved closer to where they hovered, his body still tense, still watching Brooks, but seeking the comfort of their presence, even though he couldn't touch them. His tail gave one uncertain wag. Darren looked at Jessie. She looked back at him. Neither of them spoke. Neither of them needed to. Darren saw it in her face. The same thing he felt. The same impossible choice. Peace was right there. An end to 2 years of being trapped and lost and terrified. All they had to do was let go. But Mac was down there. And in 7 hours he'd be in a cage. Jessie closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, Darren saw the decision. She turned away from the forgetting. She reached down into memory instead of up toward peace, and Darren did the same. Mac, Jessie, Darren, the three of them together. He remembered. He refused to forget. He chose the pain of staying over the comfort of dissolution. Forgetting recoiled. Not slowly, not gently. It snapped away from them like a hand jerked from a flame, and in the space it left behind, something else rushed in. Something cold and permanent and binding they had chosen. The room didn't go dark. The temperature didn't plummet. The light bulbs didn't explode. Those were the transformations of rage, and what Darren felt wasn't rage. It was something quieter, something sadder. They had given up peace for this, for the chance to stay with Mac, to protect him the only way ghosts could. Darren felt himself changing, but not into power, into permanence. The house settled around them differently now, and the walls acknowledging their presence, not as temporary visitors, but as permanent residents. They weren't haunting this house. They were bound to it, by choice, forever. Brooks stood in the living room, exhausted and annoyed, and told Mac to get in his bed one more time. Mac didn't move. He stood between Brooks and the space where Darren and Jessie hovered, his body rigid, still trying to protect them even though they'd never been in danger. Darren looked at Jessie and saw the same thought forming. They couldn't stop Brooks physically. They couldn't lock doors or break glass or manifest with enough force to drive him out. They were ghosts. They'd traded power for presence. But Brooks could feel wrongness. Everyone could feel wrongness if you made it obvious enough. Darren moved closer to Brooks and focused on being present. On occupying space, on existing in a way that made the air feel thick and the ambient sounds of the house sound slightly wrong. Jessie did the same from the other side. The refrigerator's hum shifted half a note lower. The ceiling fan's tick came a fraction of a second too late, as if the house itself was struggling to maintain its rhythm. The shadows cast by the streetlight through the window weren't quite matching the furniture anymore. They fell at angles that didn't correspond to any light source, stretching toward Brooks instead of away from the window. Brooks didn't notice at first. He stood there in the living room with the cardboard box at his feet, running one hand through his hair, exhausted. Then he frowned. His head tilted slightly, the way people do when they hear a sound they can't quite place. He looked at the ceiling fan, looked at the window. His frown deepened. The shadows were wrong. He took a step to the left, and the shadow from the coffee table didn't move the way it should have. It stayed anchored to the floor near the couch, disconnected from the object that cast it. Brooks stopped moving. His breathing changed. Not faster yet, but shallower, more careful. Darren stayed perfectly still in Brooks's peripheral vision. Not a shape exactly. More like a density in the air, a human-shaped absence outlined in the faint streetlight glow from the windows, standing in the middle of the living room where no one should be standing at 11:47 at night. Brooks's eyes moved toward the space where Darren hovered. Not looking directly, not yet, but edging closer, the way you look at something you're afraid to confirm. His hand dropped from his hair. His shoulders went rigid. Then he looked. Darren held his form, not threatening, not moving, Just there. Wrong. A presence that violated every rule about how empty living rooms were supposed to feel. Brooks' face went slack. The blood drained from his cheeks. He didn't move for 5 full seconds. Darren counted them. And then his eyes tracked slowly to the right. Jessie was there too, another impossible shape. Another human-sized wrongness hovering near the couch. 2 presences in an empty house. 2 people who shouldn't exist watching him with the stillness of things that didn't need to breathe. Brooks's breathing came faster now. His chest rose and fell in short, shallow pulls. He took 1 step backward and the floorboard creaked under his weight. Too loud in the wrong-sounding silence of the house. Then another step. His eyes kept moving between Darren and Jessie, unable to settle, unable to look away. When he reached the hallway entrance, he stopped. His mouth opened, but no sound came out. He tried again and managed a single word, barely a whisper, spoken to himself or to the empty air or to nothing at all. Then he turned and ran. They heard the bedroom door slam, heard the lock click, heard Brooks on his phone, his voice muffled but frantic, calling someone. 911 maybe, or a friend. Someone who would tell him he'd been dreaming, that houses didn't have ghosts, that grief and exhaustion could make you see things that weren't there. But they were there. They would always be there now. Mac's tail started wagging. He turned in a circle and came back to the spot where they stood, pushing his nose through the air where their hands would be, trying to make contact. Darren let his hand hover over Mac's head the way he'd done all evening, 2 inches from the fur he couldn't touch. "Good boy," Darren said. And even though the words came out wrong, distorted and hollow, and originating from no mouth, Mac's ears perked up. His tail wagged faster. Jessie knelt beside Mac and wrapped herself around him as close as she could get, her form overlapping his without resistance. "Mac," she whispered. And Mac leaned toward the sound. Then she stood and looked at Darren. 7.5 hours until 7:30. 7.5 hours until Brooks would try to put Mac in the car and drive him to the shelter. They were bound to this house, to the walls and foundation and the desert ground beneath, and they could not follow Mac beyond the property line. If Brooks got Mac into that car, they would lose him forever. The house was the anchor. The house had always been the anchor. They had given up heaven for this. They had traded peace for permanent haunting, dissolution for endless watching, rest for an eternity of standing guard over a dog who would never feel their hands on his fur again. The choice was made. The binding was permanent. Darren moved toward the hallway. Jessie followed. Mac stayed in the living room, his tail still wagging, watching them go. The hallway was dark except for the faint amber glow from the streetlights filtering through the living room windows behind them. Darren could see Brooks's bedroom door at the end of the hall, closed and locked. Behind it, Brooks's voice had gone quiet. Maybe he'd finished his phone call. Maybe he was trying to convince himself he'd imagined it. Maybe he was lying in bed, staring at the ceiling, wondering if exhaustion could make you hallucinate human shapes in your living room. Darren took up position on the left side of the hallway, his form settling into the space just outside the bedroom door. Close enough that when Brooks opened it in the morning, he would see them immediately. Jessie positioned herself on the right, mirroring him. Darren looked at the closed door and felt the irony settle over him like weight. For weeks, he'd stood on the other side of a door just like this one, his hand pressed flat against the wood, terrified of the scratching on the other side. He'd built a barricade. He'd stacked books and furniture between himself and the monster he thought was hunting them. And the whole time, the monster had been Mac. The thing he'd been hiding from had been love. Now he stood on the outside of the door, and his only weapon to save Mac was to become The nightmare he'd been cowering from. The scratching in the dark. The presence in the hallway. The thing that made you too terrified to open your door in the morning. They stood in the darkness and waited. Mac appeared in the hallway behind them, his body moving through the darkness toward where they stood. He circled once and lay down on the hardwood between them, his head resting on his paws, his eyes still open, watching them, waiting with them. In the bedroom, the light stayed on. A thin line of yellow leaked from under the door into the dark hallway. Brooks wasn't turning it off. He wouldn't turn it off, not after what he'd seen. Darren stared at the locked door 6 inches from where he stood. They couldn't open it. They couldn't see through it. They had no idea what Brooks was doing in there. Was he calling animal control to come at dawn? Was he sitting on the edge of his bed, staring at the door, too terrified to move? Was he packing a bag with shaking hands, planning to grab Mac and run to his car the second the sun rose before they could manifest again? The door was a black box, a thin piece of wood separating them from the man who held Mac's fate in his hands, and they were powerless to know what was happening on the other side. All they could do was wait and watch. And hope that when morning came and Brooks opened that door, the sight of them standing in the hallway would be enough to break him. Darren and Jesse stood in the dark hallway outside the locked door, their forms outlined in the faint glow from the distant streetlights, Mac lying on the floor between them. The digital clock in the living room read 12:03, 7 hours and 27 minutes until 7:30. The hours crawled past. The light under Brooks's door never went out. Darren could hear movement occasionally. Footsteps pacing, the creak of bed springs, the sound of drawers opening and closing. Brooks was awake. At 3:17, Brooks' footsteps approached the door. Darren and Jesse went completely still. The doorknob turned but didn't open. Brooks testing it, making sure the lock still held. Then the footsteps retreated. At 5:42, the first gray light began to seep through the living room windows behind them. Darren felt the heat already building outside. Another Phoenix day, another 100-degree morning. At 6:58, the light under the door shifted. Brooks was moving, getting ready. Mac lifted his head, ears forward, sensing the change. At 7:04, they heard keys jingling, footsteps approaching the door. Brooks's hand on the knob. Darren looked at Jesse. This was it. They had one chance. If Brooks made it past them, if he got Mac to the car, they would never see him again. The lock clicked. The door swung open. Kevin Brooks stood in the doorway with Mac's leash in one hand and his car keys in the other. His face was gray with exhaustion, his eyes red-rimmed from a sleepless night. He looked at the hallway and his body went rigid. Darren and Jesse were still there, still standing exactly where they'd been at midnight. 2 human-shaped absences in the pre-dawn darkness, watching him, waiting for him. Brooks took a step backward into his bedroom. Darren moved forward. Not walking. He didn't need to walk. Just becoming present in the space directly in front of Brooks, filling the doorway. Jesse did the same, moving to stand beside him. They didn't speak. They didn't threaten. They just existed, impossible and wrong, blocking the path to Mac. The air between them grew thick. The shadows on the walls stretched at angles that didn't correspond to any light source. The ambient sounds of the house, the hum of the refrigerator, the tick of the ceiling fan, came half a second too late. Brooks's breathing came in short, rapid gasps. His grip on the leash tightened. He took another step backward. He whispered something that sounded like a plea. His voice broke on it. Darren held his position. They'd given up everything to protect Mac. They weren't moving. Brooks looked past them to where Mac stood in the hallway, tail wagging uncertainly. Looking from Brooks to the space where Darren and Jesse blocked the door, The dog couldn't understand why Brooks wouldn't come forward, why he was backing away instead of reaching for the leash's clip. Brooks's eyes moved back to Darren and Jesse. His face had gone from gray to white. The keys slipped from his fingers and hit the bedroom floor with a sharp jingle. "I'm not coming back," he said, louder now, but still shaking. "They could have the house, all of it. Just let him go." Darren stepped aside. Jesse mirrored him. The doorway was clear, but Mac was still in the hallway. Brooks looked at the dog, looked at Darren and Jesse. Then he dropped the leash on the bedroom floor, turned and grabbed a duffel bag that was already packed on his bed. He pushed past them, or tried to. His body passed through the space where they stood, and the desert heat collided with absolute zero. Frost bloomed instantly across his bare arms, white crystals spreading from his shoulders to his wrists. He stumbled, his breath catching in a violent, rattling cough as his lungs hit their freezing air. He gasped and kept running, his arms already red from the cold shock against the 100-degree morning. He ran down the hallway. Darren and Jesse followed, drifting behind him like shadows, making sure he kept running. Mac trotted alongside them, confused, his tail still wagging. Brooks hit the front door and wrenched it open. Sunlight flooded the entryway, already hot and bright at 7 in the morning. He didn't close it. He ran to his car, threw the duffel bag in the back seat, and started the engine with hands that shook so badly he dropped the keys twice before getting them in the ignition. The car reversed out of the driveway too fast, tires squealing. Brooks didn't look back. He shifted into drive and accelerated down the street, and Darren watched until the car disappeared around the corner. Max stood on the front porch, his body half in sunlight, looking after the car. Then he turned and looked back at where Darren and Jesse stood just inside the doorway, unable to cross into the morning light. His tail wagged once, twice. Then he lay down on the porch, his head on his paws, and waited. Darren knelt beside Mac's form, even though he couldn't touch him. Jesse did the same. The open door let the heat pour into the house, but they didn't feel it. They stayed with Mac while he waited, while the sun climbed higher and the desert morning settled into stillness. At 8:52, a man walked across the street from the Henderson house. Darren recognized him. The same man who'd opened the door briefly when Darren had tried to ask for help weeks ago, then closed it without a word. Mr. Henderson. He was older, maybe 65, wearing a faded Diamondbacks cap and carrying a glass of water. Henderson stopped at the edge of the property and looked at the open door, at Mac lying on the porch. He called out, asking if anyone was home, and when no one answered, he approached slowly. Mac's tail started wagging. He stood and walked to the edge of the porch, stopping just short of Henderson. "Hey there, buddy," Henderson said, in his voice gentle. "Where's your owner? Door's been open a while." Mac's tail wagged harder. Henderson knelt down and let Mac sniff his hand, then scratched behind his ears. Mac leaned into the touch, his whole body relaxing in a way Darren and Jesse hadn't been able to make happen in 2 years. Darren watched Henderson's hand, warm, solid, real, moving through Mac's fur. The living touch Mac had been desperate for, the physical comfort only a warm body could give. Darren and Jesse had given up heaven to protect Mac, had bound themselves to this house forever, had become the cold, dead things that could terrify his threats away. But they could never again provide what Henderson was giving him now. The simple warmth of a living hand, the weight of human touch that said you're safe, you're loved, you're home. Henderson looked at the open door again, looked at Mac. Then he stood and pulled out his phone. Darren heard him speaking to someone, his wife maybe, saying there was a dog here, no owner, door wide open, looked like someone left in a hurry. He hung up and looked down at Mac. "Come on, boy," he said. They'd get him some water, some breakfast. They'd figure this out. Henderson started walking back toward his house. Mac looked back at the open doorway one more time. Darren and Jesse stood just inside the threshold, two shadows in the cool darkness of the empty house. Mac stood in the morning sunlight, his brindle coat warm and gold against the bright desert morning. The contrast was absolute. Mac alive and sun-touched, them cold and bound to shadow. Mac looked directly at them, not past them, not through them, at them. His tail wagged once, twice, a slow acknowledgement of their presence. He knew they were there. He'd always known. "Go," Darren whispered, even though Mac couldn't hear him. Mac held their gaze for 3 more heartbeats. Then he turned and followed Henderson across the street, back toward the warmth and the living world. Darren and Jesse stood in the doorway and watched as Henderson opened his front door and Mac walked inside. The door closed behind them. Lights came on in the Henderson kitchen. Through the window, Darren could see Henderson filling a bowl with water, could see Mac drinking, his tail wagging steadily now. Jessie's hand found Darren's. Her fingers passed through his, but the intention was there. They stood together in the doorway, bound to this house forever, and watched the window across the street where Mac had found safety. The sun climbed higher. The heat built toward another 100-degree day. The door to the empty house stayed open behind them, but Darren and Jesse didn't move from the threshold. In the Henderson kitchen, Mac's tail was still moving. Slow, steady, the ordinary rhythm of a dog who had found someone worth waiting for. Darren watched until the light changed, and then he and Jesse stood together at the boundary they couldn't cross and kept vigil the way they always had. Lydia Ferris had the brush poised 3 inches from the canvas, loaded with a mix of cadmium yellow and raw umber that would, if she could get it right, suggest the exact dusty gold of desert light an hour before sunset. When something heavy moved past the studio door with a gait she recognized before she could name why it was wrong. The footsteps. She understood them as footsteps. In the same instant she understood they came from nothing she could see, had a weight and deliberation that made her hand freeze mid-stroke, the brush trembling slightly, and she understood, not for the first time that week, that buying this house had been the worst mistake of her life, or possibly the last one she would be permitted to make. The sound continued down the hall toward the kitchen, each impact separated by a measured interval that reminded her of something she could not quite name, though the rhythm was familiar in a way that made her chest tighten before her mind caught up. Not Warren's pacing, heavier than that. The gait wrong for a man. She set the brush down on the palette with care that felt like prayer, and turned toward the open door of what the realtor had called the sunroom, but which Lydia thought of as the only space in the house where she could breathe without counting the breaths. The house was silent now, which should have felt like safety. It didn't. Safety had been Titan's weight against her legs when Warren was in one of his moods, 200 pounds of dog settling beside her chair like an anchor, solid and warm and immovable. Safety had been the way he growled low in his chest when Warren raised his voice, a sound that meant Warren would have to go through the dog to reach her. And Warren had learned early in the marriage that going through Titan cost more than he usually wanted to pay. The house in Abilene had been full of Warren's anger, but Titan's presence had created pockets of air where she could breathe, spaces Warren's temper couldn't fully penetrate because the dog wouldn't permit it. This house had no such pockets. The silence here had weight but no warmth, had presence but no protection, and Lydia stood in the doorway of the sunroom listening to that silence and understanding that she had moved 300 miles to escape Warren's memory, and had succeeded only in finding a different kind of trap. The hallway beyond the doorframe showed her nothing. Afternoon lights slanted through the window at the far end, illuminating a strip of pine floorboards she had scrubbed twice in the first week, trying to remove a stain that turned out to be the wood's natural grain. The light fell across empty space, and she watched it for the span of 30 seconds. She counted, because counting had become a habit during the marriage, a way to measure how long she could hold still before he noticed she was afraid, and saw nothing move through it, though the footsteps had definitely passed that window. Definitely continued toward the kitchen, where she had left her coffee mug on the counter next to the box of Warren's letters she kept meaning to burn. Lydia stood and crossed to the doorway. The floor beneath her feet gave the familiar small protest of a house 60 years old, built when someone thought the desert 20 miles from Van Horn would support a family, before they learned otherwise and left the property to accumulate silence and dust until a bank in El Paso acquired it and eventually sold it to a woman who wanted nothing from the world except distance and a door she could lock from the inside. She had walked these floors 100 times in the 6 weeks since moving in, learning which boards sang and which kept quiet, and she knew without looking down that she was stepping over the loose plank outside the bathroom, the one that clicked like a camera shutter if you put your weight on the left side. The kitchen was empty. Her mug sat where she had left it, the coffee gone cold, a skin forming on the surface that caught the light from the window above the sink. The box sat beside it, lid off, the envelopes inside arranged in chronological order, because even after everything Warren had done, some part of her still organized his cruelty by date. The top letter showed his handwriting, the angular capitals that had once seemed strong and now looked merely aggressive. And she had the brief, irrational conviction that the letters had moved, that they had been shuffled or read or touched by something while she was in the sunroom mixing paint. She had opened the box for the first time the night before, after 6 weeks of keeping it sealed, had pulled out the letter on top and read it aloud in the dark kitchen, speaking Warren's words into the silence because some part of her needed to prove she could hear his voice without flinching. She had been wrong about that. She had flinched. But she had finished reading it anyway, every sentence about how he would find her again, how distance meant nothing, how she would never be free. Then she had folded the letter back into its envelope and returned it to the box and told herself she had won something by reading it without breaking. The footsteps had started that same night, 3 hours after she spoke his words aloud. She crossed to the counter and placed her palm flat on the box, cardboard slightly warped from the humidity of 6 Texas summers in a storage unit, before she claimed it from the property office, cool to the touch. The letters inside had not moved. She knew this with the same certainty she knew the sun was lowering toward the horizon and that the temperature would drop 20 degrees once it set, leaving the house to the desert's distinctive cold that seemed to rise from the floor rather than fall from the air. The footsteps had stopped. Lydia turned slowly, surveying the kitchen as if it were a room she had never entered, which in some sense it was. She had been living here 6 weeks, but she had not yet learned to see the space as hers, had not stopped expecting Warren to appear in doorways the way he used to, filling the frame with his shoulders and his silence, until she explained herself or apologized or simply left the room because staying meant waiting for his patience to fail. The kitchen showed her a refrigerator humming against the far wall, a stove she had used twice, a table with 1 chair because she had not bothered to buy a second. The back door locked. The window above the sink latched, the pantry door closed, and she stared at that door for longer than the others because Warren used to lock her in the basement, and the pantry door had the same dimensions, the same pressed wood construction that would muffle sound if something were trapped behind it. Nothing emerged. The house settled into its afternoon silence, and Lydia released a breath she had not realized she was holding, which was another habit from the marriage. The breath held until the danger passed or until she fainted, whichever came first. She had fainted twice, both times in the kitchen of their house in Abilene, and Warren had stepped over her to get to the refrigerator, told her she was being theatrical, told her no one would believe her even if she tried to tell them what he did when no one was watching. She returned to the sunroom and discovered she had ruined the canvas. The brush she had set down had bled paint across the surface, a yellow-brown stain spreading from the point where the bristles touched cloth, obliterating the careful layering of desert light she had spent 2 hours building. Lydia stared at it, the painting that was now unsalvageable, and felt something close to relief because it gave her a reason to stop pretending she was someone who painted, someone who deserved a sunroom and a view of the desert, someone who had earned 6 months of freedom before the universe corrected its mistake. The light outside had gone golden in the way she had been trying to capture, and through the window she could see the landscape that had convinced her to buy the property. Miles of creosote and lechuguilla stretching toward the Diablo Plateau, the soil the color of rust, the sky enormous and indifferent. No neighbors, no roads except the caliche track that led 3 miles to the county highway. No one to hear her if she screamed, which was either the selling point or the fatal flaw, depending on whether you believed isolation was safety or trap. Warren had taught her it was both. Lydia cleaned her brushes in the jar of turpentine she kept on the windowsill, watching the paint bloom into the liquid like blood in water, and tried to recall whether she had left a window open somewhere in the house, whether wind could account for footsteps, whether 6 weeks of solitude had finally bent her mind the way Warren had spent 20 years trying to bend it and never quite succeeded. The turpentine smelled sharp enough to make her eyes water, and she set the jar down, wiped her hands on the rag she kept tucked into her belt, and walked through the house checking windows. All of them were closed. She confirmed this by testing each latch, running her fingers along each seal, and in the process discovered that the house had more windows than she had consciously registered. 12 in total, counting the narrow casements in the bathroom and the half-moon transom above the front door that she could only reach by standing on a chair. Every one of them was latched, some of them painted shut, and by the time she finished checking, she was breathing hard. Not from exertion, but from the mounting understanding that something had walked through her house and she had not imagined it, and there was no innocent explanation she could construct that would allow her to sleep tonight without barricading the bedroom door. She had locked Titan in the bathroom once during a fight, the night Warren came home late with whiskey on his breath and violence in his posture. She'd been trying to protect the dog, had shoved him through the bathroom doorway, and turned the lock and told him to stay quiet. Please stay quiet. Because Warren kicked when he was drunk, and Titan was too loyal to back down, and she couldn't watch Warren hurt him again. The dog had broken through the door in under 2 minutes, the frame splintering where he'd thrown his full weight against it, and he'd planted himself between her and Warren with his head lowered and his teeth showing, and Warren had looked at the dog and then at her and had left the house instead of fighting both of them. She'd never tried to lock Titan away again. Protection that loved you couldn't be contained for its own good, couldn't be convinced to save itself and let you face the danger alone. The sun was setting now, the light going orange and then red, and Lydia stood in the center of the living room, a space she barely used, furnished with a couch and a lamp she had bought at the Goodwill in Van Horn, and listened. The house gave her the creak of wood contracting as the temperature dropped, the tick of the kitchen faucet she had never managed to tighten properly, the hum of the refrigerator cycling on. Nothing else. No footsteps, no weight moving through empty rooms, just the ordinary sounds of a structure settling into evening, and herself standing in the middle of it, listening for ghosts she did not believe in, because Warren had taught her that the worst things in the world were always human. She made herself eat dinner, though she could not afterward recall what she had eaten, only that she had sat at the kitchen table with the box of letters beside her and thought about the house she had left behind in Abilene, the one she had signed over to Warren's sister in exchange for being allowed to leave without a fight. That house had been full of sounds, traffic from the street, neighbors arguing through shared walls, the building's plumbing groaning every time someone 3 floors up took a shower. She had hated those sounds. She had dreamed of silence. And now she had it, or something close to it. And the silence was worse than the noise because it had room inside it for other things, for footsteps that came from nothing she could name, for the weight of attention she could feel even when she was alone. After dinner, she carried the box of letters into the bedroom and set it on the dresser, where she could see it from the bed. The letters were the only things she had kept from the marriage besides the scars on her ribs, where Warren had broken them 3 times, the 3rd time badly enough that the doctor at the ER had asked questions she did not answer. She had kept the letters because destroying them felt like admitting they had never existed. And if they had never existed, then neither had the marriage. And if the marriage had never existed, then she had not survived 20 years of something. She had simply wasted them. And the distinction mattered in ways she could not name but felt every time she considered throwing the box away. Warren was dead. She knew this with absolute certainty because she had received the call from the Texas Department of Criminal Justice 6 months ago. A woman with a bored voice explaining that inmate 2847391 had been killed in an altercation in the exercise yard, that his body had been released to his sister for burial, that Lydia's contact information was listed in his file and they were notifying her as a courtesy in case she wished to contest the disposition of remains. She had not contested. She had thanked the woman and hung up and sat in her apartment in Odessa for 3 hours, waiting to feel something other than the dull surprise that anyone had cared enough to kill him. Now, lying in bed with the lights off and the desert dark pressing against the windows, Lydia thought about Warren in the ground outside Abilene and tried to remember what he had looked like the last time she saw him in the courtroom after the sentencing, when he turned in his seat and found her in the gallery and smiled the smile that meant he was filing this moment away for later, for the day he got out and found her again. He had not gotten out. Someone in the prison had solved that problem for her, and she should have been grateful. And she was grateful. But gratitude did not explain why she was lying awake at 10:30 listening for footsteps in the hall. The scratching started at 11. It came from the bedroom door, a rhythmic scraping that sounded like fingernails on wood, though the door was solid pine and the sound was too heavy for fingernails, too deliberate. Lydia sat up in bed and stared at the door, which she had locked before lying down, an old habit from the marriage that she could not break, even though there was no one in the house to lock it against. The door remained closed. The scratching continued, moving from the center of the door to the lower panel, then back up to the height of the knob, and she understood with cold clarity that whatever was making the sound was moving, adjusting its position, searching for a way in. She did not turn on the light. Some instinct she did not examine told her that darkness was better, that seeing would be worse than hearing, and she sat very still in the bed and counted the seconds between each scrape of what? Not fingernails, claws possibly, though that was absurd. There were no animals large enough to reach the doorknob, and besides, the sound was coming from inside the house, from the hallway she had walked down an hour ago, from the space between her bedroom and the kitchen where she had checked every window and found them all sealed. The scratching stopped. Lydia waited, her hand curled into the sheet. and heard nothing. The house had gone silent in the way that meant something was listening, was waiting for her to move or speak, or give some sign that she knew it was there. And she did not move, did not speak, barely breathed, and the seconds accumulated into a minute, and then 2, and then 5, and the scratching did not resume. She did not sleep that night. She lay in the bed with her eyes open, watching the door, and when the sun finally rose and light began to seep around the edges of the curtains, she got up, unlocked the door, and opened it to an empty hallway that showed no sign of disturbance, no scratches on the wood, nothing to confirm that she had heard what she had heard. But she had heard it, and she knew with the certainty that came from 20 years of marriage to a man who made her doubt her own senses until she learned to trust them against his denials, that something in this house wanted her attention, wanted her afraid, wanted her to know she was not alone. Lydia walked to the kitchen, made coffee, and stood at the counter staring at the box of Warren's letters, while the sun climbed and the desert heated and the house settled into morning silence. The coffee tasted like rust. She drank it anyway and told herself that tonight she would sleep in the truck if she had to, that she would leave this house and find another. The 6 weeks of peace was more than she had expected, and she should be grateful for even that much. She did not believe herself. She had nowhere else to go, and something in the house probably knew that too. The footsteps returned the next afternoon while Lydia was washing dishes, the same heavy, measured tread she had heard the day before. And this time she did not freeze or investigate, but simply stood at the sink with her hands in the soapy water and waited for the sound to pass. It moved through the hallway, paused outside the kitchen doorway for a span of seconds that felt much longer, and the air smelled suddenly and impossibly of wet dog, warm and specific, before the scent vanished as quickly as it had come. Something in the smell reached for a memory she did not let herself hold. The footsteps continued toward the living room, where she heard nothing further, because the living room carpet was thick enough to muffle footfalls, or would have been if the footfalls were being made by anything that had weight in the ordinary sense. She finished the dishes, and by then the water had gone cold, and her hands were wrinkled, but she had not moved from the sink except to reach for the dish towel, and when she finally turned around, the kitchen was empty, the doorway vacant, the afternoon light slanting through the window at the same angle it had been slanting for the past 20 minutes, while she scrubbed 3 plates and 2 mugs with the focused attention of someone performing brain surgery. The footsteps came again that evening while she was reading, and again the following morning while she was still in bed, and she stopped trying to construct explanations and began instead to chart the pattern. Twice a day, roughly 12 hours apart, always the same route through the house, hallway to kitchen to living room, never deviating, never accompanied by any other sound. She wrote this down in the notebook she kept beside the bed, the same notebook where she used to record Warren's mood so she could predict when it was safe to speak and when silence was the better strategy. And the act of writing steadied her in the way documentation always had, creating the illusion that if she could name and measure the horror, it could not touch her. Then the chair moved, and she stopped believing in measurement. She had been standing in the kitchen doorway, coffee mug in hand, watching the morning light climb the living room wall, when the oak chair beside the couch, a heavy mission-style piece she had bought because it reminded her of her grandmother's house and seemed too solid to break, slid 4 feet across the floor, scraping against the wood with a sound like a blade being sharpened. The chair moved in a straight line, as if pushed by invisible hands, and came to rest against the far wall with a thud that rattled the window in its frame. The coffee mug slipped from Lydia's hand and shattered on the kitchen floor, and did not move to clean it, could not move, could only stare at the chair that now sat at an angle it had never occupied, facing away from the room toward the wall, and understand that whatever was in this house was not content to walk through it anymore, was not satisfied with scratching at her door, wanted her to see what it could do. The neighbor woman appeared the next day, or perhaps 2 days later. Lydia had stopped being certain about the passage of time, had stopped trusting that morning followed morning in the orderly progression the calendar suggested. The woman drove up the Caliche track in a dust-colored sedan that Lydia heard long before she saw it. The engine noise carrying across the desert in a way that made her realize how accustomed she had become to silence. She went to the door because not answering would have been more suspicious than answering, and because some part of her that was not entirely controlled by fear wanted to speak to another human being, to confirm that she still existed in the world outside this house and its increasingly inexplicable disturbances. She opened the door before the woman could knock and found herself facing someone who looked weathered in the way everyone looked weathered out here, skin lined by sun and wind, eyes that had learned to squint as a permanent expression. The woman smiled, said her name was something Lydia immediately forgot, and said she lived in the house 7 miles north near the highway and had seen someone moving around and thought she should introduce herself, be neighborly, make sure everything was all right. She spoke in the manner of someone who did not expect to be invited inside, but hoped to be, and Lydia found herself nodding, saying thank you, saying she appreciated the thought, saying she was settling in just fine. All the polite deflections she had learned during the marriage when people asked questions she could not answer honestly. The woman talked for perhaps 5 minutes, standing on the porch because Lydia had not stepped aside to let her enter, explaining that there was a store in Van Horn if she needed supplies, a clinic if she needed medical attention, a sheriff's deputy who came through once a week on patrol. She offered her phone number, said to call if anything came up, said it was easy to feel isolated out here, and sometimes it helped to know there were people within driving distance. And Lydia thanked her again, said she would keep the number, meant it sincerely because the woman seemed kind in an unobtrusive way that did not demand anything in return. The woman walked back to her car, turned to wave once before opening the door, and in the moment she was turning, her hand already on the door handle, her body angled away from the house. The windshield exploded. The glass did not crack or spider or develop a small impact point that spread. It exploded all at once with a sound like a gunshot, and the woman staggered backward with her arms raised to protect her face, and Lydia was moving before she understood she was moving, down the porch steps and across the dirt yard to where the woman stood swaying, her hands cut from the fragments that had sprayed back toward her, blood running down her wrists in thin streams. The woman was making a sound between a gasp and a sob, her eyes wide and unfocused, and Lydia caught her by the elbow and guided her away from the car and toward the porch, saying it was all right, saying they would call someone, saying things she did not believe but needed to say because the alternative was standing silent while a stranger bled on her property. The windshield lay in 1,000 pieces across the front seat and hood of the car, glittering in the sun, and there was no rock on the ground, no stone that could have caused the breakage, nothing to explain it, except the thing Lydia could not say aloud, that something in the house had done this, had reached out and shattered the glass because the woman had come too close, had spoken to Lydia, had tried to make connection. She brought the woman inside, into the kitchen where she kept the first aid kit, and cleaned the cuts on her hands while the woman sat at the table shaking, saying she did not understand, saying the glass had just exploded, saying she had never heard of that happening. Tempered glass did not just break for no reason. Lydia made soothing noises and applied bandages, and did not say that she believed the glass had broken for a very specific reason, that the house was territorial, that it did not want her to have visitors or neighbors or anyone who might ask questions that would require answers. The woman left an hour later in her ruined car, insisting she could drive, refusing Lydia's offer to call someone, clearly eager to be away from this place and whatever had happened here. Lydia watched her navigate the caliche track with no windshield and no protection from the wind, dust streaming into the car's interior, and knew with cold certainty that the woman would not return, that she would tell people in Van Horn about the strange incident at the house near the plateau, that she would advise others to stay away, and that Lydia would not see another neighbor as long as she lived here. The house settled into afternoon quiet, and Lydia sat on the porch for a long time, watching the dust settle where the car had been, thinking about Warren and the way he had isolated her, had driven away her friends and her family, had made her world so small that it contained only him and the space he permitted her to occupy. She had thought herself free of that. She had thought 6 months was long enough to be sure he was really dead, that death was a condition from which even Warren could not return. She had been wrong about that, or about something, and the wrongness was costing her what little peace she had managed to accumulate. The mailman came some days later. She had lost count, had stopped marking time by the calendar, and begun marking it instead by the scratching, which came every night, though she could no longer say whether it came at 11 or at 3, or simply appeared whenever she closed her eyes. The postal truck climbing the track toward the house pulled her from a fog she had been navigating for hours or days, and she met him on the porch when he climbed out carrying a package that required signature. He was a young man, younger than she had expected, with the kind of face that still looked surprised by the world. He handed her the electronic pad to sign, made small talk about the heat and the drive, said he had the route from Van Horn to the border and back, said he did not usually see many people out this far. Lydia signed the pad and handed it back and was preparing to thank him and let him leave when he paused, his hand on the truck door, and looked at her with an expression that was part concern and part something she could not identify. "You doing all right out here?" The question surprised her into honesty. She opened her mouth to say yes, to give the automatic reassurance, and found she could not make the word form, could not lie to this stranger who was asking a simple question that no one else had thought to ask. She shook her head instead, a small motion, and his face changed, softened, and he was about to say something else when the ceramic pot launched itself from the porch railing. Later, Lydia would not be certain whether she had seen it move or whether she had only seen the result of its movement, but in the moment what registered was the pot, a heavy terracotta planter she had bought in Van Horn and set on the railing to hold sage that had died within a week, arcing through the air in a trajectory that had nothing to do with wind or accident and everything to do with force and intent. The pot struck the mailman on the side of his head with a sound that was wet and solid at once, and he went down, not collapsing but staggering, his hand coming up to his temple, blood immediately welling between his fingers. Lydia was moving again, had apparently become the kind of person who moved toward injury rather than away from it, and she caught the mailman's arm as he swayed, steadied him, helped him back to his truck. He was saying something she could not parse through the rushing in her ears, and she was saying something back, apologies probably, though she had no idea what she was apologizing for except the house, the thing in the house, the fact that she had somehow brought him into the radius of whatever was happening here. The mailman climbed into the truck with her help, his hand still pressed to his bleeding head, and she watched him execute a clumsy three-point turn and drive back down the track, weaving slightly, too fast for safety. The pot lay in the dirt where it had fallen after impact, unbroken, and Lydia stared at it for a long time before walking over and picking it up and carrying it inside and setting it on the kitchen counter next to the box of Warren's letters. The house was silent, and Lydia understood, with the clarity that came from having survived 20 years of a marriage that had taught her to read violence as language, that she was not permitted to leave, was not permitted visitors, was not permitted anything except the house and what lived in it, and the knowledge that every attempt to reach beyond these walls would be met with escalating force until she stopped trying or until something broke that could not be repaired. Time became unreliable after that, or perhaps it had always been unreliable, and she was only now noticing. She would find herself standing in the kitchen with no memory of having walked there, would discover her hands submerged in dishwater that had gone cold hours ago, would look up from the notebook where she had been trying to chart the pattern and see that the sun had set and risen again while she sat motionless at the table. The scratching came every night, but she could no longer say whether the nights were consecutive or whether weeks passed between occurrences, could no longer distinguish between the memory of last night's scratching and the anticipation of tonight's. She stopped changing her clothes. Changing them implied a future in which appearances mattered, implied that she would leave this house and be seen by people who would notice wrinkled fabric or unwashed hair. And she had stopped believing in that future. The clothes she wore, jeans and a shirt she had put on some morning she could no longer identify, became a second skin, became part of her body in a way that made the idea of removing them feel like flaying. Her hands shook when she tried to hold a coffee mug. She noticed this distantly, the way she might notice weather happening to someone else, and she stopped trying to hold things, started drinking from the mug while it sat on the counter, bending down to meet it rather than lifting it to meet her mouth. The coffee tasted like rust or like nothing or like the specific flavor of defeat. And she drank it anyway because drinking it was an action she could still perform, was evidence that she existed in time rather than suspended outside it. The bedroom became the only room she occupied with any regularity, not because it felt safer than the others, but because it had a lock on the door, and the lock gave her something to do when the scratching started, gave her the ritual of sliding the bolt and wedging the chair under the knob and stacking books against the base of the door, all gestures she knew were meaningless, but performed anyway because performing them was better than lying still while the scratching started, and admitting she had no defense except endurance. Warren had taught her endurance thoroughly, had made it the skill she practiced most during their marriage, and she found herself drawing on that education now in ways that made her hate herself and hate him and hate the fact that the lessons he had beaten into her were the only tools she had left. She knew how to make herself small. She knew how to hold still. She counted. She had learned to count during the marriage, to measure the seconds between the moment Warren's voice changed and the moment his hand moved. And she counted now, measured the distance between one incident of violence and the next, and convinced herself that the distance meant something, meant she was surviving, meant she had not yet reached the moment when survival became impossible. One night the scratching lasted until dawn, another night, or perhaps the same night, or perhaps a night weeks later. The scratching was accompanied by a low rumbling that seemed to come from everywhere at once, from the walls and the floor and the air itself, and the sound vibrated through her chest in a way that made her teeth ache and her vision blur, and her hands shake so badly she had to press them between her knees to keep them still. One night the door began to buckle, the wood flexing inward with each impact, and she got out of bed and pushed the dresser against it, using her whole body, her shoulder against the side, her feet braced, and managed to wedge it into place just as the door buckled inward and held and buckled again. The dresser held but moved 3 inches closer to the bed with each assault, and she backed away from it until her spine hit the far wall and then slid down to sit on the floor with her knees pulled up, watching the door and the dresser and the space between them, where splinters of wood were beginning to fall like snow. She could no longer remember which night that had been, or whether it had happened once or many times, or whether she was remembering something that had already occurred or anticipating something that would occur, or simply constructing a memory from the raw material of fear that filled the house like smoke. One night she woke from a sleep she had not meant to fall into and found the room darker than it should have been, found the air colder than it had been when she lay down, and understood before she was fully conscious that something had changed, that the rules had shifted again. The scratching was coming from inside the room. Lydia sat up slowly, her hand reaching for the lamp on the nightstand, and the sound stopped immediately, became silence so complete it felt like pressure against her eardrums. She found the lamp switch and turned it, and nothing happened. The bulb dead, or the power cut, and she was reaching for her phone on the nightstand when the scratching resumed. Closer now, close enough that she could hear the rasp of whatever was making it against the floorboards beside the bed. She pulled her hand back and held still, listening, trying to locate the sound in the darkness, and it moved around the bed in a circle, staying always just beyond where she could see, just past the edge of the mattress where the darkness was thickest. The rumbling started again, lower than before, close enough that she could feel it through the bed frame, and she realized with a clarity that felt like ice water in her veins that it was in the room with her, had found a way through the door or the walls or the floor, had stopped scratching at the barrier, and had simply come through. She opened her mouth to scream, and no sound came out, her throat closed by terror or by something else, by the understanding that screaming would not help and would only satisfy whatever was doing this, would give it the reaction it wanted, the proof that it had won. The scratching circled the bed again, faster this time, and she could hear breathing now, heavy and wet. The sound of something large moving with effort, and the breathing was wrong, was deeper and rougher than human breathing, came in gusts that smelled like dust, and something else she could not identify. The bed shook, a sudden violent motion that felt like hands grabbing the frame, and Lydia was thrown sideways, caught herself with one hand on the mattress, and then something closed around her ankle with pressure that was immediate and crushing, and she was being pulled, dragged toward the foot of the bed by a grip that felt nothing like hands, felt more like a clamp or a vice, cold and hard and absolutely certain. She grabbed for the headboard and missed, grabbed for the pillow, and got a handful of fabric that tore away in her hand, and then she was off the bed entirely, hitting the floor with an impact that drove the air from her lungs, and being dragged across the floorboards toward the door that was somehow open now, though she had locked it, though she had wedged the dresser against it, though she had done everything she knew how to do to keep this from happening. The dragging stopped in the center of the room, and Lydia lay on her back, gasping, her ankle still caught in that terrible grip, her free leg kicking uselessly at nothing. And she reached for the fire poker she kept beside the dresser, the one weapon she had thought to arm herself with. Her fingers found the iron and closed around it, and she swung blindly at the darkness, at the space where the grip on her ankle suggested something must be, and the poker connected with a sound like metal hitting stone, a solid impact that traveled up her arm and into her shoulder. The grip released, and Lydia scrambled backward on her hands and knees, the poker still clutched in one fist, and reached the wall and pressed her back against it, and waited for whatever she had hit to retaliate, to come for her again, to finish what it had started. The room was silent. The darkness was absolute. And then from across the room came the sound of something large shaking itself, shaking like a dog would shake. And the sound was so specific and so wrong that Lydia's hand found the lamp again, found a different switch, and this time the light came on. The room was empty except for herself and the dresser pushed away from the door and the door standing open to the dark hallway beyond. And at the foot of the bed, settling like mist in the air, was a cloud of white powder she recognized from the container that had fallen from the dresser during one of the assaults, had spilled across the floor and apparently across whatever had grabbed her ankle and dragged her from the bed. And in the powder visible in the lamplight was an impression. Not human. Not worn. The outline of something massive and low to the ground. Something with 4 legs and a broad chest and a head the size of a basketball, and Lydia stared at it and felt her understanding of the situation collapse and rebuild itself around a single impossible fact. The thing that had been terrorizing her was not her husband. It was a dog. Lydia remained against the wall, the poker still gripped in both hands, staring at the impression in the powder where something with 4 legs and a massive chest had stood moments before, and her mind performed the calculation slowly, fighting against itself, rejecting the answer even as the evidence accumulated. Not human, not worn, not anything that should have fit in this room or this house or this version of reality where dead husbands haunted their widows, but dead animals did not. The outline was clear enough to measure, to identify, and she had spent enough years looking at dog breeds to recognize the proportions, the breadth of chest that suggested a guardian breed, something bred to be large and protective and capable of standing between its owner and whatever came through the door. The head was enormous, the neck thick, the legs planted in a stance that read as defensive or aggressive depending on which side of the animal you occupied. And Lydia knew with a certainty that struck before conscious thought could catch up that she had seen this exact silhouette before, had lived with it for 7 years, had buried her face in its fur when Warren's temper made the house uninhabitable. And there was nowhere else to go. Titan. The name came out as a whisper, and saying it made the impossible fact real in a way that seeing the outline had not, made it something she could no longer deny or rationalize or attribute to exhaustion or fear or the kind of madness that came from spending too many nights listening to scratching that should not exist. Titan had been dead for 25 years, poisoned by Warren in the 3rd year of their marriage, and she had buried him herself in the backyard of the house in Abilene, and had planted rosemary over the grave because someone had told her rosemary meant remembrance, and she wanted to remember, wanted to hold on to the one thing in that house that had loved her without conditions. Warren had poisoned him because Titan growled whenever Warren raised his voice, because the dog was too large to intimidate and too loyal to abandon her, because Warren could not tolerate anything that stood between him and total control. She had come home from the grocery store and found Titan convulsing on the kitchen floor, foam at his mouth, his eyes rolling, and Warren had been standing at the counter drinking coffee and had told her the dog must have gotten into something in the yard, must have eaten poison someone had left for coyotes. And she had known it was a lie but had not been able to prove it, had not been able to do anything except hold Titan while he died and promise him she was sorry. Promise him she should have protected him the way he had always protected her. The powder impression was already fading, the white dust settling back into the floorboards or dispersing in the air, and Lydia pushed herself upright using the wall for support and crossed to where the outline had been, knelt down and reached out to touch the place where Titan's paw had pressed into the powder. Her fingers found nothing but floor, no residual warmth, no indentation that persisted beyond the visual, and she pulled her hand back and stared at the space and tried to understand what it meant that her dog had returned from 25 years of death. But to do what? The question hit with force that made her breath catch. Titan had been gentle, had never shown aggression toward her even when Warren had kicked him for lying in the wrong place or eating from his bowl too loudly. Titan had stood between her and Warren during the worst fights, had positioned his body as a barrier Warren would have to go through to reach her. And Warren had gone through eventually, had kicked the dog hard enough to crack ribs. But the effort had usually bought her time to lock herself in the bathroom or leave the house. The idea that Titan would drag her from bed, would scratch at her door all night, would throw furniture and shatter windshields and drive away anyone who tried to approach, it made no sense unless the protection itself had become monstrous. Unless whatever death did to dogs made their loyalty absolute and indiscriminate, turned their defensive instincts into something that looked exactly like attack. She heard movement in the living room, the sound of weight shifting on the floorboards, and then the unmistakable noise of something large shaking itself, the same sound Titan used to make after coming in from the rain. A full-body motion that started at the head and traveled down to the tail in a wave. The sound belonged only to the dog she had known. It cut through her confusion and landed somewhere deeper in the place where memory lived before language could organize it. And she found herself moving toward the living room before she had decided to move, drawn by the sound the way she used to be drawn by Titan's presence when she needed comfort, and the house was full of Warren's anger. The living room was dark, but not empty, and she could see the outline of something massive near the couch, could see it shake again, and then lower itself to the floor, lying down in the exact position Titan used to occupy when he was settling in for the night. Front paws crossed, head up, and alert, watching. Lydia stopped in the doorway and stared at the space where the outline was barely visible. And she wanted to turn on the light, but was afraid of what she would see or fail to see, afraid that light would dispel the outline entirely or reveal something worse than a ghost dog lying on her living room floor. She reached for the light switch anyway, her hand trembling, and flipped it before she could stop herself. The room flooded with light and showed her nothing. No dog visible or invisible, no outline, no evidence except the chair that remained against the wall where something had thrown it weeks ago, and her own reflection in the dark window, pale and wild-eyed, and holding a fire poker like a weapon against an enemy she could not see. She turned off the light, and the darkness returned, and with it the faint outline of something large near the couch. Barely visible now, but present. And she understood that whatever Titan had become, he existed in a state that light could not touch, could only be seen in darkness and powder, and the traces of the visible world he left behind. She returned to the doorway and lowered herself to her hands and knees, the poker on the floor beside her. The outline remained still, watching or not watching. She could not sort the two feelings, the terror of what Titan had become, and something underneath it that she recognized as gratitude. They sat in her at the same time, and she did not try to resolve them. The wet dog smell from the kitchen doorway days ago, not days, she couldn't be sure how long, made sudden terrible sense. The temperature in the room began to drop, a change so gradual she did not register it at first, and then all at once she could see her breath, could feel the cold settling into her bones in a way that had nothing to do with desert nights or open windows or any natural cause. The cold came from everywhere and nowhere, came from the air itself turning hostile, and Lydia stood because remaining still in this kind of cold felt dangerous. The outline near the couch stood too, faster than she had moved, and she heard the scrape of claws on floorboards, and then saw the powder-traced silhouette take shape again, clearer now than it had been, the dust in the air or on the furniture, finding the invisible form and clinging to it. Titan's outline faced away from her, toward the corner of the room where the cold seemed thickest, and his stance had changed from resting to alert, front legs braced, head lowered, and she heard a sound come from him that she had only heard once before, the night a stranger had tried to break into their house in Abilene, and Titan had positioned himself between the door and her bedroom, and had made a sound that was less bark than warning, less warning than promise. He was growling, and the growl was so deep it vibrated through the floor and into her feet, and up through her body until her teeth ached with it. and Lydia stared at his outlined form and then followed the direction of his attention to the corner of the room where the darkness was absolute, where the cold was radiating from like heat from a furnace in reverse. He was growling at something in the corner, something she could not see. And he had planted himself between her and that corner, had put his body in the path of whatever was there. The cold intensified, and the darkness in the corner seemed to thicken, to become something more than absence of light. And Lydia took a step backward, and then another, and Titan moved with her, staying between her and the corner, staying fixed in his protective stance, and she understood that he had not been attacking her at all, that every violent act she had witnessed had been protection misunderstood, had been Titan fighting something she could not see, something that had been trying to reach her while she cowered in her bedroom, believing the dog was the threat. But understanding did not make it less terrifying. The furniture thrown across the room, that had been Titan tackling something invisible, yes, but the violence was real, the destruction was real, and she had no way to know if he cared whether she survived the battle, or if protection at this scale meant collateral damage, meant accepting that the thing being protected might be crushed in the process of defending it. The scratching at her door every night, that had been Titan fighting in the hallway, keeping something away from her room. But the sound had been indistinguishable from threat, had filled her with the same terror Warren's footsteps used to create. And even now, even knowing what it was, the memory of that sound made her hands shake. She was trapped between two forces she could not see, could not understand, could not control. And one of them wore the shape of something she had loved. And one of them was something she had spent 6 months believing was gone, and neither of them had asked her permission to turn her house into a battleground. Neither of them cared that the war they were fighting was destroying her as surely as the outcome would. The darkness in the corner shifted, became denser, and Titan's growl deepened in response, his massive head lowering another inch, his front legs bracing harder against the floor. Lydia could see the powder-trace outline more clearly now, could see the ridge of fur standing up along his spine, could see the way his weight had shifted to his front quarters in preparation for launching forward. And the stance was familiar, but it did not comfort her, did not make her feel safe, because she had seen what happened when Titan launched himself at Warren, had seen the dog sent flying across the room when Warren's boot connected with his ribs, had seen blood on Titan's muzzle, and known the dog would die protecting her if Warren decided tonight was the night to go through him instead of around him. And if Titan died fighting Warren's ghost, the way he had died fighting Warren's body, she would be alone with whatever was in that corner. And this time, there would be no prison sentence to save her, no police to come too late, but come nonetheless, no legal system to put Warren somewhere she could pretend was far enough away. The cold began to recede, pulling back toward the corner the way water pulls back before a wave, and Titan's growl faded with it, his stance relaxing fractionally, though he did not move from his position. The powder traces on his form were almost gone now, just faint suggestions of outline that would disappear entirely within minutes, and Lydia watched him fade back into invisibility, the dizzying awareness settling over her that the thing protecting her was as dangerous as the thing it was protecting her from, that being caught between them was its own kind of death even if she survived. The temperature stabilized somewhere just above freezing, and the darkness in the corner remained but did not advance, and after a time that felt like waiting for a storm to either break or pass, Lydia lowered herself to sit in the doorway, her back against the frame, the poker across her knees. Titan's outline was barely visible now, just a suggestion of shape in the darkness. But she could hear his breathing, heavy and regular, the sound of an animal alert but not panicked, prepared but not attacking. Prepared for what? She did not know, could not know, could only sit in the doorway and watch the corner where the cold gathered and understand that something had been hunting her, and Titan had been stopping it. And the cost of that protection was being trapped in a house that was being torn apart by forces she could neither see nor control. She thought about the mailman, about the ceramic pot arcing through the air toward his head, and the image reformed itself with new context. But the context did not make it better. Not an attack on the mailman, but Titan driving him away. Why? Because the mailman had carried something, represented something, or because anything that approached Lydia was presumed to be Warren in disguise, was treated as threat regardless of intent, and Titan's protection had become so absolute it could not distinguish between danger and kindness. The neighbor woman's windshield shattering made terrible sense now, not as isolation, but as prevention. Titan keeping something from entering via the neighbor's car, via her proximity. But the neighbor had been kind, the neighbor had been human, and Titan had hurt her anyway, had driven her away bleeding, and Lydia had no way to know if that had been necessary or if protection, without the ability to judge, had become something monstrous. The furniture thrown across rooms, the scratching that kept her locked in her bedroom every night. That had been Titan fighting Warren in the spaces she couldn't see, keeping him away from her door. But being protected that way meant being trapped, meant having no choice, meant living in a house that was being destroyed around her while two ghosts fought a war she had not agreed to participate in. She stood and walked to the kitchen, moving slowly, keeping Titan's position in her peripheral vision, and retrieved the box of Warren's letters from the counter where it had sat for days or weeks or months. She could no longer remember. She carried it back to the living room and set it on the floor beside her, and Titan's outline turned slightly, tracking her movement. His attention divided now between her and the corner. She opened the box and pulled out a letter at random, one of the middle ones, dated 2 years into Warren's sentence, and read it standing in the doorway where Titan could see her. The letter was 4 pages of Warren's deteriorating handwriting, explaining how the appeals process worked, and why he would be released eventually, and how she should prepare for his return by finding a place they could live where no one knew them, where they could start over, where she could remember what it meant to be his wife instead of his victim. The letter made her hands shake the way they always did, the way Warren had trained them to shake, and she set it down and picked up another one, this one from later in his sentence, just months before his death. This letter was shorter, more direct, and it said simply that he knew where she lived, knew she had left Abilene, knew she thought distance would protect her, but distance protected nothing, and that he would find her again, whether he was in prison or out of it, whether he was alive or dead, because she belonged to him in a way that transcended geography and circumstance and the physical limits of the body. The cold in the corner intensified again, a sudden drop that made the air itself feel brittle, and Titan's growl returned, louder now, and Lydia dropped the letter and gripped the poker with both hands because she understood suddenly and completely what occupied that corner, understood why Titan had come back, understood what he had been fighting while she hid and waited for Warren to finish what he had started. Warren had found her. Not his body, which was buried outside Abilene, but whatever part of him had survived death, whatever essence or will or hatred had been strong enough to persist beyond the physical. And he had been trying to reach her since the day she moved into this house, had been probing for entry, had been testing the barriers between the living and the dead for any weakness that would let him through. And Titan had been stopping him, had abandoned whatever peace the dead were supposed to have and had crossed back into the world to fight a war she could not see, had been taking blows she could not witness, bleeding energy or strength or whatever substance ghosts were made of, holding the line every single night while she lay in bed believing he was the monster. Lydia sank to her knees in the doorway, the poker clattering to the floor beside her. The room was very quiet. She looked at Titan's outline and said his name again, said it clearly this time, not a whisper but a statement, an acknowledgement. And the outline shifted slightly, his head turning toward her for a moment, before returning to face the corner, and she understood that he had heard her, understood that he knew she finally knew. But knowing did not change the fact that she was trapped between two massive forces, that the house was being destroyed, that Titan's protection was so violent and absolute, she could not tell whether he cared if she survived it. Knowing did not make the scratching less terrifying in retrospect. Knowing did not undo the neighbor's bleeding hands or the mailman's head wound, or the fact that Titan's loyalty had outlasted death, but his ability to distinguish threat from kindness had not. The darkness in the corner did not move, did not advance, but Lydia could feel a tension emanating from it now, could feel the weight of something observing her with the same focused malice Warren had brought to every interaction, the same patient calculation that had preceded every escalation. He was there, and she understood with sickening clarity that the letters were the tether, that every word Warren had written had carried some piece of his will, his absolute conviction that she would never escape him regardless of what happened to his body, burning them. The realization landed with force, with urgency, but it was followed immediately by terror, because what would happen if she destroyed the tether? Would Warren dissipate, or would he surge forward in a final assault? Would destroying his anchor weaken him or enrage him? And if the battle escalated, if Titan and Warren fought without restraint, would the house survive? Would she? Titan's growl shifted, became sharper, and Lydia looked up to see the darkness in the corner spreading, becoming wider, and the cold was intensifying again. And she realized with sudden clarity that her paralysis was feeding it, that her fear was exactly what Warren wanted. That hesitation was the survival strategy that had kept her alive during the marriage, but would kill her now. She stood, picked up the box of letters, and walked toward the fireplace before the old patterns could reassert themselves and lock her in place. The fireplace was in the same room as the corner, was in the same room as Titan and Warren, and walking toward it meant walking closer to both of them. But the alternative was sitting in the doorway while Titan fought alone, and she had watched him fight alone for too long. Titan's outline moved with her, staying between her and the corner, and she could feel his presence now in a way that went beyond sight, could feel the weight of him beside her. She reached the fireplace and set the box on the hearth and knelt down, and the cold from the corner reached toward her. But Titan was there, was planted between her and it, and the cold stopped advancing 6 feet from where she knelt. She struck a match, her hand shaking, and held it to the first letter, but the match died before the paper caught. She struck another, and the same thing happened. The third match burned down to her fingers, and she dropped it with a gasp, and Titan staggered, went down on his front legs, and the darkness in the corner surged forward. Lydia grabbed the entire box and hurled it into the fireplace before she could think, before the fear could stop her, and struck another match and held it to the cardboard. And this time the flame caught, spread, began to consume the box and the letters inside. And Warren's voice filled her head with a physical weight that made her skull feel too small, made pressure build behind her eyes until her vision blurred. "You're destroying evidence. No one will believe you now. No one will know what I did. You'll be the crazy woman who burned her own proof, who lived alone in the desert and lost her mind, who made up stories about a husband who's been dead for months. You need those letters. You need them to prove it was real. Pick them out of the fire. Pick them out now before they're gone." Her hand reached toward the fireplace without her permission, fingers stretching toward the burning box, and the voice was using the exact cadence he had used the night he broke her ribs, the third time, when he explained very calmly why she had made him do it, why it was her fault for not listening the first 2 times. Her body remembered that tone. Her body wanted to obey before he counted to 3. Titan made a sound that was half roar, half scream, and the floorboards beneath Lydia cracked, a sharp report like a gunshot, and she jerked her hand back and wrapped both arms around herself to keep from reaching again. Her fingers burned where they had come within inches of the flame. You always were weak. Always needed me to tell you what to do, and look at you now, still weak, still helpless, still mine. Burn the letters if you want. It won't change anything. I'll find you again. I always find you. The letters are just paper. You're the one I'm tied to. You're the one I'll never let go. The voice was inside her ribcage now, pressing against the bones that had broken and healed and broken again, and she could feel the memory of fracture, could feel her body preparing to curl inward the way it used to curl when he came toward her with his hands already forming fists. No, Lydia said aloud, and the word came out hoarse, but it came out, and she forced herself to straighten, forced her spine to uncurl. You don't own me? The darkness in the corner contracted and then exploded outward, and Titan launched himself at it with a roar that shook the walls. The impact of their collision was soundless, but the air detonated, a shock wave that threw Lydia backward onto the floor and sent a gust of wind through the fireplace that nearly extinguished the flames. The fire guttered, shrank to almost nothing, and Lydia scrambled forward on her hands and knees, reached the hearth as the last small flame clung to the corner of a letter, and she grabbed the matchbook from where it had fallen and struck the entire book at once, her hands shaking so badly half the matches broke, but enough caught, and she threw the burning mass into the fireplace where it landed on the box, and the flames surged back to life. The temperature plummeted, and Lydia's breath came out in clouds, and the floorboards beneath her began to splinter, long cracks radiating outward from where Titan and Warren were locked together in the center of the room. She could see them now, almost. Could see the outline of Titan's massive form and the darker shape wrapped around him. Could see the shape that was Warren, trying to tear through the dog to reach her, and Titan was being driven backward, his claws scraping furrows in the wood as he fought to hold his ground. The fire was consuming the letters, but not fast enough, the cardboard smoldering. And Warren's voice in her head became a scream that was not words anymore, just rage, just the promise of what he would do when he got through, and Lydia grabbed the poker from where it had fallen and used it to spread the letters in the fireplace, breaking the box apart so the flames could reach everything at once, and the heat seared her face. But she did not pull back, could not pull back, because Titan was losing. She could see him being pushed toward the wall, could see Warren's shape growing larger as Titan's outline flickered and dimmed, and she shoved the poker into the densest part of the fire and dragged burning letters forward, spreading the flames, watching the pages blacken and curl, and Warren screamed again, not in her head this time, but from everywhere, from the corner and the walls and the floor that was cracking beneath her. The final letter caught and flared and turned to ash, and Warren's scream cut off mid-sound, and the darkness that had been wrapped around Titan collapsed inward and was sucked down through the splintered floorboards like water down a drain. The shape of Warren's reaching hand, the last thing to disappear, clawed at the floor and then was gone. The pressure in Lydia's head released all at once, and she gasped, fell forward onto her hands, the poker clattering beside her. The flames in the fireplace burned down to embers, and the room was silent except for her ragged breathing and the creak of wood settling. She stayed on her hands and knees, waiting for Warren to return, waiting for the cold to come back, waiting for the signs that had meant danger during 20 years of marriage. Nothing came. The smoke cleared and the temperature normalized, and the room remained empty except for herself and Titan and the dying fire. Titan's outline was fading, the powder almost gone, and she could barely see him anymore. He lowered himself to the floor near the couch, slowly, carefully, the way an animal moves when every muscle aches, and she understood he was leaving, was returning to wherever he had been before he came back to fight this war. She crossed to where he lay and knelt beside the space his body occupied. "You can rest now," Lydia said, and placed her hand where his head would be. The air warmed under her palm, warmed like afternoon sun on fur, and then the warmth faded, the presence faded, and she knelt alone with her palm flat against the floorboards where Titan's head had been, the wood still warm, dust motes suspended in the morning light coming through the window.